Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The game trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion. Incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's keyframe is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy, etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem, in resin. Every fallen contender, captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Our players started out as underdogs.
The young Mongolian squad is rewriting esports history.
They're up in the series. Mongols close to throwing another knockout blow. 2 kills away.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
The EWC is a global event, so we need to reach a global audience.
Ils sont chauds, ils sont là, ils sont prêts, Barney.
Yeah, that is right. And so, with that being said,
With Paris hosting, we're bringing the broadcast in multiple languages, including mime. People are being taken down. There's an Elam everywhere. Okay, he's down. He's down. He's knocked. Eliminated. Oh, that's a melee weapon. Oh, that is not going to heal in the more. What is? Okay, he has a grenade. And that's a team wipe. It's a team wipe. What are we doing? What is happening here? What are we doing? We have to meet the fans where they are and relate to them in ways that they understand. Okay, another one down, another one knocked, and he's been hit. Wait, is he okay? All right. Oh no. Wait, hey, I don't. Hey, can we get help? Are you all right? Are you okay? Hey, can we get a medic? Where's the medic? Can we please have the medic? Oh gosh. Come on, where's the predictor? Roman, can we please have a medic? Wait. This freaking country, man. No matter how difficult it may be. You've just got to be kidding me with this, man. Like, I feel like he's stepping all over my lines. I'm a serious performer. I went to film school. I've been doing this for like 10 years, all right? This isn't my... Was he making fun of me? And with the finals coming to a close on the STC Arena stage, we are finally going to see some of these points and what the implication means for the club championship rankings. Therefore, oh, okay, I'm sorry, am I boring you? I'm boring you? Speaking of boring, you wear the same clothes every single day, okay? Please be perfect. Oh, you know what? Two could play at this game. This is a rock. Huh? How did you, wait, what the? I don't want to be here anymore. No. I'm not interrupting you. You're interrupting me. Yeah, you're stepping all over all of my lines. I need to get this information out. This is what the people want to hear. This is what they need to know about. What are you doing? Oh yeah. Real mature. Go ahead. Build your wall like you always do. No, seriously. You think that you're going to be invited back? That you're ever going to be hired in esports again? Are you kidding me? It's so unprofessional. I'm done with this. I can't do. Actually, you know what I think? Oh God. Ugh.
As the group stage goes on, the pressure mounts. Today, 2 more teams will find their way into the playoffs, and 4 others will be sent back defeated. When you realize you are just 1 step away from reaching your goal, pride begins to settle in. But pride comes before a fall, and Counter-Strike does not forgive mistakes. Welcome to Day 3.
Well, I've got a Friday, and I got a bunch of Counter-Strike to go along with it. Everybody looks forward to the weekend, but we look forward to it for a totally different reason around here at the Esports World Cup 2026. My name is Trey Sarandis. I'll be your host, guiding you through everything that goes on today. That means happiness and sadness. I'll be here through all of that, alongside of these guys. We got Dupree, we got Yanko, we got a day full of CS. I can't imagine anywhere else you'd rather be, gentlemen.
No, it's been good. You've had some good couple of days, and now we hopefully go into another day where hopefully we're gonna get some of the favorites moving forward to playoffs, which happened yesterday with the likes of Falcons. So so far so good. We've had just that one upset with Spirit. So right now it's looking good.
I didn't know August is the new November, Trace.
Yeah.
What's going on over there?
Don't worry about that, man. That is what it is. Don't you mind your own business.
That's an upset, almost like GG How being Spirit.
I'm pretty upset at myself, to be honest. And usually it doesn't even take us to come on broadcast for me to say that. So luckily we were able to get that out of the way early today. As far as the prize pool breaks down, though, that might be a reason that you might want to look at November being in August.
Yeah, definitely so, right? 2 million prize pool. Personally, would want it to be even more top heavy, right? Like give 50% of it maybe to the first place or something along those lines, but still 600,000, a good chunk of change. Counter-Strike has a lot riding on it in terms of the Esports World Cup Club Championship too. The likes of Vitality, Navi, Falcons, all of them are in the race, right? Whether for the first spot, but even, just one place up or down is worth millions of dollars. So good amount of pressure on these teams to perform in this event.
I wouldn't mind it too much either. It would be nice also back in my days if I got all those first places with that much
you didn't
money.
have enough money, Peter?
No.
On 5 majors, and the sticker money was good back then. Come on,
yeah,
man.
that is the truth. That's
Come
true.
on.
Well, look, we'll just kick it off. I know we don't have Jacob here, so we'll just do this the appropriate way, starting with the group of A. And I think with doing that, we could probably just have Dupreeter here tell us all about it.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely gonna be doing that since we don't have Jacob to do it. So obviously we do have Team Spirit moving forward, into the lower bracket where we did see that first setup upset against the DG How. And then, G2 Esports also taking down Big. They also make their way into the playoffs. That's good. And obviously Gamer Legion, I guess, I wouldn't say a surprise, but it's good to see that they've picked up some of that slack that have been going over at the major. But, I mean, like, whoever's in that lower bracket, it's not really a great sign that Spirit is down there. You got to be feeling a little bit sorry for Big, the fact that they have to fight for their lives today against Spirit.
Yeah, it's not Spirit who got hurt most by that loss to GG How. It's actually Big.
Yep.
Because, they're having to face Spirit for a playoff spot. Not going to be easy. They had a couple of tough games already against Aurora and G2. But hey, that's sometimes how the cookie crumbles. And maybe Big can shock the world, Trace.
And maybe, just maybe, I don't know, man. That's a pretty tall task. I feel like y'all already pissed off Spirit and going to lose the first game. So now they got to go through this lower bracket. Big might just be another casualty of that, another victim of the Spirit that tries to bounce back from that lower side of things. Group B. And this is where we see the Falcons having taken a victory over K27 BB team, who we'll be watching here today in our first matchup versus NIP here very shortly. Overall, though, Falcons FaZe, for FaZe, are they back on that BS Dupreeter or what?
I think that's a really good result for them. It has been the rock bottom story that has been, filling out either with FaZe. So now they're making it into playoffs. They're also showing a bit of life back at Bound. It's for them to just bounce back because, not making a major, that was a massive, upsetting. And just in general, the team finding themselves a new identity, twist, in-game leading, bringing in J-Bo and everything. There's a lot on the line, so it's good to see them making playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Without dropping a map, too. Rather impressive from the side of FaZe Clan, and just getting some of that confidence for the young guys, right, in the playoffs. It's going to get obviously a little bit more difficult, but considering how far down they were in the rankings, I think 40th at one point in time.
Which is crazy.
To be right back in the invite bubble in such a short span of time, it is a big feat.
You know what they say about big feet?
Big shoes to
and
fill.
You need big socks, you need all sorts of
And we'll have some of the qualification matches today. From Group C, we'll have Vitality versus Bait Esports, and then Foot Esports against Mouse. So yeah, will be interesting to see how those go, and some elimination matches as well, with 100 Thieves already down in that lower bracket against P-Vision, and Chinese matchup between Tai Lu and Lin Vision Gaming.
Oh yeah, and everyone, especially for those guys having to come all the way over here just to play each other. That is just the way the cookie crumbles, as you guys were just saying. Give me Group D.
Just bring it in. Bring in Group D. Since Jacob not here, then obviously we do have to talk about it. I wish he was here to talk about it.
Yeah,
right?
He does proverbially
the one time Jacob was here.
That's what I mean, right? We do have Navi taking on the Mongols in the top side bracket, also trying to make their fight for playoffs. And then I think the 9C Fury one, that's a bit of a rematch from the major that is going to be very interesting. And then in the lower bracket, we do find Pain going against Wildcard, a game that is probably going to be very even, and obviously it's a fight for their lives, and I think that is the story of today. There's a ton of teams that is now fighting for their lives, and maybe some of them is also going to have a tough time.
Yeah, yesterday we said goodbye to our first set of teams, Luminosity among those that were on their way out, and I guess at this point M80 is going to join them as well. So when we start to get rid of these teams here, is there anybody that's sticking out off the page to you?
I think as of I still wanted to see more out of M80, and I just saw Lake saying that, guys, regardless of the result, we still feel like we're playing better, but they're just not really showing it, right? I think that is obviously very, very disappointing, and I still think there's teams in the lower bracket that I would have wished to have seen more of. I think it was good for me to see Aurora yesterday showing up in the case that they can actually have their fundamentals, but it was still a bit shaky at times. So it's a team that I'm very much looking forward to see more of.
They just need to do more. It's on the players, honestly. Like, they've been on this team, a lot of them, for more than 2 years. Like, a guy like Lake has been more than 2 years on M80. It seems like it was only yesterday that he first joined. So there's no more excuses in terms of getting adjusted to Tier 1 Counter-Strike and anything like that. And they're making some mistakes that really shouldn't be happening anymore. And it's costing them games, right? And on the other side, also, we saw Luminosity get eliminated earlier on. probably the worst roster move of the off-season, like bringing those 4 Monty players without Gizmi, when it was so clear that like it was the teamwork and them being more than the sum of their parts that was what was netting them some good results in only in the last few months, and they were together for a while. So yeah, I think they're paying the price of getting that core without the players. And on the other side of things, we saw Falcons qualify for the playoffs. They played some really good Counter-Strike for the most part in the tournament, and it's good to see them bounce back after that, online loss to 100 Thieves.
So for the Luminosity side of things, it's like they had the house built and then someone just said, you know what, the foundation, we don't need that, but you can leave the walls, but we don't need the foundation.
It's like if you, for whatever reason, you have a good, nice brick house and then you just decide to make them out of wood.
Yeah, I wonder who would do that. Maybe our North American friends, maybe M80 are going to go help build some back home. Look, I do know that right out of the gate, we talked a little bit about people being eliminated, teams being taken down here at EWC in 2026, but that doesn't stop here. It is a fight for survival at this point. So let's talk a little about our storyline that we're looking into today.
Yeah, elimination day for a lot of these teams, and it's tough because you come in, you just lost one best of one, and all of a sudden you got your backs against the wall, right? And some teams thrive in that sort of an environment. FaZe back in the day, right? It's almost like that had to happen for them to start trying, right? But for some of the other teams, the pressure is mounting, right? We obviously have the VRS component in this for a lot of the teams sort of fighting for a playoff spot, for a major spot, or maybe fighting to, start later in the tournament and give yourself some extra time to rest and to practice.
And you obviously have a portion of teams that are just not good enough of making playoffs, so of course they have to eliminate each other, or they will be eliminated by a better opposition in the upper bracket. And like you saw when you saw Falcons against Astralis yesterday, I don't think many people would have expected that Astralis could go out and beat Spirit. So obviously, even though Astralis put up a fight yesterday, and maybe they are a team to go through to the playoffs, they're just not good enough doing it through the upper bracket. So they're in a portion of teams that will always kind of make that last playoff spot by making it through the lower bracket. That's how it works, right? You have the elite teams, they will always go through the upper bracket, then you have the smaller, equal team that will fight for the last.
It's also a different sort of a tournament, right? Like, it doesn't have the same implication when we say make the playoffs or not, because there's 32 teams first and foremost, right? And 16 of them make the playoffs, right? So there's a lot more teams that we're going to be seeing there, and when you take that into account, yeah, Astralis absolutely should be in those playoffs.
So we're setting ourselves up for BB versus NIP, and I think it's as easy as this. Both teams open with a 5-13 loss. The question of which is, was it a bad day, or was it just an exposure of where the floor is for both of these teams?
I think when we look at BB team first, I think their game against FaZe was very even, and also just the fact that now FaZe has made playoffs and they have been looking better. I wouldn't say BB played bad, but it was more like they just didn't get the start they were looking for. They fell behind and they couldn't get things flowing, and they've always been very much about the resilience and making comebacks, but just couldn't really finish it out. So at 13-11, I still think they pull off a good fight, but FaZe just obviously played better in that regard. So and then for the likes of NIP, I just don't know where to put them at this point. It's just a team where they make changes and they're in this odd spot where they're not in the invite bubble of making the big tournaments, but they're still winning some of the tier 2 events, and we've even seen Stown coming into the team now, picking up the AWP, which is, something he's wanted to be doing himself for a long time, right? But it's still a team that, in my books at least, is trying to find the right path and the right identity, and I'm still starting to question whether Snappy is actually going to be part of that in the future.
Well, that's a great question in terms of Snappy. Let's start with Kaspersky, though.
Yeah, he's great. You wonder why did he sign a long-term deal with NIP when he could have probably been on a better team, but yeah, I think for NIP, it's this project last year, started from scratch, and it was very interesting, right? Like, can they rise up the rankings? Can they get to the major? Can they get to some of these tier 1 events? And it really just hasn't happened. Snappy known in the last few years before NIP for being able to do, well, before Falcons, let's put it that way, for being able to do more with less. He's been doing less with less,
yes.
In
That's
NIP,
the right way to put it.
Unfortunately, right? Just wasn't able to put all these pieces together and come up with a formula to make it work. And honestly, it's been a disappointing, year and a half for NIP. It's been far too long without breaking through into that invite bubble.
Yeah, it's been a long time since it felt like that NIP name was hoisted up to where you think it would be within brackets or groups or results.
Also, man, it's just like some of these roster changes. It's like they don't make any sense. Like when they brought in Karen, it's like it's not just about players and even their positions on the server. It's also like, how do these players mesh outside of the server?
Absolutely.
And you had like Karen, Wrinkle, Ukrainians, then you have Danish guys, you know, this weird dynamic, a Swedish coach, and it never seemed to gel properly. Now they have academy player as a stand-in for a little while, right? And well, he seems to be keep standing in. Is he just like a full-fledged member now? What's going on? So there's a lot of uncertainty and just the roster build-up seems to be a bit of a mess.
Seems like they found a couple Danes over there too. What they got going on, Dupree? You know a couple Danes, don't you?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit funny when it comes to Stam because just have like a short funny story about how, you know, when all this Yappy, Stam, Cadian thing drama happened, you know, like he called me actually. I was called up to Heroic and said, and he was in that call and he said that, hey, I've always wanted to AWP, you know, that's always been, you know, the thing that I wanted to be doing in my career. So it's fun to see that something has been on his mind for so long now finally comes into fruition. Whether that is going to be the right team for him or if that's the right role, we don't know.
Just like Brolin always wanted to be an IGL.
Right? Exactly. And we all knew that the whole time. Joke's on you guys. We all knew Brolin wanted to be an IGL over there at the Mouse.
His childhood dream.
Yeah, it was. Or maybe it wasn't. Perhaps we'll never know. Perhaps it is time where we get to hear from the players themselves.
Snappy, thank you, as always, for taking the time to join me. It kind of goes without saying, not the start you wanted versus Legacy. Take me back to that cash and what you think went wrong for you guys there.
I think we hesitated too much. Kind of people, when you play, you have a plan until you don't have a plan, and then people, including me, we need to break out of it. And I think we were too poor at, you know, making those small individual decisions and play the game. I think we kind of we didn't play the game in the sense that sometimes you need to blitz a smoke, sometimes you need to just run, sometimes you need to fall back and take more individual decisions. And I think we lacked a little bit of that, and cost us in the end.
I don't know the veto for today, but I do just want to get your thoughts on cash overall, because we've been seeing a surprising amount of it. How different is it for you? You played it back in the day, you know, 2016, 2017 times. How differently does it play in CS2, do you think?
Maybe a little bit more tactical now, but I think it's just a game that generally evolves. So I would say that's the only thing. Apart from that, it plays pretty much the same. Try to take mid or like go hard on the sides with some strats. Like, I don't think much have changed, but I think we'll see a lot of development over the next 2 or 3 months. Like right now, FaZe is obviously doing really good on it, but we'll see more teams kind of try to evolve their style also maybe.
Yeah, it's been exciting to actually see the new map getting played in the pool as well for once. Let's talk about your matchup today. BB team, before we dive into the elimination aspect of it, it's kind of exciting. We get to see yourself and Boomage going head-to-head, obviously 2 veteran in-game leaders. Tell me about how you think he's using these pieces of BB team now that he's kind of finally got a bit more of a stable roster in his hand.
Bedboom got a more stable roster, you say? Yeah, I mean, I think they've been playing with a lot of stand-ins, right? So they should be here looking for a good result. I think they play with their full 5 now, and I mean it's a tough matchup. Of course, they're the favorite, but I believe we can beat them.
Why do you believe that they're the favorite coming into this?
I mean, I think the odds speaks for themselves.
What chances do you think you have? What do you think you need to do to be able to crush their key?
I think we just need to be able to kind of like lower our shoulders a bit and lose some of the pressure that we seem to get in these officials. I think we get over that. We have a really good chance of winning. We are playing really good generally, I think, but we just sometimes tend to maybe get a little bit affected by the pressure, and then we stop making the individual decisions and the team decisions, and that's what you kind of need to do in a split second when you want to win games.
Snappy, as always, thank you so much for your insight. Best of luck versus BB.
I can't believe some of y'all forgot about Snappy. I would never forget about Snappy. Isn't that right, Yanko?
Of course you wouldn't.
Never. Not even once.
Never, ever.
We could never forget about these maps, these vetoes. You know, with what Snappy's saying right there, I know I got to rise out of you for a second. Is there anything you thought about that interview?
I mean, it kind of checks out watching them play. They just fall apart at the seams at the most important moments, right? But also some of that pressure and how people behave comes down to, well, either leadership to some extent, but also roster composition.
Yeah.
You can't be having guys who are like all really intense and there's no one there to... If everyone's like that, well, of course you're not going to have someone to loosen up the troops.
There's dynamics to teams.
Yeah,
you know, right?
I kind of stuck with what he said about pressure, and sometimes I wonder, like, what type of pressure are you actually talking about? You know, there's not that much around. You're sure you want to be going into the invite bubble and you want to do better and make better results, but it's not like everyone expects you to go out and do good, right?
Yeah. Well, here we go. Okay, so we've got Nuke, Anubis, and Ancient, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think the Nuke one, obviously from the side of That will obviously be BP team to the Pixel CT. So it's
strike one.
It's the strike one. That's the city side of Nuke. And NIP have always had some good results. That's like that map they've always been going to also in the 2-2 events. So that one, in my book, really makes sense for
It's
them.
interesting because that's where BB team, albeit with these standings, had some really good results, taking down Vitality, Falcons around that major time, and IM Atlanta was where they had a lot of success. I mean, what can you say about a team whose CEO comes out and says our main goal for this season is to arrive at tournaments with their full lineup? Like, they played more events with a stand-in than they did with their full roster. Zorti isn't even supposed to, he was one of the initial stand-ins, but because they had two, and that was their roster in the VRS, they just had to keep one. And now he's a full-fledged member of the team. So they're just looking to get more reps with their actual 5 and get some results under their belt.
Let's put a pause on the conversation right here because I think it's time to play. But first, let me tell you about our EWC play pick'ems. That's right, where I ask you to go down there. You see the QR code. I told you yesterday. I'm going to tell you the day before that and tomorrow as well. So go ahead and tell us who you think is going to be winning it all. With that being said, I think it's time we get this first game underway. BB versus NIP.
Elimination at stake here at EWC. We've got BB team on one side of the stage and the Ninjas in Pajama on the other. I think it's plural. I think they've got more than one pajama.
Unless they share them.
Maybe. That would work in a way. You'd have to have like a napping schedule.
Shifts.
Yeah. Every 6 hours you can swap out.
Someone do the maths, but I'll give you some numbers. The VRS is what's important here for NIP, right? This is a team that's a legendary organization, a big name of Counter-Strike. Still trying to return to the upper echelon. Now, they're not alone. There's other names. There's Virtus Pro, there's Fnatic. The list can go on. But NIP are right here, right now, taking on BB Team, who had a great major run with Flammus. Siren back. It's looked a bit topsy-turvy since then. The last 2 games have been losses to FaZe. So looking to break that by not playing FaZe. You'll see them
genius
taking on NIP here today. And Nuke being map number 1, picked by the Ninjas. The T-side starters.
I do love T-side calling from Snappy on Nuke in particular.
It can be fast. That's a heaven smoke. So they're trying to give some space outside right now for Stown to work.
Oh, what a perfect little setup there. Dilladez set up. Magnajez for 1. Notes trade, but there's Dilladez back on, and Siren's aggression HUD catches their reaction. It's a clean one. Just the 1 casualty. Magnajez the only body to drop. NIP with empty hands.
Again, you can see the ideas. Right? Okay, so we throw the heaven smoke. That's going to block the heaven rotated position. It should draw a ramp player, and at that point, we should be able to isolate the ramp fight. But no, the fight came your way. So very well done for BB team. They're the ones who take the assertive foot forward. And Magnajez is one to watch in this. I think without Flammus here, Magnajez is the main part of the engine. And so we will get a force. And you mentioned Snappy's calling on Nuke. He tries to bludgeon you to death.
Yes.
If this one can be close, if the bomb can go down, expect them to continue to force. Magnajez setting the tone again.
Oh, he knows what's up. He's got so many opportunities, but gets none.
No head armor.
Just popped by Stown. A quick 1-2 on the Tech 9. And moving across, there's going to be a nade break. Is it going to expose them? It does, but actually works out all right. That's a headshot. Long-range Tech 9 to heaven has Dilladez 54, and the bomb makes it down B.
Yeah, rotation of Dilladez trying to get there, so he's dropping down. That's noisy. Push maybe hearing some of these steps from radio. Zorti can get across. That's 2 rifles strong with Siren topside on his lonesome.
How convincing has this been? Zorti still stubborn, anticipating a lobby lurk. Here we go. There's those sound cues. There's that frag. Shush has caught that Zorti ramp presence. A headshot from Kaspersky, and we're looking set to collect that second round conversion.
There's a lot of M4s that could be scooped up here. Take a look. They've got 3 of them. This is an insane way to be able to kick off the half, assuming you can win out the Force by Wars. To Magnajez, aggressive, doesn't get what he was looking for, goes down. It's the second frag coming through on the break of the smokes that really makes the difference. And that's going to be 1-1 on the scores on the doors.
So that's actually all part of their plan, right? Is you
lose the pistol, win the second?
Well, lose it really convincingly, so they all buy M4s. And then steal their M4s and get all those for free.
4D chest, they're on the wrong stage. It's that way, Alex.
Yeah, right.
So Send him down about 100 meters.
We'll call him Marco Carlson.
About... okay, I see what you've done there. We've got Lin Vision taking on Tai Lu on the secondary stream right now. You go to the other side of the world to play international Counter-Strike, and you end up taking on your country. Yeah, the fact you end up in the same group with 32 teams.
Good point.
And then not only the same group, but the same quadrant of the same group is, give them a break. Well, we'll see which Chinese team prevails today. BB team are going to have to force buy back. So Siren saves the Famous. The rest are now into pistol upgrades, and maybe he's going to feel good about that one. You don't know who this young lad Note is. You haven't been watching many NIP games. I think they have about 36 maps played with him in the roster. From the young ninjas.
Ooh, Kaspersky already on top main. It does, and Magnajez is not positioning like it's a possibility. Hasn't considered it, hasn't acknowledged it. Shushed down the vent loud. And that was just Dilladez putting up a bit of resistance. There's the freebie onto Magnajez. So we can kind of stick a fork in this round. It is done.
And then
Say
they have
that.
to be Eco.
Just Zorti's 5-7 being in a position to perhaps have a conversation about wrestling for a rifle. Looks like it's going to be a single door approach. Even investigating up the vents is Shush just to try and isolate and identify where these last two CTs are hiding. Here comes Stown with some info.
It's good to have Stown back on our screens, obviously in a different role, wanting to do a bit of the AWPing. Now, he was secondary AWPing on Heroic, right, with Cadian, so it's not unusual to see it in his hands. And I think that also works quite well with Snappy's style of calling, because if it is very forced by Heavy, you're not going to get the AWP out until later in the game.
Yeah.
And if it means that Stown can act as a proficient rifler, it means these T-sides can stay more dynamic. They don't rely on the AWP to come out like some other teams.
Yeah, valid, especially considering with MR12, most of the time, we're probably not going to be seeing an AWP in Stown's hands.
Well, something we were discussing yesterday with the Astralis game. As soon as Fozy got the AWP, he
That's
found
right.
impact, but then you have to prioritize it, right? So that does limit your options as an in-game leader in terms of approach. As well, there is a stack towards Yard. It is just the USPs. We'll see how clean they can keep this as the nade rattles in and does a bit of damage. Don't know what lies on the other side as the smoke's starting to fade.
It's feeling a little bit repetitive, isn't it? Just the outside smokes, stroll down, grouped up, and I mean, if it ain't broke.
But this is nice, right? Using the early stages of the game when they're on lighter buys and they can't really blow open those smokes and cause too many issues with util to condition this. Okay, they're able to take this. It's a clear intent that they want to take it. It's not new to nuke, but at that point, this is when the residue of those rounds can play into the gunnies, right? Are they going to rotate quicker when they see the smokes? Are they going to put more util? Do they want to play a full yard control setup, right? Are we pushing red? Are we doing the glaive smoke? Getting under... I was going to call it Twinkie. Did I become American?
You
Silo. We used to call it Red Rock because it used to be red, and it was a rock.
And a rock, yeah. Okay, that checks out.
You want to know who the GOAT of Red Rock is?
Well, I actually do.
Red Rock 2.
Oh, Red Rock 2.
Neo.
Neo was the GOAT.
Neo, if you're listening, the fact that you could do the Red Rock 2 jump in official matches was insane. I can't even explain it, how cool it was in 1.6. It was like a full, and then you were up. I'll fly so like you can see, Alex. No one else can see.
It was a movement, you know, it was a demonstration of movement skill.
You would be, honestly... Oh,
how far away are we talking?
Let me turn off the orbs, guys. You would be like up on a rock up here. I know everyone can't see. This is bad casting. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, but like behind the chain link fence, like out in yard somewhere. Yeah.
It was pretty nuts. All right, enough of ancient history. Let's get into the current game. So, into the gunnies now.
Call it nuke present.
Not many casualties in the last 3, but this is where it gets a bit more serious. Hello. Bonk. Goodbye. Now, does that conditioning play in immediately?
It's just funny to see conditioning before shampooing. That's all I'm thinking.
Down the vent from Shush, or just out for a fight.
Hello, straight out. Siren. Ooh, okay, obscured by the smoke, so Shush might work around that. Feeling susceptible. Just coming out straight. Snappy down. Siren. Quick trade from Shush. This boom from main that keeps the advantage and extended by Magnajez. Easy pick into Zorti. Comes on out. Kaspersky distracted. And Stown just unloads his mag into the smoke, so it's an easy pickup. So immediately into the guns, immediately into a convincing BB team round.
And that's what you're going to need, right? They need to put up this blue wall now. 3 rounds for NIP. It's at least a base. I think they're going to be looking for as many as they can take. But 4 or 5, you'd be content with. 4, I'd say you'd be content with. 5, you'd be happy with. This setup for the top side, it was relatively light on. right? It's not like they had multiple players on Heart backside. They were playing a bit more extremity from Heaven main, and then you just saw Siren in the mix. Dilladez also started down towards B, so feel for NIP. That could have gone a little bit better. Snappy's navigated around these smokes yard. They're turning this into a top split through the main smokes.
Whoa, significant damage from that Magnajez spray. Yeah, converts onto Snappy. He knows what's up, anticipates, reads the play, and removes Snappy. He can call from the grave. Is there a way to get themselves that clawback kill? Gosh, boom, just got a war of attrition from that spray. A full 30-round spray through the wall puts him onto 27. Kaspersky's been very patient here on this forward position. You can see the top of Siren's boots. Knows what's up. Oh, an audible dismount.
The util will start to fade, and very light on that now. A BB team just flashes. But aggression in the mix. Siren takes Heart.
Flashed in as well. An easy pick for Stown.
Ramp push happening as well. Zorti having Boomich backside. They need to get something here.
Boomers, don't forget, so low from those earlier battles. Going to be hard to find a multiple in the back of the site. Just some damage onto Shush. Zorti perhaps going to be in a position to lend a hand on this retake. You got Dilladez coming in. Quite a well-timed flank. We'll find an easy one onto Shush. Pulls us back into the 3-on-3. Trade from Kaspersky. It's a quick headshot. Stown cognizant that they don't know where Magnajez is coming from. Anticipates the lobby side. And he's absolutely bang on with that expectation.
Maybe just looking for a bit of damage here. Magnajez, no point giving this one a go. You can take a rifle or two away, keep things a little bit sweaty for NIP. And this is the AWP. You see the barrel. And you'll take the kill. So Magnajez will remove Stown for now. Going to get away with his life here. Kaspersky won't be able to track him down, and that'll be the 4th round for NIP. And bouncing back onto the gun, so I think Magnajez was trying to dart in there last second to pick up that AWP. He couldn't quite get there in time, but they should be able to get one in the hands of Zorti. It's a tough way to go if you're Snappy. It's a good recovery. That's a 4v5. With a lot of time simmering between exchanges. That's a nice one. And it has put the pressure on BB team, who are going to take a tactical timeout. Get Fierce on the mic. See Boomich and Dilladez yet to buy, but still have plenty of cash to get those rifles going, so don't worry about that. There was an idea behind that Siren push because there was a flash, but I think that if you're going to go for a move like that, you want that ramp push to be a little bit closer to be able to capitalize, right? So when the chaos goes off and Stown calls like flash, I'm blind, then you're at least able to get a trade. But I like the idea, at least there was still some teamwork. It just lacked another layer to it. And just so much early pressure with NIP, right? The early smoke walls, they take the space. They're very noisy. They're in your face. And with the AWP getting to search yard.
Oh, just a head-to-head duel for note there. Magnajez, again, solid on these yard openings. Kaspersky hoping for a little bit of an overextension, but caught as he dismounts. God, Magnajez is doing his best here.
Shush has got some space towards ramp.
He certainly does. You're right. Wards off Dilladez, announces his presence. Looks like they're going to go for a re-clear. And he's nailed it. Wins out. Zorti posted up, but drawn a lot of attention, pulls the AWP away from yard.
It's a little bit scary with Snappy in secret with the bomb on his own. The closest member to support would be Stown, who's at red, but he'd have to cross. So you need...
Spooky!
It either has to be Snappy somehow up the vent.
Here we go. Stown on that clear, just misses his window. Magnajez retreating knife out. Looks like they've elected to send him up heaven.
But they're trying to go A, so Snappy, I guess, needs info before he can make a move. A fight for Kaspersky. Oh, and that's lazy. Magnajez just walks straight into that.
Didn't anticipate them to be so spread out.
I'm still worried about this round.
Me too.
30 seconds, bomb still lower. Boomich has just gone up the vent. Or has he?
Oh, he's coming back down. He's going to be a free frag for Snappy.
Oh, Snappy talking so much.
He's got time. Oh, ugly. Flushed into Kaspersky.
Are they going A?
He gets the info, gets the headshot onto Siren. Just Zorti now in heaven.
10 seconds.
They can plant. He can't get him off the plant. There's no way for him to stop Snappy. My God, that was an exhilarating T-side calling from Snappy down to the last couple of seconds. You get the bomb down and you take that all away. Kaspersky, 4 kills in the round. And I mean, at 30 seconds, you can see a little smile on Snappy's face. They were running on fine margins, Chad.
That was not easy to solve. Shush taking the space after Note goes down outside for free gave them a lot more room than I think Snappy had realized there, because BB Team also had no idea what was going on with the rotation. So they're the ones who are going to be stuck down to pistols and a scout. And this half now for NIP is fantastic. 5 rounds, T-side nuke, and yeah, that explains the smile on the face. Not only a bit of a crazy one, but you've done the job early. Now it's about how much more pain can you imply.
Ooh, a scout takes a start. You needed that. And Zorti, yeah, run at.
I should have said this before the map started, but I did say this in the green room.
Yeah.
So, actually, I didn't say it in the green room. I said it in the shuttle with Kakafoot. I said I think BB Team are a little bit overrated based on their ranking.
Okay. Well, because of the
major run. Which was constantly painted with the caveat of not their full roster. Glamis is there. Yeah. Right, because they changed some spots around.
And no pressure, all of those caveats.
They were kind of, you know, piecing it. But that's the thing. Their whole season was so tumultuous with these visa issues. But we'll see. Right now, this is obviously not the start they're looking for. But BB Team, they like Nuke. This doesn't reflect in the scoreline right now. NIP showing their proficiency. They have so much cash going forward as well for the tail end of this. It's going to be very, very difficult for BB Team to break the finances of NIP, which means that they need to do it the hard way. And it is on hard mode. It's 3 Famises. Like, that just tastes bad. That's burnt coffee in your mouth. Well, where else would the burnt coffee go, I guess?
It depends, you know.
Yeah.
Some wellness retreats.
Top rush.
Okay, kept at bay by the squeaky incendiary, and oh, boom, just lost his head.
This is the Kaspersky I know and love.
Yeah, just clotheslining people.
The one on train at EPL.
Yes. Oh, what a clip.
He hits hard. He definitely has had a bit of downturn in recent time, but NIP haven't had a solid foundation. Obviously, Wrinkle gone over to the G2 pastures. That's not exactly how it worked out, but either way, that's where he finds himself now. And then Note up from Young Ninjas for Can. So there have been some changes in recent times, but it is very important for NIP in pursuit of the Major, the VRS, the more invites, to have a good run here, and taking down a team like BB Team. Ooh. As Shush will take another. There's a huge scout into the top split. Oh. Just bodies on the line. This is one of the fun things with Snappy's calling, if people haven't watched it before, is, first of all, there's a level of intensity to it, and second of all, they're going to be quite in your face. Like, they always seem direct.
And I liked the way you framed it just in the prior round, where you talk about, like, the openings of these rounds are going to be very noisy. You know, it's like, it's got to... It doesn't necessarily fully explain how brilliantly articulate and thought through some of these round openings have been. But if you put yourself into those CT shoes, so often it's, well, I've got action ramp, there's action in lobby, there's something going on yard. You're kind of left feeling like you have to stay spread out. There's less unity, there's less ability to play off of one another if you're BB Team.
Yeah, and they're still recovering right from the pistol win and then forced by loss. Yeah. Like those financial ramifications down the stretch, we're seeing when we're talking about a gun round like that with multiple Famises in the mix. Just in the firepower department, you're already up against the AK.
Yeah.
I know you need to facilitate the util for the blocks, but right now you don't have control of anything on the map, and that is now demonstrated by a second tactical timeout. Fierce knows if they don't start piecing rounds together on the CT side now, blink and we'll be on Anubis.
Curious to see what Magnajez is going to get going with the only M4. Looks like Zorti does want to try and get another AWP out before the end of this half. But yeah, that was how the round started. And that was how the round ended. 2 MP9s, 3 MP9s.
Yeah, That's it on the partial, right? So they have to hope that NIP either run straight into them or they're able to gamble stack correctly with this. They need to try and thrive in the chaos. It's not like they've been lacking opening kills either. Magnajez has 3 to his name. Siren has 1. Shush has 3. 1 for Kaspersky, 1 for Stout. And this time it's a little bit more tempered, making sense with the expected buy. As Note grabbed his first frag outside.
Snappy with the bomb, could be vulnerable to this top blue position, softened up by the HE, but never mind. Bomb's going back lobby, just parking Note for a lurk. He can linger. Siren is playing close. Squeak. Look, that's a good position for that SMG to be disruptive, and even better, Magnages is actually removed. No, and there's another. 2 in a row for BB Team, an advantage they must be able to hold on to here. That Molly is going to make life miserable, but he does get flushed into Kaspersky. At least Magnages in a position on rafters to trade.
Sounds going ramp in this too here.
Ooh, he's got the bomb.
He's heard the rotation down. He won't expect the player close until it has heard the scope.
Yeah, doesn't get more easy than that. Okay, Snappy trying to make a case for the 1v3.
Marco.
Let's see.
Polo.
Oh, he actually does adjust into Dilladez. Thankfully, Zorti there to pick it up. And Fierce, not necessarily happy, but a necessary round for BB Team.
And that's a round they go into where they're not favored to win with the buy they opted for. So now with a full rifle round, you are hoping that you can salvage the half and make it a 5-7 in favor of NIP. But still, that's salvaging something. No AWP for Stun, even though it is more than possible. So what's the call from Snappy? He's already starting Warehouse with the AWP. This is going back to the early game where they had so many secret crosses come into play.
Ooh, a little one. Shy.
So is it ramp rotation to B or is it main rotation to B, right? It has to be one of the two.
Yeah, Dilladez is down there. Kaspersky has taken down the presence on Yard, though.
Now you no longer need to apply the pressure down towards B in the same way because you get that kill and you also have a bit of space off of Note. He doesn't really actually need to go any further with the man advantage. Regrouping back to lobby with 3. Snappy the outside lurk.
How does Snappy want to call the finish?
I like this boost in topside because they're aware of all these openings. So they've just boosted Siren back up into the rafters. So that's going to give them a little bit something to work with. But it looks like they are going to use the secret space to turn this into a B split. Snappy might try and control the vent rotation from main, or at least be a nuisance as they pressure B. Because you know they can't come down secret, and you know they can't come down ramp. They already have to be on the site, or they're going to try and rotate down vent.
Oh, glass is broken. Kaspersky relays the information. He's going to do it silently. This should be a free frag. There's no way Dilladez is ready for this. Yeah, just turns and Shush deletes. Snappy could remove the AWP. Zorti's going to try and hold on to that as best he can, but it seems like the retake is just not realistic for Boom and Siren.
I think you should chase right now. Well, no, they're giving it a go. They are giving it.
Grouping up.
I thought it might be the save. All right, they're giving it a crack. They need the round.
All right, okay, got to play for it. Kaspersky's in a prime position to tap ahead here. Peeking into Zorti, no problem. A miss from the AWP, and now they'll get out of that. Boomich trying to bring that AW3P through to the final round of this first half. Solid. I mean, you were talking about how, you know, the T-side haul, you were content with, what, 4? Yeah. You're happy with 5? How about you're ecstatic?
Over the moon with 8. It's a good day at the office so far.
Couple on the way, denying the hunt, so they hold on to their guns.
Yeah, this is looking like a bit of a blowout. If the scores were reversed, game's still on.
Yes.
Right, but the fact that the T-side has been able to accrue this many, it's going to be a tall task for BB Team. It's very calm out there, right? There's not a lot of chaos going on. Not really being drawn into anything too intense, our NIP. They're winning out the opening exchanges. They're getting the space they're looking for.
Rats pressure top. Util, double molly.
I love it. It's so uncomfortable for the A defense, round after round.
And straight in. Backside. Siren stands his ground in the flames. The flashes. It's brutal. There's Snappy finding Dilladez, and already with that topside lost, you kind of find yourself spraying smokes and hoping you can pull off a Gizmy. Hang on. Oh, it's down. Catch a whiff.
Down the vent. Bomb went down the vent.
Yeah, and now Magnages should have Snappy. Never mind. Oh, a little bit of vision through the smoke on the spray. Well, Zorti, no reason not to.
Well, you're about to walk into a secret plan. No, it's got your number. Stop playing. What a half for Counter-Strike that was. Scores on the doors, Kaspersky at 14, Shush at 12, but it's not about that. It's about the intensity. It's about getting everything they'd want and more on that T half. So
As a Counter-Strike player who has experienced what a top site exit can feel like, that can only be described as miserable for Siren. What with the double molly, then the quick smoke, then there's flashes at the back. So I'm in a molly while flashed, and there's 4 players now on site. Like, what am I supposed to do?
You see the priority there with when they blow off the door, right? So they molly top hard, they molly main, and then they molly floor, so that the player... We used to call it the boom image. This is what he was doing back on Na'Vi, right? He'd start heaven, drop on the silo, he'd bounce a flash off the floor, and then swing door, right? Well, you can't stop door, right? You could throw the util from heaven, sure, but they're going to feel that they have a bit more room, and this is a perfect example of how they're going to exploit that. Something that Furia used to do very well back in the day as well was, remember when they didn't throw outside walls? They would harass top a lot, they'd spam heart, they'd throw all those, they wouldn't give you any room to work as the A defenders. Well, BB team, you got the first pistol. You need the second, and then the conversion. So good luck, my friends. Feigning yard, ready to come out hot and squeaky.
Here they come. 2 of them in main. Kaspersky at range with the dual Berettas. Going to try and find number 2. Does so. It's down. Clearing through. Magnajez kept it just disconnected from that site player. And it is just that site player now. He's lost his Orti. There's Magnajez. The one overlooks the possibility for Note. So Boom in a 1v3. Otherwise, this is really looking like Note might be over. NIP's pick, and it's already with the 9-round haul on that T side and a pistol on the second half. You're looking pretty set to collect.
Yeah, BB team have really not a very good grasp of where these NIP players are. In top side there, Snappy just walks out heaven during the skirmish and backs a turn, he gets a free kill in the back of the head, right? So just having a really tough time understanding what any of these setups or openings are looking like. They're essentially playing retake top with that setup, right? Nobody heart, nobody back side. They are giving you some room while they focus fire towards ramp and yard. But this is very, very comfortable. So it will be the Eco, Deagle, and Glocks. You want to give Magnajez a chance to work.
Oof. Down loses his head. The $700 pistol, well invested. He justifies it immediately. Oh, and then some. 2 clicks, 2 frags on the singular pistol. Everything else is a Glock. The starter pistol, Magnajez, has he managed to manufacture something that they can convert upon?
Note staying ramp. He's in a very good position for a multi-frag mowdown.
And I feel like that might be all the frags we see from BBT. Never mind a really ugly spray from Note. Those were unarmored, stacked up. You'd expect to see a little bit more than none.
Krusher's on the tail of this, but how's he meant to come up heaven and deal with it? I guess because it's Glocks, he might get away with a kill on the ladder. Snappy's down towards B. It's really on Shush right now. An eco loss here on the table for NIP.
Let's go for it. This is actually the perfect opportunity. Catches Siren. That's the M4, and that's the only Heaven player. Oh, perfectly timed. Catches Dilladez rounding and saving. Shush has absolutely pulled them back into a must-win position here. You got to convert off of this.
49 HP combined.
Yeah, see you later, guys.
All right, well, the Danes, at least 2 of the 3, making up for what could have been a bit of a miserable moment. Well done to Shush. A golf clap from the audience. Happy with how that one played out in the end.
Yeah, I mean, really, with Shush, you have to... he can't really, like, sneak up that ladder. He just has to send it and hope you don't react in time.
We had another exchange, because Kaspersky, a nice shot to Magnajez. So, you know.
It was.
We thought it was a good one, so did Kaspersky. All right, now or never on map number 1. That's what you all dream of doing when you buy the Deagle?
Yeah.
But Magnajez must sit and go, guys.
And if you Note, you're just really happy to see that round saved.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah.
Don't send me back to the young ninjas, please.
Please.
Oh, Snappy started in secret. This is great. So much information.
Oh, and it gets better. Their best player's just been caught through a smoke. Good clearing awareness from Dilladez, removing Snappy. Accelerating bomb on the back as well. So that was Zorti spotted.
Notes rotated down. Down's picked up ramp with the AWP. Because there's nobody lobby, it does feel like they want to come back up secret and try main or heaven and hell. Kaspersky going to be calling this clear, but there's so many nooks and crannies he has to worry about. Yeah, okay. Letting him make the move outside. Bush might have to do it again. He's on a bit of an island. Oh, that smoke has just made his life a whole lot easier. Shush, that is brilliant. They're going to have to flash and try and run through this.
Oh, they are. Boom's going to throw it. 3 bodies through. Diladez through the main. See what you got, Shush. Turns the flash. One's already dropped down. Still finds output onto Siren. Got a 3-on-3 post plant here. One will go down. Nothing Kaspersky can do about that. Nice from Kaspersky. Stomps main. Boom. Struggling to find output here, but a couple of kills could make a world of difference. Looking the wrong way, and it just falls into place for the Ninjas. Yeah.
I know I've said it a couple of times, but it's just looking casual. It's very simple stuff. NIP can do no wrong, and BB Team can do no right at the moment. So defuse will come through, 12 rounds secure, and it's just one more. At least that gets them another buy with AKs and Galils. Oof. But it's been rapid. Streaks of rounds. Plenty of openings. Kaspersky 4-in-1 in that department. Shush 3-in-1. One of the quickest games of CS we've had at EWC so far. Well, 5 Galils and a dream for BB Team.
Snappy's posture as well implies it's casual, isn't it? He's just slouching, chilling, watching his boys convert. And is it gonna be, yep, looking like it could be the 13-3. Double kill, just trying to run and channeled out that squeaky door.
Let's play him off, shall we?
Where's Keyboard Cat? I think all the boomers and millennials will understand that one.
I think millennials are boomers by the modern
standard. At this point, yeah.
Yeah. Are you older than 30? Yeah, well, you're probably a boomer.
Oh, back in my day, the memes were just funny cats. I used to go to a website called Icon Has Cheeseburger.
Delicious. All right, boys, come on now. Let's pack this one up, shall we? Kaspersky gets his 3rd for the round.
Let's go, no. Close it down. Redeem yourself.
Do it for Belgium.
Oh. Magnajez in the 1v5. Not to be. 13-3. A thrashing, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, here to make it quick. Map 1 done. Let's see what Map 2 has in store, shall we?
Yeah, BB Team leaving a lot to be desired there in the opener of this best of 3. Not what you want to see if you are a fan of the BB Team. I welcome you right back to the desk here at the Esports World Cup 2026. As you can tell, we are looking to send some more teams home and some onward into, well, we call it playoffs, I guess. Just staying alive at some point for some of these teams seems like a drastic call to make. But speaking of calls, Nip making all the right ones, Yanko.
Yeah, and we mentioned this a couple of times in some of the other matchups, right? BB Team, obviously, with their run at the major, have secured their invites for the remainder of the season pretty much, and will most likely be in Singapore no matter what. NIP, it's the opposite, right? Like, this is their Super Bowl. They don't have a ton of those invites, a ton of opportunities, so they have to make the most out of it. And I think you saw that on the server, like a team that came in hungry, ready and raring to play, and a team that's still asleep, really, in a way.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like, it is this VRS grind that's been the story of NIP ever since this rebuild. You know, it is about getting back into the invite bubble, right? And you know, we've had our questions whether they've been good enough. You know, sure, they're probably good enough to go into some of the tournaments and do some damage, right? But it's performances like this that we want to be seeing more of, right? And I think this game particularly really showed what they're capable of, despite a team of the BB Team not really, you know, showing up in any matters. And overall, I mean, I want to give a little bit of credit, whether it was the game plan of NIP or it was just Snappy's calling, but everything seemed to be very much in sync. You know, everything was working for them, and you could just really feel that the BB Team were just super uncomfortable every single time they had to make a decision.
They were on point a lot more, right? You could tell in some of those gun rounds. I mean, they won back-to-back 4v5s early on in the half, right? And to an extent by outmaneuvering BB team, right? And for that to happen, the players need to take initiative, they need to communicate, well, give information to Snappy, and then he needs to make a good call, right? And all those things were happening. The BB team seemed a little bit lost, like they weren't on the same page whatsoever, communication wasn't flowing. And that's strange because, I mean, CT side nuke is maybe their best side in their entire map pool.
And it's a terrible start, right? It's just not even just to the best of three, but to this map. It's just not what you wanted to do. Seemingly asleep at the wheel. But truthfully, you got to ask yourself, does BB Team just need that sixth player? They just need him around. Like, is that what they need around here?
They just need the lack of pressure from having a stand-in, really, in a way. And not to say, you know, Flamus is a skilled player. There's no doubt about that, even though he was playing out of position, really, for his natural style. But yeah, just the whole swapping in and out, you know, practicing with Siren, then having to play with Flamus is not a nice situation to be in, especially for, you know, Boomich and Fierce, right? Like, you want to have your starting five at tournaments, goes without saying, really, in a way. So now it's just about getting back into the swing of things with these five players.
And I mentioned the resilience coming into this game, and resilience is very much needed now with such a beating they just took on Nuke, you know, now moving on to Anubis. That's why they have to, you know, get things together, because, you know, it can happen to everyone that you have an off game, like things are not really clicking for you. Like, they did put up a good fight against FaZe, but, you know, this was just not good enough. You know, there were so many like individual mistakes and decision making that was just not on point, and then whenever they had their fights, they didn't win them. So when you just lose too many of your 50-50 fights, you're also just going to be looking silly, and you always look out of position and out of control. And I guess this was a very perfect example of so.
Tell me about how in round two, Kaspersky became the closer.
Yeah, I just don't like the approach here, man. Like, you just win the pistol without the bomb plan for the tees. So if they force, it's going to be pistols and a couple of nades, no armor or no head armor, right? And what is the decision from Magnajez in this round is going to be, I'm going to go in their face with an M4. It's like, if you got an MP9, maybe I could, like, sort of understand. But you have an M4 and you're just sending it, right? And yeah, sure, you can argue, maybe he should have gotten one and then died, but still, that's not a good trade, all things considered, right? So now in a 4v5, Boomich, nade, spams, a bit unlucky on the smoke spam, right? He dies, Dilides gets one bad, but still, they're in a 3v4, right? Shush is alone on the lurk as the lobby player. He's going to win the duel against Zorti with the Tech 9, which is huge. And then Kaspersky here is going to spot Dilides, who doesn't see him, I think, because of the gun model, and that's just an easy kill for him, and that's round over.
Yeah, and for me, like, if the idea behind the Magnus plays was to, you know, get the information fast, or, like, you know, kind of rule out that they were going secret, right? You know, there's other ways you can do that instead of going that aggressive. And I think he also, the fact that he moves towards, like, the red container, like, and then moves out and doesn't see anyone, you know, that also takes his brain thinking, oh, this is probably just a fake. I want to try and kill the guys. Maybe they're setting up for an in-execute, which could make sense in these type of rounds, right? But, you know, it was a big gamble, and, you know, he gave up an M4 and he gave up the space. So, I mean, like, he should probably have done something a bit
different. I just hate it on so many levels, because right, what's the easiest way to lose that round? It's if they do like an A rush or an A pop, right, with pistols, which is very likely. Not only was he outside, there was a player flashing it. So they were weak on A. So that was the first thing. Second thing is something like this, where they go heavy outside, secret, maybe rush secret, something along those lines, right? Well, then again, if they're doing that, you're not in a good spot. You're going to get traded here, you're going to die, unless you went and played stairs in secret on Glaive or one of those positions. So just from an approach, like, players do this so often. I used to tell my players all the time, just put yourself in their shoes. Imagine if we were in this scenario with this buy. Like, we're praying for a play like this, right?
Yeah,
like,
what's the worst you can, what's the worst?
You know, like, this is a gift. Like, this is the gift we're praying for, really, in a way. If they just play more passive and make us sort of work for map control, we don't have anything to work with. We have Tech 9s and a couple of grenades, and that's it, right? So just seeing players still do this, I'm sure Fierce, he might have even wanted to take a timeout once he heard this call, but he's like, it's 1-0. Am I really going to use my timeout for this? And it's like, you never know if it may work, but it's just such a poor call. And anyone who's out there and is thinking, yeah, but, like, just let the players play, you know, he's an aggressive player, he should. No, like,
just let him.
There's rules. Like, you can't just be doing whatever you want because you have a good spawn. Like, you need to look at the big picture, and, you know, it cost him a really important round.
Yeah, and I guess that, you know, Cristiano Ronaldo is everywhere. I mean, we're seeing him all over the city in the Esports World Cup flyers, and I just
not at the finals of a FIFA World Cup, though.
Okay, a little too soon for those fans, I'm sure. Not for me, of course. I just wonder why he's always talking about this next guy. Shoosh.
For me, it's just, you know, at least it was his time in Heroic. You know, it was a player that really rise to the occasion in my book. You know, he became this anchor that a lot of people started copying off, and I think he was just being like rock solid in so many ways. He was kind of left out a little bit with all the things that happened, and you know, he moved to Heroic, didn't really get the promotion that maybe he wanted. Now he found himself in a place where I'd say, you know, NIP it's good for him to be there. There's a chance he could get better, right? But at the same time, you know, I still think he has more to offer, but at the same time, is he that valuable for like some elite teams? Like, that's the big question for me.
Grace, you should be good at Inglando. What's the opposite of rock solid?
Flaccid and floppy.
Right? Like, that's what he feels like in this NIP squad. And then this is just shush, right? Like, this is the one game where you're watching and you're like, wait, this guy, why is this guy doing on NIP, right? Well, yeah, he was pretty good. Like, that's the storyline. On Heroic, right? But no, it's just like he'll have this one map or maybe one series, and he's like very average. He's like 102 on LAN for the year for NIP. And mind you, they're not playing tier 1 teams on these LANs. Like, they're playing lower tier teams, even below that on the T side specifically. So just even for himself, the output hasn't really been there. And, you know, you can argue how much of that has to do with just the team being slightly dysfunctional and not making a ton of sense, right? But at some point, you know, if you are who you say you are, you need to be delivering better performances.
And if you are who you think you are, Dupree, you'll be able to tell us about what's going to happen on Anubis here and how BB is going to come back alive and somehow put on a masterclass of a show here to reverse us to a third map. Go ahead, Dupree, take it away.
Yeah, that is the greatest question of all time almost. Because with what we've just seen, it's just a dysfunctional team. I mean, so far for this specific series, you know, and I think, you know, Anubis can obviously be a map that can be tough, specifically on the T side, finding those rounds, and especially if you're not connecting the dots between the players, which I think was one of the big issues that was revolving around Nuke. So, I mean, there is always a chance, right? It's also their map pick, so they've probably seen chances of going, and NIP has had some very close both wins and losses, so it's not like a map they're 100% comfortable on, but the chance is still there. But Bedboom, sorry, babe, I keep going for it, man.
Strike
you know,
two
like
now.
the B team, right? The BB team, as a getter, you know, there's still so much for them to be working on.
Yeah, I think, listen, it's just decent European way, right? Like, they're going to go outside, they're going to cuss each other out, they're going to be like, hey, can we just make the F up? You know, what the hell are we doing? You guys want to go home or what? Why are we even here?
You guys are playing like
light a fire under their ass, in a sense. And I'm expecting a better performance at the very least, because regardless of the map, it didn't seem like they were even on the server, really.
Yeah, totally different look from BB team than we've seen in the past.
We'll
go to a quick break. We're going to have a quick discussion here with Dupree, obviously. We may or may not be able to work with him after that. So we'll be right back after this. Don't worry, Anubis is on the cards. We're going to see if BB can turn this one around.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Communication has been a little bit off recently. It almost felt like it was there. I don't think Zocker really realized that he had a teammate in that support of him.
Yeah.
He was very, very paranoid, I think, of someone wrapping around him for a little bit. Didn't know which side to watch, but they get the job done. Another limp round from Tyloo that yields no results whatsoever, and Lin Vision have regained the lead by 1, 9-8. So timeout from Tyloo, and we'll see what the adjustments are. Again, another round with just Tech 9s and upgraded pistols. Westmelon does such a good job for Zocker there, holding onto that left side. Eventually, Zocker gets it when he gets his first kill, realizes he's got a teammate backing him up, so he can be focused Round 18, but it feels like Tyloo's running out of time.
I mean, they've thrown all these outside smokes like every round and never really tried to get behind them. So when you do that, you're not really setting the precedent that it's even possible for a player to be that. Let's see what they decide to do. So the outside smokes and clearly either an upper hit or a ramp light.
It's looking like upper all day with just the way they're lined up in lobby. Smoke towards Squeak Door might delay this, might make them call it off. Same exact position the last time we saw them attack into Amelia. He got a double kill from here. This time he's got to give up the angle.
Well, Kormisu picks up that first headshot. It's going to be Zako with another one. Just shutting them down as they try and run towards him. 1 minute left on the clock in the round is dead again. So Gia try and get out with his Tech 9, but he's stopped by Westmel, and that's back-to-back rounds. We haven't lost a player for LinVision. It's feeling like it's smooth sailing to the end now.
Yeah, this T-side feels like it has nothing to it. Feels like it has absolutely zero. Jiwoo ended the first half 10-2. He's now 12-8. Gone very cold. Jam Young ended the first half, I believe, with 5 kills, still on 5. Not even getting a whole lot of production out of your players on the Tyloo side. LinVision's just eating you up, and Zacher's off is still just drilling shots. Tyloo fading away with a whimper. Another buy to see what they can do. They try again in round 19. Mercury going to start moving a little bit earlier than previously around these smokes, starting to get a little bit closer, more aggressive, a faster pace to this play.
There's the drop down. Quick kill for Mercury and Westmel, blow for blow, but Tyloo need to get into the site. And Star is denying that. Amelia not getting his kill on the hut, which actually does open up the opportunity finally for Tyloo to get in, but good utility. Makes that ball plant impossible to stick, and now they have to delay it and try and position it again, but yeah, that's a free kill that's gone to the wayside there. Starry definitely should have had that.
That's the one, but he's going to flash him. He's going to go through this smoke. Here he comes. Starry going to drop right in. No.
Oh. Well, I missed a couple of chances now.
Yeah, now you can't go. You don't have a flash to activate anything, and you're not going to want to risk the AWP, so LinVision going to have to back off. AK-47 picked up just to see if he can grab a quick kill, but I don't think you're going for this unless you get it right now.
It's also important. If they do damage... Oh my god, that was... What is that? Such a bright star with that kind of play coming up from the heavens. That is a beautiful play out of Starry. They can't even believe what has just happened. That round was dead in the water, and the shining light of Starry comes over the top.
He got the kill that he went for earlier that he just missed. Did Tyloo just fall asleep at the wheel? What a crazy triple kill to grab.
Dude, they committed to the spray as well.
He was 2 players inside the bomb site. Neither of them could fire back. Neither of them could get the read. And the transfer over to the third advance is something special. Nicely done from Starry. And LinVision just can do no wrong.
That's insane.
Loser of this goes home. We've got BB Team on the left side of the stage and NIP on the other. And if anything like Nuke, we can expect this one to be a rather quick exit for Team BB. It was rubbish, I think is one of the ways you could say it.
Yeah, it was pretty uninspiring, right? The pistol round, thought, okay, they're getting off to an assertive tone. They're in their face. And then after that, it was very, very flat. That cannot continue going into map number 2. Anubis, their map choice.
Right.
NIP are the ones who get to select the side. And they have put BB Team on the defense again. So Snappy wants to keep up more of that T-side calling.
And that T-side calling led to what? A 9-3 T-side? Or, it was outrageous haul. And on Anubis, no less, you can be setting that pace once again. You talked about those openings from Snappy's calls where there's just always nades and pressure and presence all across the map. Makes the CTs feel very boxed in.
I have some big questions about BB Team and this selection. Last time we saw them play it was back at the Major. Now Siren is in the roster. Is it just Siren going to go towards A where Flamus was playing? Is there going to be more changes to their positions? Because it's been some time since they've had a foray on Anubis. Those questions will be answered momentarily. Good to see Kaspersky in some good form. He's a player who I think still early days of his career, but I think he's a promising young lad.
He looked on today.
Yeah, he did. His aim was on point. I think one of the keys in that last map was the NIP knew exactly what they were doing in every moment, and BB Team kind of had no idea. So they were a little bit lost in the sauce, as it were.
Perhaps Anubis can be somewhat of an opportunity to rectify.
Well, let's just start with the pistol and hope they get the conversion, right? That needs to be the bare minimum if they want to make a difference from the previous. Fist bumps are coming in. Looks like we're about to get this one underway. Plenty of Counter-Strike coming your way today. 3 best of 3s on either stream. We progressed 4 teams to the playoffs on day 2, and 2 teams were sent home. The loser of this will be the 3rd. I think it's kind of nice with the format because 8 teams can come last, so you're not alone.
Right, that's nice. Yeah. Last place for 8.
Okay, Jewel Berettas for Zorti. Flash for Siren, he's the man that's facilitated that. Kevlar for everybody else. And we're going to head over towards B, where just one man is starting of Dilladez, but they're out the hole immediately. So lots of early space off of a T-stairs smoke. And they respond in time to help this out. Rotation on the way.
Good luck, have fun. Dilladez dialed in to try and get that one tap upon the entrance, but they're well restrained. Oh, he still taps Note. Out of the round, and now crossfire established. Boom, goosh, to the right side smoke lands as well. A full BX sec on the pistol. It's Nerdy. NIP. Oh, go down to Zorti. Bomb lost. Double make it triple on the Jewel Berettas. Job done. Round 1. Just Snappy, the last man standing, and he was throwing all the grenades. No Kevlar 1v4 asking a lot of the captain. Dilladez will close it down. He's got those bookend frags, start and end. And a convincing pistol, but that happened on Nuke 2.
Yes, indeed. And Snappy managed to win a force buy round with just Tech-9s and upgrades, right? The Dusk was highlighting that. You had Magna just going aggressive yard towards Redbox in case you missed it on the second round. Didn't have head armor after what was a very convincing pistol. I think one of the keys as well from Fierce in this, I know that they were completely outplayed and started on the last bit, is going to be energy. Because if we're going home, let's at least conduct ourselves in a way that we can be proud of. Try and make this a little bit more competitive. This is a mid-rush.
Okay, and there's absolutely no one home.
Oh, this is so much space to get out the rip.
They're coming into A, though, and there was 3 players starting there, so this is going to be difficult to get through. Forced to fight in the flame. A nice reaction. Starting heavy bodies on sights, and it results in a very comfortable shutdown. Nice shot on the Note Deeg, but unlikely to see too much more bomb under the boots on camera.
Well, we'll get to see the young man's aim on display. Let's see if he can do a little bit more damage. They will have to be... I say they will have to be ecoing. They should be ecoing into the next. I'm never sure when Snappy's in the server, to be honest with you.
An AK-47 on the Deagle.
What does it mean?
No one knows what it means, Chad, but it's provocative.
And we are in Paris.
See if he can get the people going in this one.
Look at this. It's a 3-man stack he's essentially going to do it.
Yeah, right? You're going to go from seeing nothing to seeing everyone. And that's a lot. And you get 1 bullet.
You've been locked in now. Dilladez starting to make the push behind you to shut down T-stairs and the rotation back towards B. You need to get this bomb. You need to go down. And he's grabbed another with the Deeg, so sharp shooting, sure.
Oh, I like that. Magna just didn't.
So this is where, off of those kills, Snappy might go, listen, drop an AK, give it to Kaspersky, let's keep the pressure on. He did.
You know him so well. I mean, you've been casting him for years.
It's just Snappy, right?
Yeah.
Like he always wants to keep on the financial pressure. Right there, Exist and Snappy are giving Note a gold star.
Yeah.
He goes home today, regardless of result, so you just get a gold star for that. You just have kept so much financial pressure on them. This round becomes, well, I don't want to say much more winnable. Obviously, they're still taking the save.
Kaspersky go kill, and what's that? Magnajez is sitting duck. Plucked.
Needs a trade.
Hang on, he's got to fall back, and he's actually been chased down by Stown.
This is like playing your face at Pugs at home.
Oh.
Like he just W'd main and just shot. Like there was no tells, there was nothing.
Wait. Oh my god, okay, both of them have a timing now.
I think Notes is more powerful.
I agree.
Notes is much more powerful.
2 coming in from the CT approach.
Well, they've just re-smoked Note in Temple, though.
That's true. That's weird. Stown with this M4 and gets a free headshot to Siren. Shush will combine, and yeah. It's...
Exit, boys. Hold on to your guns. Let him keep it. It's fine. Zordy can hold on to that. He can have it. Oh. Wow. Another opener there from Kaspersky. He was doing a great job of that on map number 1.
So presumably, I mean, Magnajez is operating under some assumptions there.
They're not going to dry rush A-main with a dropped AK.
Yeah. That was what he was assuming. A little smirk creeps on your face, and like you said, you know, not only has Note got a gold star, now Kaspersky, because he gave him what they wanted to. Here it is. Look, Magnajez, he's probably holding a nade.
Tough.
Crazy.
I do love the intensity, though. It's how everybody wants to play Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
But that probably also talks about the tumultuous nature of NIP's results. Live by the sword, die by the sword, and if you really just have one gear, it's not going to work all the time. So they've at least been able to cover themselves with a bunch of smokes here to try and corral that is BB team. See if they can push them into these M4s. Bit of that team flash there, but no harm, no foul. On the break, nobody home. Note knows now that he can get this for free. Just continues to apply pressure, so well done. 2 on B, Dilladez with the jiggle defense. Magnajez on the site as well. Both of them essentially playing to block.
They've reclaimed Basket's control, but they are so disconnected from B. They couldn't be further away. And Shush is hitting shots like that. Magnajez, that's 2 rounds in a row where the B anchor's just been completely beheaded. Dilladez? Dilla doesn't.
Yeah, that's like a left-eye jiggle there from Magnajez. It's not fun, and Snappy's heard all of this. We'll see if he's cleared. Oh, he is. Okay, 3v3. Give it a go. They've got kits.
Okay, what's the post-plant setup? Double main. You've got to find Boom cleanly here. Oh, no, spell rung, hoping to be overlooked. Kaspersky. And now they have the info on 2. You don't know where Shush is. Now, it's a plant for main. It's not necessarily planted for CT, but he's still being able to provide some pressure. Tags up Siren. Doughty with the smoke, but a kit as well. Down now, and Siren running out of opportunities. Kaspersky closes it down. That's 3 kills in the round. Convincing scenes as they claw back into an even kill.
Yeah, and now it should be the Eco, so they should be able to put themselves in the lead. Again, this is a T-side bias as opposed to Nuke, which NIP made it look that way.
I swear, Magnajez is behind the wall, man.
That's it, left eye jiggle.
Yeah.
I know people are going to say, yeah, but it's the angle. You know what I mean, all right? We're not going to do mathematics right now, guys. We're not going to do angles.
It's too early for that.
No, or too late for us.
yeah. Fair.
For you at home, we get it. You're smart.
Woof.
Big nade down the back pocket. So it's a B stack with Boomich trying to pump up his chest.
Yeah, that grenade turned Boomich's trousers into chaps. This one shouldn't do too much. I say that. Magnajez's Deagle did find output on a similar round on Nuke. Got a couple. He's got the whole squad to support him here, but it's just a dream for a MAC-10 player to see all of those unarmored CTs congregating an easy conga line in towards the B site. Note gets 2 of the easiest frags he's going to get. And Boom, don't forget, caught 90 damage from a HE. Leisurely for the Ninjas into their 5th round converted, or rather, the 3rd round converted for them. 5th round here on our 2nd map of this elimination series. Looks like BB team going to have to pull out the guns and demonstrate that they can be the proactive CTs we know they can be.
Yeah, no Zorty AWP is the concern for this next gun round. Stown has his. Three-man B start. They're completely foregoing any mid control. That is fortunate for NIP because they missed their mid molly. Didn't get it through the hole.
Here we go. That's the proactivity. On display. Very audible, though, to the mid players. They know what's up.
You can boost window, but you've made too much noise.
What a horrible death for Dilla. He can't believe it.
I don't quite understand that either.
Because you never played mid and you had no info?
I just don't know why you're not considering that at all. If you take water, what's the response from the T's? Take mid.
It's just Sorty here. Good luck, have fun. Shush was perfectly positioned to deal with that.
They look completely lost. Again, you bang on for highlighting the move. Oof. Siren fully blind, takes down Kaspersky. It is the save. But just not ready for that. And I guess because they did it relatively quietly, they missed the molly towards the hole.
No, but you're right to be raising eyebrows considering you started no one mid and you're loud about Con. You know it's possible that there are mid T's can hear you charging Con.
You're not seeing anybody water either.
No one's shooting you back.
They're either outside B or they're
above us.
Yeah, so blindsided there.
On your map pick as well, lacking polish.
But that's it. The last time they played this was at the major with Flamus.
Right.
It was against Aurora. Terrorists win. This was in that quarterfinal, and they got blown out, right? They were the ones who picked Nuke, and then Aurora picked Nubis, and it was just two maps that were uninspiring. Especially after the group stage run they had and the type of teams that they were beating and the Counter-Strike they were showing. Might be the team let's just make some broad assumptions. Imagine they get eliminated here. This could be the team that has the biggest downward slide in VRS of the season if this is the type of Counter-Strike they're going to offer. I think fortunately for them, they are in a good position with events, but early A pressure.
I'm curious to see if Siren gets away with this jiggle smoke defense. As you know, just throws it out. Keeping the pressure on A. Just going through that flow chart to get things started. CT's running a night on smokes. In fact, that's the last of them.
All right, well-placed nade. Need to apply some pressure somewhere if you want this boost to actually be able to find a frag. It looks like they're aware not to rotate heavily through mid. They're going to try pressure the extremity of A main.
Oh no, it's in trouble. Yeah, gets run down. Flash from Boomage connecting, Siren profiting, and there's Magna Jez will proactively swing on through. They're bringing the fight, and that's what you want to see. The CT side set up to collect.
This should be a conversion. Look where the bomb is. 2v5, massive number advantage, no bomb. They have some space, you could say, but 30 seconds, this one is looking extremely unwinnable.
I didn't know about that one, Dilladez. That is...
dirty.
Yeah.
Well, this round is a bit more convincing, and just to return to the point I was saying about the events, right? Maybe BetBoom are going to look a little bit rough to start the season, but then you've got plenty of events for them, right? You've got FPG3, you've got EPL, you've got PGO Masters, they're in Beijing as well. So this is what the good major performance can get you, and it's going to get you the return to the tournaments, but at some of them you are going to need to pick up a few wins to keep yourself at least afloat. A one-round gap. Money not on the line for NIP. They did very well in that stretch of 4 to keep alive a lot of bodies. With the 1900 loss, they should be looking pretty good for another buy into the next. So let's see if they can convert that and avoid that. They keep missing that molly.
I'm curious to see this Stown T-side AWP do something. Oh, wow. Snappy, not expecting Siren to be ahead of the flames. That is a destructive start. Very aggressive farthing. Boom getting tagged up heavily through the mid window. But immediate, like 5v3. NIP very hamstrung to try and find something in round 8.
Just Snappy slumped in his chair.
Yeah, understandably. Proactive Siren needs to 2. Feels like Boom's a dead man. At least he gets the info safely. You'll be happy with that. Temple smoke.
Yeah, postures for the, I want to say A split. It's just A through mid. It's not a split.
You'd need to find Magnajez and Siren without a casualty, which doesn't seem realistic.
Heaven's your biggest worry right now, if you note. Obviously, they could be in main, but this angle.
He's ready. And okay, Siren finding Note, but other than that, you will get the bomb down in a 2-on-3. Maybe this one is still up for debate. Shush pushing through. No, it's just two! And he gets them both. Oh, and Zorti just on the unscope as he crosses back.
Counter-Strike timing, and Zorti's going to give it a go.
Okay, that's the first. A head-to-head duel, a quick scope can hit. Kaspersky, oh, he ain't scared. He ain't scared at all. Clinical on that headshot in the one-on-one.
It's a 3v5 right there.
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
Where did it all go wrong?
I didn't mind the fact that they gave up the space and played towards Heaven. It's a strong angle. It's Shush getting the 2 kills in A main that's the difference maker for me. The fact that he wasn't ready for Boomage to be across the line.
Just flicked into it.
So that's the frag that makes the difference. And as mentioned, NIP's money wasn't going to be ropey. BB Team's is.
That flash is going to catch him. Kaspersky gets a free flash, boom, and a missed shot from Zorti that's just unforgivable. He slumps in his chair, shake of the head.
He's had some absolute mares with the AWP. Don't forget about the FaZe game.
Of course not.
Bowen getting that massive clutch to get FaZe across the line, and now they're already locked in for playoffs. I was going to say the punishment keeps coming. As with that frag has made this somewhat interesting. Grouped up, rerouting through middle. Siren towards A, entrenched in spawn. Magnajez and coming to help out was Dilladez. He feels like he's done enough. They're gambling towards this A stack. But you still have Shush outside of B. 48 seconds. Nobody's spotting the angle. If they slip through Temple, this is perfection. Looking like a well-oiled machine right now, NIP. This is some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen them play in a while.
It's inspired. I mean, a wide open bomb site. Just, I don't know, a premonition, a feeling.
And save, I think. 2,900 lost into the next for BB Team. You're excited for more Counter-Strike coming your way today here from the Esports World Cup 2026. We've got Bait taking on Vitality as the next game on the A stream. The B stream game, however, might be a little bit more tantalizing. You have the Blast Bounty winners of the season, Mouse, taking on Foot.
Ooh.
So both teams obviously with some reshaping coming into the new season, but Mouse with Spinks getting his MVP, playing some aggressive in-your-face Counter-Strike. It's great to see. We know the output of Spinks, but sometimes you wonder if he could have given a little bit more. You've got K27 versus MIBR for elimination and P-Vision versus 100 Thieves to round out the day.
I think Foot, Mouse, and the P-Vision Thieves games both sound interesting to me.
Yeah,
and again, P-Vision are also on a bit of a downward spiral.
Rebuilding 2. I saw Flip. Haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah.
Right, so a lot of moving parts to start the second half of 2026.
It is good to see Flit out of VP jail for sure.
There's a lot of players who were there. They've just slowly been releasing one after the other.
You see Icy making his comments on Telegram. Anyone else want to buy me out?
They're going to B main push here. Zorti has flashes ready.
Ooh, this is a whole coordinated take. Okay, a test for Shush. What have you got? Oh, we nearly found output, you know. Gets Magnajez low. And Kaspersky unable to... Oh, hang on. You know, Snappy's actually managed to find a lovely little opportunity here. Catches Dilladez. Molly smoke. He's got a plan. Does he have a plan?
He's got something.
A full util belt dump is what that is.
I don't want to be run at.
Please leave me alone for a minute.
They are bringing the bomb back over towards B main. The back is stout.
Ooh, not ideal for Kaspersky. That's a huge contribution from Zorti on the M4. He is doing everything for the boys at the top of the table.
Especially considering the type of round we're seeing.
They're boosting. Did he hear it? I think Note's aware of the sound. Yeah. Oh, the pre-aim for the boost. Oh, you look silly now. Brutal.
There's one moment it's like, this is good. You can see it, and then that happens. Well, Boomich is relatively quick to this. Now might get caught off guard.
I think you're right. Ooh, gets the turn tail. HE and a flash thrown in his face, and a Tech9 tracks the head. Boom, down, and not too much fun for Siren. Just got to resign himself to a save.
Great work from Note there to immediately assist Down, right? So Down jump spots, we get the cams. It didn't go crazy. The util comes in, and he peeks back in for the frag. So simple stuff, but still looking at very smooth with an IP. So 7 rounds confirmed. T-side job done. If you slip up in the next 2, well, yeah, you're not going to be too happy, but it's not the end of the world. So they are absolutely dominating on the T side today.
Terrorists win.
And Snappy will go down at the tail end there. Siren retains his M4. The guns will come out. They're going to double AWP. So that's how much pressure they feel that they're under on these first timings. Magnajez will bring out an AWP for likely B main. And then Zorti could either start middle, start over towards Fountain, a little bit aggressive. The rounds they looked decent on was where they were either challenging towards A main on a second timing, or they had Siren flashed out. So we'll see if they want to operate aggressively out the gates.
Oh, you ain't pushing middles. Zorti's plans are cancelled with the util bombardment. They landed their mid-molly this time, Chad. Combined with 2 HEs, the AWP's out of there.
Well, big kill from Siren. That's going to alleviate some pressure. Finds Note on the lurk.
Again, three find themselves A. They're going to have this fight.
Is this dry?
Looks like they'll let the AWPer sweep through the line. And, oh, shush, the difference maker.
They might think Siren's main unless they heard his heaven steps. He
Shush is acting.
I think they heard him evacuating the building, so the bomb will go down.
Peeking into Siren's a death sentence. Oh, no it's not. No, it's not. Knife and fork, please. I need to eat my words. Shush is deadly. Little crouch peek in. Just Siren didn't even react. I don't think he even touched the trigger. Walks through the smoke, though, but complete blind spot. Looking the wrong way. Shush, an impactful round. Leaves with 3 kills and an AWP for free. It's just going so swimmingly, isn't it?
It could be going better.
The BB team, this is that slip. You know, these are results that will cost you.
Just so people are aware, off of their major performance, and they even played a couple of, like they played XSE. BB team are considered by HLTV's world ranking 12th, by VRS 11th. And they did make it to the playoffs of the major. That's going to do a lot for your VRS points. So you can understand that. This is why an event like this for a team like NIP, for a team like 100 Thieves, these ones who are trying to break into the bubble, a win like this is huge for the VRS ramifications. I think at the moment, NIP are about 25th in the world, 24th, 25th. So there has to be some big points on the line. 51, which would... okay, so they're 29th on the VRS. It would put them to 25th. Still a lot of work to be done, but if they can win another game or 2. Baskets flash.
It's down going on the warpath early. And that's the end of Siren. Dilladez trays, Boomich out the window. Good tracking onto the head. Nail Snappy removed.
They're in B.
Oh, no, they're not, because Zorti's hit that unnecessary shot from the AWP, and he's got another chance onto Kaspersky, just couldn't quite track him. So you've got B.
Well, this is very tricky. They're expecting an immediate rotation. Note's actually playing through middle with the bomb. He gets spotted.
But if he doesn't, it's all about this moment. Oh, the dream timing. The dream timing. Dilladez has no idea.
Boomich coming back.
Wait, sound. He hears him. Boomich is a free frag. A's open for business. How do we play this? Smoke's camera pulls what wrote the B rotation. And now Kaspersky's in a position to catch you trying to go back. Oh, spotted.
There's
He's gone now, and they know where Dilladez is. He's at the beach. sipping a pina colada.
Oh, it's going to be soon. This is about to be 9-3 half. Well, give it a go. You got no other choice.
Coming in through camera. Partner up. And Dilladez getting caught in the brain. It's 9-3 at half. Dominance on display from the Ninjas, and they're just going to make this one efficient. They're going to make this one quick. BB team do not look like they're capable of taking this the distance.
It was different to Nuke because they won the pistol and got the conversion, but then they lost to a Hero AK. So, yeah.
Which one's worse?
Different, but the same.
Same but different.
Yeah. Oof.
Kind of like Australians.
This is a bit of a damp squib.
It is.
It is good to see NIP playing some quality Counter-Strike.
Dude, the way they solved that mystery was so naughty. So naughty.
It's like a Goosebumps book every turn of the way. Yeah. Pick your own adventure. Kaspersky, you do what you want. No, you do what you want. And then eventually we'll come together for a conclusion of a 9-3 half. A pistol for Snappy, and we'll be putting this one in.
Pistols have been working out for BB, though.
What's that smoke from Boomage? That was from way downtown.
Right side smoke. Left side smoke. And Kaspersky getting run at. This is now the Glocks closing the distance. Very threatening.
They're playing retake now. They will concede the plan.
Dilladez is going through on this. Wants to punish the reload. He's absolutely smashed it. Love the pathing.
We're all changing spots.
But now he pushes through the smoke. The cover wasn't there. It's fine. Everything's fine. A BB team plant. And a 4th round.
Okay, musical chairs there for a moment.
That was a little bit of fun, wasn't it?
Hold on to your Kevlar. You'll be able to get yourself a Famis into the next. So, down and note on the extremities looking for the kills. BB team will be taking this one. So both pistols. Both pistols and a comeback. Double thumbs up. Both pistols and a 13-5 game. Miserable.
Yeah, double thumbs down.
Couldn't feel worse. Oh, you won the round that people consider a coin toss. Oh, cool.
Supposed to leave you in driving seat. I mean, that's the first step. Let's see what happens in the second.
Kaspersky's actually bought in with a scout.
A scout? There's a whole conversation I'm watching unfold here.
So Stown gets the scout from Kaspersky. Stown drops the Famis
to
the pole. There's Deagles for No and Shush. I like it on No. He's hit a couple of bangers already, and Snappy with an MP9. Can they snatch away another force buy round?
Can they do it again? Let's have a look. Good restraint, not peeking ahead of the smoke towards E-Box. He just goes for that timing shot, and it's not too far off. Sortie. Oh my god, they've lost a man. Dilladez was supposed to be holding the B push, and he's just been composed. Taps from Kaspersky. Little burst. Completely nullifies that, and now you're flying blind, right? You have no info about how much those CTs are pushing. Snappy's responsible for this push. Looks like the whole congregated outside of A.
Smoke fading now.
MP9 and a dream. Or Snappy.
Sounds also rotated over towards A. He'll be Heaven. Can't assist.
Flash. He's anti. Notes Deagle. Trying to find that trade and does provide it through the body shots. Wraps it. There's the scout tag. Now the dual Berettas just go wide. Manga's got to hold on. Note's got another on the D. Good output. 2 found. Kaspersky's here and he's gone now. Sortie in the 1v3. Quickly comes a 1v1. The problem being his counterpart on the other side is Shush with an AK-47. Doesn't matter. Sortie leaves with 4. A 1 versus 3 clutch. That'll do nicely.
Okay, finally one of those rounds going in favor of BB team. It's not going to feel good, but you're still alive and kicking. Now, on the T side, I can justify Snappy force buys because he's got a strat. It's Poppy. There's some good util. With one player staying alive, I think that they're just going to take the partial. So, couple of investments, but not the full shove. Enough with the 2,900 coming into the next that they will be able to buy. So for BB, you want to keep this clean as you can, because you're going to need to start mount.
Oh my goodness. Sortie's neck just got broken. by the Kaspersky Dig, and he's on the warpath for more. Held by Dilladez, you'd expect this to not go any further. Missed opportunity from the Deagle. Boomich providing support, and Kaspersky's out of there.
Okay, so the fact he gets away is somewhat huge. Holding the line is Stown. Have to use U2. Here we go, Doors Molly.
Ooh, missed opportunity for Stown.
Okay, so with the nades being thrown from Siren, you have a good idea on where at least 2 of the players are.
He's sticking out. Dilladez can see the top of his head. Not easy shots for Stown by any stretch of the imagination. And he's running light on bullets. The final one connecting. That's through the smoke. An easy pickup. So with Note gone, the A site's open for business. They're about to find that out for themselves. And should be able to kind of bring this one home comfortably.
Shush. Push B, look for any stragglers. The good damage being done in a round like this.
Just play for exits like from the get-go here?
Yeah.
Try and get like a rifle or something?
I think just to keep their finances in the mud, right? They went from the previous round just 1 player staying alive as Zorti in the clutch there, and what else they can find to it. Little pickups available.
A T-side molly, if he can like hold on to it and throw it as they're trying to leave main, it could actually make life miserable for them. But they're going for more of a beach exit, which is where Kaspersky has gotten himself off to.
But this is nice. They've definitely studied the bomb changes, right? So they are looking to catch them on the exits. And this is the new mini game. Obviously, this existed before, but now with the change and how easy it is to get the screenshots and see where the damage is done, he might just jump down here after.
Oh, he gets at least the one. Kaboomich denied. An extra $600 for the kill reward.
Yeah, beautiful. So good understanding, good pressure just constantly being applied here from NIP. But let's see, because they can definitely start working back into the game now, BB team. They're on the T side. They've won 3 straight. This is the first gun round. And sure, I would say that NIP are hitting the nicest shots right now. I can turn on a dime. Sound with the AWP, Zorti without. 2-1-2, split of the defense. They're looking to challenge Water.
Ooh, and it is a head-to-head duel that Kaspersky's willing to take. Siren trade. Swing out a main, and Note goes down the same way. Just on the edge there. Not an easy shot for Stown to hit. He was kind of backing his aim there.
This is more like it.
Yeah, pacey, punchy, and very effective.
Well, Snappy took that Mac 10. So he has some extra cash to drop next round. Assuming they hold on to this. They're actually coming over to give this a look. Whether or not it's just for damage, or they actually want to give a 2v4 a crack. Have a kit and a smoke. It's not in a position where they can really dart in and get this defuse easily. So no. Siren searching A, he's going to see nothing. Yeah, okay. They can't go for it now. That's just trying to keep them around the bomb and really being prickly, aren't they?
It's very min-maxy at all times.
Terrorists win.
Snappy has enough to drop an AWP over to Stown again if they think that needs to be the priority, and he can just wield the Mac 10 once more. Yeah, he will do exactly that. So, a tactical timeout called, the first from Exist. Things have been going swimmingly up until this point. Now, whether or not he has a lot to say, or if he just wants to give them the time to have the conversation, it's a 2-round gap. This is not going as easily as Nuke was. We're starting to get a bit of a competition on our hands as yet to get a CT round are NIP. The risk now becomes if they continue to lose the round in the opening exchange, they'll probably keep saving because the loss bonus is maxed out. But eventually they need to do one of these aggressive plays, right? That was aggressive, just not through the hole. They played it through con. It's that one from No. Siren's had a couple of very good moments on the CT side, pushing out A main, and now on the T side right there. He's at 13 and 8, 15 and 9 for Zorti. They're the heavy hitters right now. The BB team. So 3-1-1 for the defense. Giving up that mid space. Good angle from Snappy, right? That's not going to be pre-aimed, so he should be able to get the info, then drop his incendiary and stall the play. They do try and come middle to A. But it is just to block, right? It's not somewhere which he's going to be wielding to a lot of frags from. Still 3 on B. That mid-pressure hasn't really changed the dialogue. The only problem becomes if Snappy can't see the temple pick, but AWP on AWP action coming our way in a moment.
Zorti's been waiting for this push for so long. He goes
boosting.
now, breaks it to go grab the bomb. A boost for Stown, and Zorti's down. Block B main, you've got your opening, and now you're operating at 45 seconds for the finish. Snappy spotted Magnajez there on the pixel.
But he could technically cross temple, so there has to be a consideration. Luckily, time ticking is now on their side. Bomb rotating all the way back to join this A play.
Oh, can't go down here. Oh no, it's giving it away.
Bomb stuck T-stairs.
Limiting them, they have to go rugs. That's exactly what they're doing. Kaspersky's going to be kept at bay by that barrage of smoke and flash. Diladez still stares.
Oh, no.
The barrel. Ooh, it's hectic now. The bomb's making its way with 14 seconds. Snappy still worried about Magnajez. A Mac 10. Just a Mac 10 versus an AK. He can't hack it. The bomb will go down with plenty of time. Diladez. Oh, just reactions.
Great adjustment.
Kaspersky finding him, but is that just for the AK and save?
Yeah, because remember, the loss bonus is maxed out, so they will be able to buy again, right? They can drop, and it will be fine. But, BB team did very well with that util late to be able to avoid disaster there. And IP in the mid-rounds being very active. Felt like they had cut them off with the pass, so a stressful moment that they'll get past again. Now looking at 5 consecutive rounds, the most that BB team have had over these 2 maps of play. The AWP will be retained. Magnajez not able to get there in time. Maybe another timeout. Oh. Yeah, that's the fight. Snappy's able to stall that. At least he's got a rifle now.
I think it's a couple of deaths from note there. One was him pushing a main into Siren, and this one here, where it's just, I mean, you can't really critique it. Obviously, some good shots from his opponents. It's just giving such a great avenue, and so is an opening like that. Just a Hail Mary, spray and pray from Kaspersky. It's resulted in the loss of Magnajez, having a tough time here for the highest rated player. On Anubis, just 6 frags. Where are you going with this one? Bomb's still outside of a main, but you can see Zorti's going for this kind of one-man army operation towards Con on the smoke. Divide and conquer.
Be fake, you need a kill.
Oh, that looked good. Just a little shy on the quick scope. Maybe Diladez can get something off of this. Josh is jiggling it safely for info. And he gets that info without so much as a scratch.
The pressure will be on Note right now. He is on his own. They've all rotated because of that. So Note needs something, or just stay alive. Valuing his life is really important here. Good incendiary. It doesn't cause Boomage to cancel, but still keeps them marooned. They need a flash and fight.
And that's exactly what they'll do. Boom trying to take Note out of the equation. Didn't manage to get the fight they were so hoping for. A 5-man retake. Good luck, have fun, Boom. You got to play this one to perfection. And they will be ripped out of the server with Kaspersky on the ace. 5 frags. It starts with a smoke spam. It ends on the retake. That is beautiful.
He's looking great. 23 kills deep. He had a great last map as well. I was just looking through his performance in the last map. Boomage, he went 6-0 against head-to-head. Magnajez, he went 4-4. He went 5-0 against Diladez, 4-0 against Siren. 4-2 against Zorti. Like, he dominated 3 players.
Magnajez was the only one that could actually kill him.
So, he is having quite the series right now, Kaspersky. That will be their first CT side round, and doing it, keeping everybody alive is fantastic.
Potential AWP head to head here that Stound's more than ready for. Doughty doesn't get anything other than a bullet to the belly.
Snappy's pushing mid.
Yeah, with the advantage he's just been given, feels a little audacious. Here's Boom lining up smokes.
Oh, he's caught him.
Oh, the time.
No, Snappy!
Oh, no. Yeah.
Oh, Snappy, mate. Oh, he's trying to go under the desk. He's trying to hide. Oh, Snappy. Brother, man. My guy.
You know, these are the rounds where Harry would disconnect and go do 30 minutes of aim, like 30 seconds of aim bots. Just go do a couple of bots in between.
Oh.
The timing he caught as well. Boom just looked away.
Because he hears the util get thrown and he understands this situation, either moving forward or back. And Snappy, that's a mare, mate. That is an absolute mare.
Yeah, I know. His skin's getting all crawly.
You would have essentially, in my opinion, won the game off of this round.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's not over yet. Feels like it when you see Stound solo B up against the entire army. Good restraint from Magnajez lets the B main players flood into the site first, not giving Stound that fight ahead of the play.
He's about to be exposed, Stound.
Yeah, the smoke will fade. They've played this really well by the book. Note, however, with a chip in on the flank, and yeah, Stound not ready for Magnajez. Kaspersky's having a hell of a game. Maybe can do something. Magnajez playing the Fade Temple smoke.
Note's in.
Okay, so this is all going to come down to these first two engagements. They're going to happen simultaneously.
Smoke's fading.
Here it is. Magnajez wins out. Note in the clutch, brought down.
Ooh. Okay.
It's a big round for BB Team to convert. However, a bit of a gift in the misfire from Snappy's AK.
Can we wipe it from the tape?
I'm afraid we are about to see it again. I mean, I'm saying that with such conviction. I'm saying that with such conviction. I think production are cooking it up.
No, I think they don't. No, don't show it. Don't show it, guys, please.
No.
Don't do it to Snappy.
Yeah. He's been around a long time as Snap. 36 years young. Marco Pfeiffer. Exist understandably takes a timeout off the back of a round like that and just says, right.
Oh, mate, don't do it to him. Okay, there you go. That's fine.
That's great.
It looks much better that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was partially blind, I think.
I think so, yeah. The flash nipped him.
Yeah. Look at this. Look at this.
Existed. Like you've just seen a ghost.
We're having fun.
I don't know if NIP are right now. I think the pressure, the cortisol is spiking.
Oh, this is a great opportunity for them.
Whoa, where's Note's health gone? That was from the flames. Oh, ooh, rough day in the office for Note. Got to get out of there now. Surely not stick around. Brave to be throwing bullets through the smoke, but he will depart.
Well, this is still an uphill battle for BB Team because you know the loss bonus for NIP's there. So they're going to continue to be able to have guns.
I mean, if anyone's going to be able to take Kaspersky out of E-Box, it would have been Magnajez, but he's actually on the way back.
Should be probably a B split with how they're postured.
Nice response. Rock, paper, scissors. Molotov smoke. B main swinging. 5-man into the B site. Just Kaspersky partnered up with Shush. Just the one. And Magnajez gets them both. Site now seized. Post plant setup erected. And if Snappy wants to try and come in through the retake on the flank here, it's held by the AWP. Feels like a guarantee for Zorti. And it is. Tie this one up at 10-10.
Yeah. Just to add some more numbers to the type of game Kaspersky's having, obviously we can see he's 23 frags deep, right? But he's also 7-0 in terms of openings.
7-0.
You don't want to waste a performance like this, and you definitely didn't want to lose your AWP like that. Magnajez takes out the trash and denies this AWP. No, you're coming over to pick this up, mate, but they've already taken away from you. I know I said the loss bonus was in place, sure, but without a couple of saves, it is going to cause a little bit more of an issue. So Note get run out here in the final moments. Yeah, bomb goes off. They let go of the shift key. Note, here's the steps, but we'll retain the M4. Surely a timeout. The pathing here as well, we were on board with the CTs, but they braved the smoke. They'd already parred pillar. That site was going to fall no matter what. It wasn't even acknowledged. They were so focused on the B main play. And it will be a timeout. Final one. Or exists. And what was a fantastic T-half is being replicated now by BB Team. I think we might be getting something just pedal to the metal as Magnajez with a deliberate MAC-10. On the other side, 4 players have head armor. So the pace and the space would be the key as opposed to their heads popping like a watermelon out the gates. It's just snappy with the Kev. And exist. Get them back in this, or BB Team going to roll over and take us to Ancient.
Magnajez running as fast as he can. Diladez has got a lot to contend with here. Outside of B, eating flashbangs for breakfast. Shush will remove him. No one else home.
That's for no. They're coming.
Oh, they want him. They want him so bad. He's so blind. It's easy pickings. A is theirs. It just falls like that. A little bit of pressure early, and the site falls. Decisions for Snappy. Oh, what a shot. Accidental burst. Just a reaction into Siren. Actually might change the dialogue here.
Shush was still on B, right? The bomb goes down, now the penny drops. Get over there, mate. They need you. I don't know about you, but I don't see a kit.
Yeah, I don't see much as far as the chances of getting back into this. If you go, you've got to go now. They do swing through. A bit of smoke to cover. Snappy spam. Looking for Magnajez in that smoke. He's surrounded. Does go down. Shush another. It's just Zorti on the AWP, but they need to start that 10-second defuse, and he's missed the first shot. Now they can hold it. Kaspersky's there for cover. Just in the nick of time. It's an NOP 11th. Goodness gracious me. I'd like to see that one again from Snappy. By my opinion, that is pure luck. I think it might have just been reaction or, I don't know, smoke spam.
So this is very tough from No, being isolated. A lot to ask from the young man.
This shot. Accidental.
Yeah, well, is that the redemption that Snappy's looking for after that absolute whiff on Boomage a couple of rounds ago? Fierce on the mic now.
So that's NIP's second CT round?
Yes, yeah. And their first came with a Kaspersky ace. So once you keep that in the back of your mind, you know that you're in a tough spot. This is where it was always going to be difficult if you were that a BB team. You're playing up against a squad who has max loss bonus down the stretch. So they're constantly going to have guns. You don't get lighter buys. You don't get those type of rounds. And then you take a look at the scenario where you find your loss bonus. 1,400. Oh, okay. Cool. We got to do it on difficult mode.
Yeah, you have to do it with essentially a meal deal. A packet of quavers and a paperclip.
So essentially, if they don't get this one, 1,900 lost into the next, and the buy will be rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. It's fed up with being bullied. He's brought a bro.
Stow goes searching. This is Audacious on the AWP. Might just stay on the stairs line and then let the rifle slink on out. Did Siren spot something there? This is going to be very disruptive. They're not ready for this at all.
It's 3-4
Yeah, overlooked completely. Notes forward position. Only leads to the one, though, with Magnajez gone. They broach the site.
It's the AWP.
Yeah, but he's making it work. Combat AWPing. Spots boom. Rifle will do very nicely. Good spam from Diladez. Not letting things spiral. Should lead to a plant here. Got Shush coming in from A main, and Kaspersky considering the game he's having. Might be worth at least having a little fishing trip. Siren waiting on the stairs, boom to react. Spotted, swung, and executed.
Well done.
to clean close. 3, that's the most impactful multi we've seen out of Diladez.
I think the problem I have with that round is NIP had the stack in the right place.
Yeah.
Right, and unable to convert off the back of that. They had played for an A maneuver and one and done. Apparently not enough.
It was just funny because Stan was leaving. I guess they felt like they hadn't seen any indication that there was action. Had no idea there was so many bodies close by.
That's a Famous and an MP9.
Yeah, okay. Boom wants to go with the Mac? Yeah, an extinguish mid and run, and it is wide open for him, so he gets all this space for free. Saw a lot of this in the first half as well. Temple smoke and camera molly.
So faking another one of these A plays, they're going to turn this into a B split.
Yeah, how much do you overreact here? Shush pulled away. Kaspersky again departing, this time through water.
So scared of mid. There's nobody on B. Just one player in pop, and that's the AWP.
It's a really nice call. Manipulating the CT side, and now here the jig is up. Just down. Got to hit some shots. Boom does go down. Kaspersky's forward position. He'll be able to get over to the B site. There's Down on the angle. Catches Magnajez on the cross. Another required. It's going to be smoked off.
Flank's coming quick from Snappy.
Oh, it's quicker than they might be ready for. Zorti's just now tucking into jail.
Oh, he's made noise.
He has announced his presence. Doesn't matter if you can catch Siren trying to Scarpa to pick up the bomb. Quick scope. Eye in. Nails it, but there's not another one. He wasn't ready for Note. Uncomfortable in the 1v3. Good luck, Diladez. Nice find.
Well, fakes it. Good transition through Temple.
I don't hate it.
Okay, so over towards A. Well, they know that the escape route is open. He could have gone through Con. He could be going through Temple. Those options are available, but as they stay active, they know. The pennies drop now, starting to make a move. Kaspersky having a damn good map. Already starting to jaunt over. Diladez thinks he's outmaneuvered him, has to plant, and now gets it down just in time. But
He's so quick.
Here.
He's so quick. Diladez no chance to set up. He just has to fight on sight, and they'll double up. Stown and Kaspersky both with the rifles, partner up, enabling that trade potential. He's trying to isolate. Kaspersky comes up and over, and that will be 12. One hell of an Anubis he's having. Puts him up to 26.
It's both maps combined, right? On Nuke, he was 23 and 6. Right, he just got another opening kill. He's 8 and 1 in openings. He had an ace in this map. He's closing down the rounds. He's been instrumental in the 3 rounds they've gotten on this CT side.
I mean, you said it best, Chad. It's like you don't want to waste a performance like this. He's in top form. And it's only just about to get you across the line, or will it? I mean, you talked about the finances. How ugly is it for the last round?
Not as bad as it could be. And obviously that loss bonus being towards the bottom of the barrel, but they're still able to bring out a couple of rifles into this one. Happy lets out a roar. And I think if they can get this done in regulation, he might go and play a bit more deathmatch today after this kill on Nabumic. That would have been the round. Yeah. Scuttle the finances wide open and just bury them. It's gotten tense, so getting put through the motions. Reminder to everybody, this is a lower bracket game. We find ourselves in Group B. Winner of this will take on Astralis on Sunday. Mac 10s, 2 AKs and a Galil.
And a very direct approach, Chad.
Yeah, looking to bludgeon poor Note.
He has been exploitable.
Had a good dig, though.
At times, Incendiary's not going to achieve its goal. The HE will soften them, but they are coming. He stands for the first. A block smoke as well. Buys time. He's played this very well. He is. He's underhanded a flash and just charges to his demise. Boom finds the clawback kill. Back and forth we go into a 3-on-3. Sorry, 3-on-2. Siren's low on sight. They're already out. This is looking like good night. Just needs Zorti with another clutch from this A site. Otherwise, it's curtains for EWC for Team BB. It's down around the smoke. Low HP, taking a risk. This is ballsy, sticking out like a sore thumb. Zorti goes down. It's going to be Shush to secure it. NIP just in the last round of regulation convert, and that's the end for BB team.
Fantastic performance there from Kaspersky. NIP march on. The key will be crushed for Team BB.
Yeah, disappointment here is what BB is going to have to face on the other side of that one. What a heartfelt end to that game as well, especially on Anubis. You talk about just how close it got to it. You fought tooth and nail every lick of the way, but you're going to take your licks on this one, and it's going to be the big L with the key getting crushed.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't wait for the fourth half of the series to start playing the game, right? And
True.
that's what happened to BB team in this one. Unfortunately, going to be out in last place at EWC. Life comes at you fast, Trace, from quarterfinals of the major to last place at the next tournament.
Yeah, and you know Atlanta before that, like things come at you real fast for BB team.
Yeah, it was a real
BB team.
It was just like a real grind for the likes of BB team. You know, it was just like even in the rounds they did actually win, things just didn't really seem easy, right? It was like they had to fight for every single kill, every single situation, and no rounds they managed to get on their side seemed to be just like an easy victory, and you know that's what it is, and it's obviously a very big disappointment because you know when Boomich after their time over in China, so when they played that tournament, you know it was clear that you know that the path moving forward for the team was that they needed to at least make playoffs, right? That's why they feel like they should be improving, and you know finishing in last place like this, you know that's gutting.
Well, I'm going to just throw this out there because it looked pretty apparent at some portions, but correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen. There was a bit of tilt for the side of BB team over here. I'm looking at some of these players and I'm seeing super tilt in ways that you wouldn't expect if you have a fully fluidly functioning team.
Yeah, it's come down to the way that the flow state of the game, like that they can't really string things together, and the dots are not really connecting. And I think they carried out some of that frustration that they built up over on Nuke, and once you turn your tide to Anubis and you're still kind of struggling, it seems like it's that last portion of the game where you actually have situation. They had that situation on the A-bomb side in I believe it was round 21 where they could have won it out and gotten themselves an advantage, but you know they keep throwing it away, and that just builds up frustration. And I even saw Magnus. I think that's probably the guy that would be turning my attention to if I needed a guy to bail them out of these situations, and he seemed very visibly frustrated. So there seems to be going on a lot for the BB team.
And unlike the average Premier game, Trace, today the anti-cheat won. I mean, Kaspersky was just out of this world.
Nice, man.
Right, 120 ADR. He had more kills than the top two fraggers on BB team combined. Plus 10, 11 round swing, something along those lines. 2.34 rating. I mean, he was out of this world and dragged his team over the finish line in the end.
And I guess this is going to go for another question here. 9-3, you got a pretty easy half for Nip. You lose that second pistol. That kind of gives a lifeline to the BB team at that point.
Not the pistol, but the round after that, they had a 3v1 in the 4. Zorti wins, and that extends the series.
Well, hold on there, Yanko. I think you're definitely right. But also, so is Freya. Who you got?
I got shushed down here on the stage after NIP pretty much battered BB team for basically 3 out of the 4 halves we saw in this one. Shush, congratulations from the outside, as I just said. It looked incredibly dominant, maybe up until that final half. What was it like from your perspective?
I mean, I think we played pretty good overall. I mean, we completely stomped them other than the CT half on Anubis, where I felt like if we just got 1 extra kill when they hit our sides, it could have been different most likely. And we lost every single pistol. 3 out of 4 pistols we lost, but we still had everything under control, it felt like.
It felt like Kaspersky, he was having a life game in this one. You can't waste those kind of opportunities when they present themselves to you. Is that something that is purely based on his individual form? Was it you guys setting him up differently? Like, talk to me about that.
I mean, I think it's just trusting his gut feeling mostly. I also said during the Anubis match, you're just everywhere on the map. Like, no one knew he aced in that round. But I don't know, I think when he's just feeling it and he's just comfortable and he trusts what he's doing, then pretty much everything works. And I think it was the same on Nuke. He just said, yeah, I'm just peeking and it works. I just win every duel.
I mean, things were really working out incredibly well for you. From the outside, when we're watching BB team, it feels like there's not really any signs of life other than obviously that that second half of Anubis there. Is that what it felt like for you guys in the server? Did it feel like a bit of an easy ride?
I mean, I think it felt pretty easy. I think the Anubis CT side was kind of rough because, I mean, they were just hitting executes and playing slow, and we couldn't hold it. And I think, as I said before, if we just killed 1 extra guy, like they hit B one time where I did 99 on a guy, like if I killed that guy and stayed alive, maybe it could have been different as well, and it wouldn't be that close. And I think that it was the same on A as well.
Final question for you. We were just chatting about it too. You get to play Astralis now. It's probably very important for you being a Dane. Extra important for Stan, I imagine, going up versus his former organization. What do you think of Astralis at the moment?
I mean, it's a new team as well, and I think they are not doing as good as they have been. But I think it means more to Storm, most likely, compared to me. I mean, it's not the same Astralis as it was back in the days, but it's still Astralis, you know? So, of course, it means something in them.
We will be seeing that going down on Sunday, but either way, that is NIP beating out BB Team here in Paris.
Yeah, NIP does exactly that. And again, you know, they like to make it an interesting storyline no matter what version or variety of NIP that we get at this point. I think we just begin to look at some of these rounds straight away. I'm looking early on, maybe at NIP responding to some of this ag that BB was showing you.
Yeah, I think we talked how they weren't connected on the first map, and it didn't feel like they were on the second map either to begin with for BB Team, right? Like they were getting bullied on that B site early on by Kaspersky, that round with the Hero AK that was just basically unequal. So at some point they did try to adjust by doing different things, and I think this round is sort of the consequence of some of what was happening early on, right? Because you see Magnus and Dilades there, and Boomich is the third player who's holding B. They don't have anyone in mid, and they're going for this play, right? And you can see that just a bit unfortunate, but NIP's call is just to go mid through the smoke, and Dilades just get shot in the back, right? And all this space is open to NIP. Siren pushes out A-main, but there's no one there anymore, right? Note is just playing passively. See 4 players coming in. Zorte here, I don't know why he's even taking a fight in a 4v5. He has no support from his teammates, like he's all alone out there. And this is such a strange round to lose for BB Team, right? Like that's why you have players in mid, so you don't have to worry about window, and you can actually go for that water control. But early on, this just felt like NIP was running away with it.
Yeah, and well, since they did, that means the BB Team are on their way home. They're gracious enough to give us some words on their way out via Freya. I think we've got Boomich.
Yeah, we do indeed, Trace. Unfortunately, BB Team now eliminated here in Paris. I want to get it from your perspective, Boomish, because we're talking about a T-side comeback on that Anubis. It comes down to those final moments. What happened in that second half that meant that you weren't able to push it to O2?
I think it was a great clash for Zorte in first buy round to get us back on the map. But on this tournament, you know, 3 times we got really snowballed. We don't have economy and we was playing like shit. So it's a crazy bad tournament for us, and I think we should go home and fix our problems immediately because we have more tournaments. So it's really sad.
You mentioned the problems that you want to fix. What's top of the list? What's the first thing that you want to be hitting with the guys?
I think we should really more focused at the start of the map, because like our feelings, like we're starting to play normally after 10 rounds only. So this is the main problem, I think.
Final question, you also obviously mentioned plenty more events in the second half of this season. Considering what we saw at the Cologne Major from you guys as well, what's the goal that you're building towards in this season?
I think for this season, we should build more structure and stay in the level what we get right now. It's a really bad start of the season, but I hope we will do better next tournaments.
Boomich, I know it's never easy in these moments, so really appreciate you sticking around. Unfortunately, that's BB Team over and out here at EWC.
Yeah, BB Team dumb data. You know, and that's how these competitions work. Someone does have to get eliminated. You know, Dupree, I'm sure even you got eliminated once or twice just to try it.
Yeah, it has definitely happened that I've been eliminated in the last bit. So, you know, that is what it is. If you don't see TV clicking, and also in his own wording, it's kind of sad to hear that it's also maybe come down to a little bit of lack of focus in the beginning of the game, that they're not really feeling ready, and it's also a problem that I've dealt with individually, but also as teams. And when you have a game and it takes so long for you to kind of get started, then you seem to be, you know, falling so much behind that you always have to play this catch-up game, and it's always hard to be in that kind of position. You know, I don't think it's something they've dealt with like back in the past as well, but it's something that they need to address immediately, because it's too difficult to always play from behind.
You can't get away with it, right? At this level, and especially we preface it for NIP, there's a lot on the line in this tournament, so you have to be aware of that. If you're BB Team, like you have to match their intensity. They didn't today, and that's why they lost.
Yeah, they did, and rather unfortunately for that. We can keep going into the rounds. I think round 8, it's a simple example of the CS give and take. But what is the position where you're taking parts here and you're giving parts in the other debris?
Yeah, and it's some of the things that I actually thought was really good for them. You know, they started to take the fights in their own initiative, you know, flashing Siren out of aim to find these openings. But then again, when they go back in this given situation, it's a 3v5, and Boomich has already given up some damage from the early skirmish, so he kind of lets himself back, gives up mid-control when he spots him. And then there's the reaction from the A players that this is a little bit too much in between, like they fall very passively, but instead of maybe like playing the retake because they know they're in a disadvantage or at least being all in, it gets so much in between where they come up with the idea that they want to be swinging on an off timing, they don't really get the trades. Now Shush goes into aim and he knows that he has to bail his team out from a disadvantage here as well, gets a double, and it's just the fact that Bedboom gets a little bit too much in between. Like when Boomish rotates off mid, he either needs to then, you know, push out B main faster or push down canals faster, or then the A guys just need to realize that, okay, we need to play more passive, wait for our guys, or at least just be all in from the get-go. This just gets a little bit too much in between.
I think whatever you try to do, it doesn't work. You're trying to play it safe because you're in a 5v3, right? But you end up giving them too much space, and then you're like, let's win. And you lose out that trade, and all of a sudden it turns from a 5v3 into a 2v3 with the bomb plant, and the players could be anywhere, and that's not as big of an advantage as it may seem, right? And just another bad round to lose for BB Team.
I guess just to kind of visit back for a second in the idea of where BB Team are, you know, that caveat of having a stand-in, you know, it's a positive in some degrees, right? You can say, okay, well, they have a stand-in, this is why they didn't do so well. Or they had a stand-in, they did great, and now what do you do with that, right? So it's a bit of a crutch and a positive in a way.
It's always comes down to, you know, sometimes it does feel like an excuse that, yeah, we had a stand-in and we didn't perform, but then when you do have a stand-in and you do really well, then you start wondering what all of a sudden made us play so well, right? And that can come down to the expectations being low. That's something we always kind of address, but I also think it just also comes down to what type of stand-in you're getting. Like, is the guy easy to work with? And I think that Flammers was just like a really good fit to the team. Like he really connected with the way Boomish wanted to play, and also Magnus having that like trio that was like very aggressive, getting a lot of map control, and that really played into the more passive players inside the team. And I don't think Sorted specifically is like a very aggressive Aubrey either, so he just fit very well into it, and it just seemed like they connected in a different way. And then it's always hard when you've had a good stint with a stand-in to go back to your full lineup, and then it just doesn't really feel like the same anymore. Like, then you start doubting yourself a little bit, right?
They just need to find their groove with this lineup.
Yeah.
You know, because Flamus was also standing in for Dilades first, then for Siren. So it was even for two different players. You can't even say, yeah, he was a good fit as a stand-in, so it didn't matter as much. No, actually, he wasn't a good fit at all. Which was the player that they could get last minute, and that was there, and that was on their substitute list, right? So I wouldn't ring the alarm bells just yet, but the next tournament has to go better. Otherwise, they're going to lose all the confidence they got at the major.
Yeah, you kind of lose all of that. Gentlemen, thank you so much. I think that one, you know, kind of settles that one nicely. Nip, BB Team, taking the walk. Nip are going to have to come back and keep trying their luck as they might. But for us, we have another game on the horizon, this one with playoff contention on the line. That's right. B8 Esports takes on the little team known as Vitality. You might have heard of them once, twice. You might hear of them a lot more, especially when we come back from this break, because that's what we're diving into. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome again to Chicken in the Box. I'm here with Team Vitality, and I think we have a pretty good duo for this one. We have a guy who can say a lot of things versus a guy who's pretty ice cold. And it's a bluffing game. There's one chicken, there's two boxes. Flames will get the info. Robs has to make the decision on which box to keep. So, firstly, is he a good liar?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Very good liar.
Oh no. And he's ice cold?
He's ice cold, but he's also...
You know how to shake it?
He knows the shit, he knows the shit.
Okay, well, how about you take a look in your box, Flamesy, and...
Okay. Sorry.
He's breaking already.
He made a chicken noise.
Maybe he is a chicken. What do you think?
So...
You want to end with a chicken. He makes a decision. You need to convince him to either swap or keep.
Yes.
Or bluff him completely.
So, I don't have the chicken. Chicken doesn't exist in this box. This box is just chicken wings. That's it. No chicken, no alive chicken.
It was eatable chicken or like?
I think it's from Chipotle maybe. I think it's a Chipotle chicken.
So you have a chicken?
Yeah, I have a chicken.
I thought you just said you don't have a chicken.
Well, I can say whatever I want,
yeah,
right?
That's true, that's true. What do you believe? How do you pick one?
I don't know, it's very inconsistent feedback I'm getting. So it's hard.
You want a consistent one?
Yeah, what can it be?
One of those boxes have a chicken.
He's not wrong.
Indeed.
What if it's a lie? There's no chicken at all.
Well, either way, what I'm saying could be a lie, right? Take a guess. Am I chickening or you're chickening? Are you gonna open your box and see if there is a chicken or no chicken?
No, look at.
Let it breathe, man.
He's messing with your head quite well.
Yeah.
Are you
what
leaning either way, or are you just going to roll the dice here?
I think at this point, like anything I can say is gonna mess with you.
I didn't see any emotion. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he played it well. Maybe he played it well.
Wait, so if I have a chicken, I need to show emotion?
No, you can do what you want. You can do whatever you want. Wow!
Whoa.
This is the trash talk that you guys do every game, right? You're getting in his head.
Yeah.
Are you leaning either way, Robert?
Yes, the X-ray. But you want the glasses for this one?
Well, I can answer this, I guess.
You have to pick a box at the end of the day. So.
I'll go with I have the chicken.
Okay. And do I open the box or?
I mean, are you locking it in? Final choice?
Yeah.
Final choice? You have the chicken?
Yeah.
Open your box.
I don't.
No chicken for you. Flames has
Congratulations.
pulled it perfectly. What was your strategy here? You just confused him?
I was thinking no matter what I say, it's gonna be confusing. Like,
Yeah.
he's never gonna know if I have the chicken or not for guaranteed, so I just need to say bullshit. It worked out. I have the chicken, the Chipotle chicken.
Yep.
Do you think you would have won in his role?
Hell no.
Do you want to find out?
No.
Okay, well, Flames takes the win. All right, this was chicken in the box. Congratulations.
It's called Callum, the chicken.
Oh, Callum.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Player admin.
After EWC last year, we had a bit of a drier streak, I guess, of not as many trophies, but we ended the year well with the major. In the first part of the year, we lifted 5 trophies.
You know, in competition, you need to lose, and that's what happened in Cologne. We lost to Falcon in a close game. They played better than us. We didn't show up at that day, and that's how it happens. You can't, like always, reach all your goals. We did it for 18 months. This one was not meant to be, and that's life. We need to move on. It's competition.
We're here at EWC, it's one of our big goals of the season. We want to make sure we get back to our level. Of course, always a lot of pressure and expectations, but that's why we're one of the best teams in the world, is to make sure that we can deal with that pressure and view it as a privilege as well.
We try to bring the process into it again. We've been practicing the best way we could. So now it's to move on into the competition. Let's see how it goes.
It's always nice to have the home support and a lot of fans there. I think, especially with Vitality, the fan base is so great. They've always been so supportive when you're playing on your home soil, especially for Apex and Zoe, who have that feeling as well. And I think everyone wants to make the fans proud, to make it worth it, and that's our main goal, is to bring this trophy home.
Yeah, of course, I hope we're gonna play in front of them as much as we can. It's in like the place we won the last major. So I really want to play there again, because it was like the best memory I have in Counter-Strike.
The Golden Hornets always great support, they're always loud, we always make sure we hear them, so just a huge thank you and a huge shout out to them. I think it's such a pleasure to have those fans cheering for us, and we just want to make you guys proud. We know we're just a few steps away of being back to our best. We've had good preparation coming into EWC. If we play to our strengths and focus on ourselves, we should be in a good place to lift the trophy.
Well, identical 13-11 opening wins with opposite meanings. BA earning a little bit of validation. Meanwhile, it's Vitality with mere expectation. I'm welcoming you back to the Esports World Cup in 2026. As you can hear, maybe down the hall, they're getting a little rowdy, and we're going to get a little rowdy over here as well. It'd be time to crush some keys, gentlemen. By the way, I think it goes without saying, Dupree is and we will not be working with him anymore.
That's it? He's done for? Or?
Well, yes, and no, he'll be back.
What did he do?
No, we just replaced him with a different Dane, and we thought we'd come in here and talk about crushing keys.
Okay, no difference, I guess. 2 Danes and a key trace. Looking at Vitality, yeah, .com. I don't know, crushing keys, that's cool. We get the elimination games going today. I like that. Personally, that's my favorite game, you know, Trace. When someone gets out of here, you know, you suck, you lose, you go home. I like that.
Damn.
Yeah.
So, okay, Jacob, I just wasn't expecting such a tumultuous...
Of course you were.
No, it wasn't, dude. Anyway, so eliminated our BB team. We've kind of gone over that in depth. How do you think that that pans out?
I mean, it sucks to be eliminated. I think it sucks even more when you lose to NIP in a 2-0 fashion, because I think we had the conversation a couple of times. NIP haven't really been that inspiring as of late, you know. I look at the lineup, I look at the players, I think to myself, they should be a quite decent team, but they've done absolutely nothing so far, apart from beating BB team now. So I don't know what to make of that, Yanko. I feel losing 2-0 to NIP is not really a great sign.
Absolutely not, but we talked about how much is on the line for NIP in this tournament, and yeah, they showed up ready to play, got that win, and that will be a spicy matchup against Astralis.
Yes, it certainly will. Spicy matchups are what we're for here at the Esports World Cup. Obviously, we're eliminating teams, we're advancing teams, this being one of those matchups where it does have that implications. Vitality obviously a favorite. Can never discount them, especially with this 5 put together as is. And so let's start the conversation around Vitality. And yes, we've kind of talked about where they were, where they've come from. But since they've shown face here, what do you see?
I mean, so far, so good. I know the first game was probably closer than they would have liked it to be, but it doesn't really matter. Apex had a great showing, individually speaking. That was nice. And I mean, the way I look at Vitality at this tournament, knowing that they have 2 tournaments coming up now where they play with a stand-in, another one, in Beijing, I believe it is, where they're not going to show up, you know. So I feel like if you're Vitality, it's this tournament and it's the major. Those are the 2 main goals for them heading into this season. And I hear Apex speak about, you know, this may be the last chance he ever has a chance of winning a trophy in France. So speaking of motivation, speaking of coming in well prepared, I can't imagine a world where Vitality is not 100% focused on this one.
And this is just quote-unquote smaller picture within this season. I mean, Vitality's legacy is on the line here, right? Like, is their era over after what happened in Cologne? And I don't care about what happened in online games, but for Vitality, they sort of need to bounce back here. I'm not saying they have to win the event, but, you know, if they're not going to do so, like, it has to be a super competitive game in which they lose to sort of another contender, maybe your Falcons or your Na'Vi or someone along those lines. If they have another failure and, you know, lose to a team they're not supposed to before the grand final, then all of a sudden, with what you mentioned and going into tournaments with standings, and this season is just going to be all over the place for them in that regard. It's like, how much confidence can you have once that major comes around?
Yeah, once the major comes around, and that's generally the cycle that we find ourselves in, right? The cycle of CS life. And I mean, as far as Vitality goes, are we fiending away from the idea that, yes, they're this world-beating team? Like, they're going to have to reconvince, is what I'm asking.
I think they're definitely still a contender, right? I'd be very surprised for what I mentioned to happen where they lose to, I don't know, a mouse and get eliminated, you know, in this tournament. Like, they've just been together for so long. You have Zybo and Rops on that roster. They have too much going for them for that to happen. And a couple of other teams have stepped up, but not, you know, a whole lot of them. So my expectation is for them to definitely be a contender in this tournament.
Yeah, I think they've earned the right not to be discredited before they've shown us that they're not, you know, a world-beating team anymore. I feel like this tournament is definitely, as you described it, you know, mega important for Vitality. But with everything they've done, you know, being the arguably greatest team of all time, I think they need to show us, you know, they need to confirm whether or not they're no longer, you know, the team walking into every tournament being the heavy favorite and just being a contender. I still personally have them winning this tournament. Again, as I said, they should be super motivated, you know, knowing you're playing a couple of tournaments with stand-ins, knowing that you're potentially playing in the ACO arena where they won a major before. I feel like everything is lining up for Vitality to come in super focused. Also with the start they had online at Blast, you know, not even making the lane portion of that tournament. So I need to see it before I believe it. I still have Vitality as the best team in the world. I still think they'll win this tournament, and I'll think that until they won't.
Do you still have Apex as IGL GOAT boat conversation? I say boat is in best of all time, GOAT is in greatest of all time, clearly.
He's in the conversation.
I think he has to be in the conversation, but I think, you know, guys like Carrigan will be in that conversation as well. It's a conversation maybe for another setting to be had, but Apex definitely going to be up there, and just how good he is at motivating his teammates and lighting a fire under them, right? Like, that's perhaps why he had the game he did against 100 teams, sort of showing, leading by example and showing to them, all right, we're gonna be back, like we're still the same Vitality we were in the last year and a half, and, you know, wanting to instill some confidence in his teammates perhaps.
Has to be part of the conversation, obviously, but he's also a different in-game leader than Carrigan, right? With Carrigan winning the major with Falcons all of a sudden, that helps his case even more so to put him up there being the GOAT. I feel like Glaive is slowly but surely sliding out of that conversation with how well Carrigan and how well Apex is doing, but as you said as well, I almost feel like the biggest quality of Apex is how he always motivates the team and always sets sights on a new goal. How he's talking about this tournament as well, you know, this may be the last chance for him, it may be the last chance for Saivu to win a trophy on France home soil. They don't know if there's going to be another tournament in Paris or in France anytime soon, and even if there were to be, they don't know if they're going to be the best team in the world at that current time. So I feel like he always has this way of finding an angle in order to put maximum pressure on himself and his team, and if anything, I think that's one of the biggest difference between him and Carrigan. Carrigan more often than not gets the job done on the server, you know, being a fantastic mid-round caller, whereas Apex, he's I wouldn't say more well-rounded, but he does a lot of the job off the server as well.
And we also have to consider within the side of Vitality, and whether you know, obviously you have this lineup winning most games that you have been playing. I mean, it's tough, bro, especially hanging around you as much. I've learned the English as best as I can, but you know what? Let's just hear from X-Taz.
Vitality looking to secure playoffs today. I've got Xtaz ahead of their game. I do want to just reflect upon 100 Thieves. Look pretty dominant. How would you rate the start here at EWC?
Well, I was happy because usually best of 1 is tough for us. Of course, with Nuke winning the fourth buy plus the second pistol, yeah, it was pretty smooth, of course, and I think we played well. It was really good because we were locked in, and usually it's something we struggle with.
I just want to touch upon Apex, not least because he was popping off in that best of 1, but just about the major and his emotions that he displayed after it. Understandably so, there were some frustrations, disappointment. How do you work with him to harness those into the new season?
I mean, we know each other pretty well, so after 2-3 days in vacation, we call each other. We spoke a lot about how we want to improve as a team, how we have to motivate the guys for this goal, for this tournament. So it's kind of easy between us. Now it just we have to prove we can work well and being on top again.
Well, we're going up versus Bates today. You've got a pretty good track record versus these guys, particularly back at Atlanta as well, the last time you played them. How does that affect your prep coming into today's game?
I mean, we played twice against them in 2 years. We know them a bit, not that much, but we had exactly the same prep as usual, to be honest. We watched them. If I'm honest, we didn't expect the first map. We thought Mirage, they have 7 losses in a row, something like that. We beat them last time. We were prepared in case, so let's see how it goes now.
Thank you so much, Xtaz. As always, good luck.
And for Xtaz to have a guy like ZywOo, which is where I was getting at to it, right? Like ZywOo always being an X factor on this team is hard to equate, kind of hard to equivocate when it comes to putting it on paper and understanding just how big of a position that is within the team.
Yeah, I mean, he's something special, right? I think it's hard to quantify exactly what makes him as good as he is. He does everything at a very high level. He has no weakness in his game.
Do you think he has an impact on Mirage?
I think he has an impact on whatever map he decides to play or they decide to play. It doesn't really matter what map, to be completely honest, for Vitality. I'll be honest with you, Yanko, as well. It may sound a bit disrespectful, but this is a game where I feel like Bait is closer to us, the two of us, than they are to Vitality at the moment, to be completely honest. This is a mismatch.
I wouldn't go that far, but I get your
close to it, right? This is not supposed to be a close game. This is supposed to be a game where if we're lucky, we get a competitive map and we get Vitality sweating a bit, but they should be getting the job done, move into the playoff without breaking too much of a sweat.
Yeah, I think for Vitality, it's more about just continuing to roll, right, with some convincing wins and building themselves up going into the playoffs, right? Like that's what you're aiming for. There shouldn't be more than a bump in the road. Lexus did say that they were surprised by the pick. I am as well a little bit. Mirage, I mean, they picked it last time. It didn't work out. It hasn't gone too hot lately for Bait, but perhaps that's the, thought process, right? Like, let's throw him a curveball. Mirage is something where we can get a little bit loose, maybe just take some more risks individually, try to catch them off guard, but it's going to be an uphill struggle either way, right? When your permaban is Anubis and it's the one map that actually Vitality has struggled on, and honestly for Vitality, the map pool change did hurt them. Like, they were one of the best teams in the world on Overpass, and it gets taken away. You're putting cash that hasn't been in the map pool like in forever. Right, so we'll see eventually someone's going to start picking it against them. It may be a decider in some series, and it's going to be a huge part of whether Vitality gets back to winning ways or not.
Well, so B8 have already played this movie pretty much at IEM Atlanta, right? Now, I guess the real question from that would be, what do you derive from something like that? I mean, that was a little while ago now. There has been a bit of time, and as far as mortality, we can see that Vitality could be there.
Well, Jacob put it so nicely, right, and eloquently at where their level is at the moment, but it's very hard for them to compete with the likes of Vitality, right? Like, even if they play their absolute best and their A game individually, it's still a little bit far away. And not to mention in terms of teamwork, protocols, right, mid-rounding, understanding of the game, reactions, all that sort of stuff. So it becomes really hard to see a way in for them in this series.
I think this graph is kind of showcasing exactly what we're speaking about right now. There was a time where we spoke about B8 as a team, maybe on the uprise. They were a bit interesting beginning of the season as well. They made a couple of roster change with the goal to improve, to get better. And as you can see, it hasn't really turned out that way. During the major, they show glimpses of some of that potential we saw beforehand. Not off to the best start here after the summer break as well. And I don't know about you, Janko, but it's becoming one of those teams where it's hard to pay too much attention to them because they never really surprise you anymore, right? They do a decent job at being decent, but that's about it.
Yeah, you feel like that was their ceiling, you know, being 10th, 11th, you know, they can't break into the top 10. Just don't have the pieces for it, really, it feels like. And I even had a lot of people are talking, you know, there was so much, oh, Frozen to Na'Vi, let's get Frozen to Na'Vi. I'm like, how about MPL?
Yeah.
How about MPL going back to Na'Vi and reuniting with Blade? You know, I thought that might have been an option for Na'Vi to look at. Obviously, they didn't end up making any changes to their roster, but he's been their best player, you know, for a long time. And I think I would keep my eye on CZ. Like, he's so young still. I think he's only 17, right? And has shown flashes in some individual maps, some series here and there for Bait. If he can keep improving, we might have, you know, a new great opper in the midst.
So EWC Play, we're asking for those match pick'ems yet again. It is that time. We're asking you to get that QR code activated. It's right there. I mean, look at it. It's right there. For you guys, I want to know real quick, is this going to take 3 for Vitality? Is there a chance here that we go to 3 maps?
It's going to take less than 2 hours for Vitality to win 2-0.
Okay. Maybe you're by the same idea.
I concur.
All right. Well, I guess there isn't much left to say. All the saying's been done. Let's go ahead and get in the game, shall we? It's Vitality V8.
Playoffs very much on the line here between Team Vitality and Bait here at EWC. We're back for more BO3s in Paris, and Team Vitality certainly searching for that run. Bait have had no success up against this roster. Today, I'm doubtful it will be any different.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this is Vitality on home turf, right? And if you can... I think they're threatening to this squad every time they've played. I mean, it is Vitality, for crying out loud. They're going to be trying extra hard out here in Paris with playoffs on the line. I'm excited to see what version of Vitality we get heading into this game.
Yeah, right, especially when you consider it's not just, you know, here in Paris for Apex and for ZywOo, it's not just the club championship, but it's the Accor Arena as well in those finals that Vitality are searching for, to think that they could win again in Paris. Well, that is quite the reward. Got to get through the groups, though. Bait in the way. And, of course, a quite stacked playoff bracket. We're surely going to have 16 teams into that playoff. Bait on the first day managed to take down P-Vision in a close affair. Vitality shredded 100 Thieves. No problem.
It was not close, was it?
Yeah.
They looked very, very comfortable in that game.
It's not been the case for everyone against the Gizmi-led roster, at least online.
I mean, I think, you know, when we're kind of looking at the tournament as a whole, with the Falcons showing up in great form, with Spirit being in, I would say, very questionable form.
Agree.
It's nice that we kind of have, or at least we hope to have at the end of this series, 2 of those 3 like top dog teams in good form for EWC.
Yeah, topping their group as well. When you consider who's already top Group A, it's Gamer Legion, Falcons in Group B, and this is, of course, a Group C matchup. We have Group D tomorrow. But let's find out who's going straight to playoffs. Team Vitality, Bait, best of 3, and we're into Mirage. Never an easy pick. And a veto like this for Bait. Even they weren't confident enough to pull cash out. A map we've yet to see Vitality get played. Seen some great moments from Sizzy on this map. That's a fake, but still looks like there's some pressure on A. They're coming up connector with this A utility. Bomb getting retrieved for a B hit, and they're going through the window. Nice shot.
Apex not able to deal with both of them. Still losing losing Apex and seeing that routing has actually sent ZywOo back over towards B. He was beginning a rotation. He was out towards the market. But you see where Bait were trying to run, and ZywOo has come back.
God.
That is a phenomenal start to his pistol round, but it ends after the one. Bomb now planted and into a retake for Vitality. 3 through the market.
Julies are going to pounce. Vitality shift out the window. Rob's holding this re-swing, and the Julies go wide. Nice kill, but Essentials on his own. Back in the market. They haven't got on that bomb yet. They want the kill, and they're going to get it. Straight up headshot comes in for Mezzy. It's a team ace from Team Vitality. What a shot from ZywOo as well. Dude.
Right? Like, it just it gets you kind of excited about what he might be bringing to the table today. That's clean as it gets. 2-bullet, dual Beretta kill onto a player at short.
We've also just seen great form out of Apex in the last few months. I think he's really stepped up. You know, when we're in a kind of era where we see IGLs have to improve their fragging capabilities. There are a few exceptions to the rule, but Apex is not one of them. It's definitely had some great events recently. 4 rifles for Vitality. Maybe expecting this force buy out of Bait, but it's just the Deagles with Kenzizor's favorite weapon, the revolver. He's been doing this a lot as of late. Full hydration break.
Have you ever really seen it work, Hugo?
No, I see him try it a lot, but I've seen a couple of kills, like maybe 6 months ago, but hey, I'm here for it. What have you got? Let's stay on Kenzizor.
Kind of sick, like being the only guy to use this gun.
Maybe a reason you're the only guy, but I just want to see if he can do anything.
Go on.
Bait those Glocks.
Come on.
Ooh. Oh,
there it is. Oh! Yo!
One more.
It's high noon. Let's go.
Draw.
This is kind of hype. Kenzizor 2 to the good on the R8. Just how do you get anything else?
Nice, dude. He was locked in there, wasn't he? Couldn't get out the box. The jump shot. Not going to happen. I like that he tried there, Harry. 2 kills with the R8. That's like probably setting a record, honestly, in Tier 1 CS already. It's been a while. I guess JL, is it JL who has the best highlight on the B side of Dust? I'm pretty sure. Either way, guns come out now for Bait. Double window spam for Vitality. Not letting any safe passage behind the boxes, but Bait are delayed on their mid-take. Letting Vitality burn everything here in middle. Looking like Vitality want to re-hit mid, though. 3 players on the edge of it. Apex set up with a flash, but it's very quiet in the middle of the map.
We got a B-hit building for this Bait squad. And Mezzy's been very suspicious about the apartments this entire time. Dropped a bit of extra util the way of Rops earlier. Now Rops has come back to join him. Util's good, forces Mezzy, but will survive this reposition. And now as Apex arrives on rotation, Bait might make it out of the apartments. How much further can they go? If they get past Apex, a route to a 2v2 opens up. Sizzy, important kill. And that's going to give rise to a bomb plant.
Split up here, Vitality. They're going to wait for ZywOo to get in position. Flames, he won't play since he has his position locked out. So ZywOo really needs to force a kill here. Flames, he might go in first, still just to set up his teammate with the information. There's ZywOo spotted. Flamesy tries to finish the job. They've seemed to have figured out since he could be close, but Flamesy can't hold on, and they both fall. Bait pick up that post plant. A really nice 2v3 in that B bomb side, despite a lot of damage done on the hold.
Can't believe Mezzi got away with that final bullet headshot before he was deleted. And even though Apex found good timing backside, he then just got played with. They wouldn't give him the kill, and he gets scaled on by City. Surprised to see him caught off guard in that position. A high-risk move that does not pay off for Team Vitality.
I do think for Bait, there is kind of this pressure to perform on their map pick just straight away.
Yeah.
Get a little bit nervous, right? If this one goes against you, you're going into Inferno. Vitality's pick in the series. And so getting on the board early, nice way to start off Mirage. They try looking back at this B site again.
Uh-oh.
This time a ZywOo scout gonna get the ball rolling. But a lot more required from ZywOo. He gets caught out.
Nice jiggles.
Dude, the util's been nice as well, always making Vitality very uncomfortable. Just a molly onto the bench, and it kind of scattered the whole site setup for Vitality.
Yeah, already looking like we're going to see a lot of B hits in this T side for Bates. Seeming very comfortable there. Even though Vitality had a stack, they knew what was going on. Beta able to trade easily. And Flames is just trying to save this SMG. Because Vitality's money is ruined here in round 5. Terrorists win. So one save, but Beta in control of this game now. So Vitality will have to come up with the answers.
Oh, they had one flash to make a move with. They've done so early. And if you're Flames there, you kind of wanted the ramp fight from that. So not expecting much in this one for Vitality. They see the full A exec, and Bait have an empty bomb site just to move into. They're going to try a couple of little gimmicks here. Boost up through this gap in the smoke.
I'd love to see a run boost through this, but they just start charging together. Flames drops in. He gets a one. Wait a second. Hold up. This is a 2v2 out of nowhere. Tap for ZywOo. Can't finish what Flamesy started. He's found 2 frags in this round, but ZywOo is done for. And Bait stabilizing what was a terrifying post plant for a second. Whew. Don't want to be losing that round, do you?
No. Can't believe it got so close, but you know, that's Vitality for you. Do a good job of causing a lot of chaos. What was meant to be a composed round, Bait trying to keep everything under wraps by just throwing in an exec. And we still don't get to have an AWP for ZywOo. Sizzy, likewise, not donning his. And in the same way when they won that opening round over towards B, they just went right back to it. We're going to get back-to-back A hits now. Util comes in. And Vitality not in the position to try and fight ahead of this Util. This one might be down to a retake as well.
They've done a really good job at stalling the scaling out, though. Look how close Vitality are now, and there hasn't even been a bomb plant. These smokes are going to fade soon. Molly comes down onto default and triple. We've got problems here for Bait. They're not going to get this plant now. It's a minute on the clock with no util on the T side. They've got to fight their way out of this round, and Vitality are very aware of that, pulling back and letting Bait make the next move.
It's starting to feel very, very awkward, isn't it? Again, you're just hoping that like someone fights you here so you can find a kill, kind of shore up a bomb plant. They will get one down, but they lose Alex in the process. Swing out from Mezzi as well over towards short. And this retake starting to happen. Essential trying to change that.
Okay.
And as Kenzor gets aggressive, these two have good post plants now to play around this bomb. Flames, it's a tricky clutch. Smoke down, but never given the chance to use it. Bait were in a very uncomfortable position, but able to just kind of brute force their way into those post plants. Things get hard for Vitality all over again.
Yeah, advantage to Vitality, but the bomb actually getting down makes it very, very uncomfortable for them. You could see how Bait had no good positions until they took back jungle, so it was a nice call to walk, push in. They found the one part of the map Vitality weren't contesting for. And with 3 in CT, Vitality get rather little done. They had a 5v3. Bait are able to isolate. It's a weird round to lose for Vitality, but not a position you're in often. The Bait already coming up with just a really good game plan out of the gate. Hitting B on the anti-ecos, back-to-back full AXX, not feeling the need to run this AWP. That can come later. It's one of the more default rounds we're seeing, and because Vitality are onto Deagles. Bait happy to take the challenge. Will Vitality take the bait?
I mean, this is all looking to give rise to another one of these just kind of explosive finishes for the Bait squad. They've been given a lot of room. They have the mid control they were looking for. ZywOo gets that spot.
30 seconds.
Bomb still in top mid. Little nerve-wracking here. Especially as Rops could get overlooked out on short.
No.
ZywOo spam connecting for one. Oh my goodness. ZywOo.
15 on the clock.
How many more can he find? He's been blind for every single one of these, just firing pot shots through the smoke. Rops now with him, and I mean, it's this duo that's meant to be so terrifying. ZywOo. What's he got? This whole round has just been his deagle. Out in the open, Essential brings the fight to him, and ZywOo kind of thinks he's going to be cowering there. That's him with hot hands, 3 kills deep on his way to a very clutch round.
Oh, man.
And Essential just faces him head on.
Bait are looking so confident, dude. They are not afraid of taking these fights, right? ZywOo gives up his position. Essential says, come fight. Let's take it. Flamesy, you know, you get why he goes through the Palace smoke. Essential spamming his M4 into jungle, but then he just 180'd and held Palace. He full baited Flamesy into that fight. You think if Flamesy doesn't play there, Vitality going to win that round. He's in such a strong position. But walks into their trap. And again, it's an eco for Vitality. It's one that comes very close, and you can ride it off. But Bait is still picking up rounds. 5-2 here on this T side. A really good start to this map. And now the ZywOo AWP comes through. It's about time. I think both AWPers know they're going to see one. Sizzy's joined him. Great start to the game for Essential here. 12-4. Let's see what these AWPs can do.
All right, bit of a mid retake here for Vitality. They try and fight for it. I mean, we've seen how a lot of these rounds have gone with Bait kind of hanging around and waiting for those aggressive moves more often than not. This time, they do get handed an aggressive move, and they're ready to deal with it.
Yeah, and that's a round where Bait play 3-4 at the top of middle. They haven't actually committed that many numbers to mid in the past, so maybe Vitality felt like they were going to get a favorable fight. But now Bait get the 5v4, get to reset, go back to what's been working well, which is another execute. No lurkers needed. It's an all-in.
One man here, and it's the Vitality captain all alone. Rotates arriving out towards the connector, and ZywOo gonna go up and over. Deal with that man out towards Palace. Sizzy in the downtime has cleared a route towards CT, but they keep giving ZywOo these chances. I want to end up giving this round away. You've got yourselves into a good position here. Flames catches another. Spam even whittling down Kenzazor. So they might have cleared out CT. No one gets to play there. Sissy's Orp on the line out towards Palace. There's one kill on the round since bringing out this AWP. And he's going to shut down ZywOo on the cross. Hands off to Kenzazor to try and clutch this up. Flames and Mezzy, they've been heard, but not dealt with. Flames going to close in. And so finally, Vitality kind of breaking this silent streak, sticking the landing on one of these retakes.
Yeah, you see the same idea there for Bait where, you know, the smokes fade and they don't try and prioritize the plant before that happens. They actually want the fight again. The difference is ZywOo's Orb does not forget. Gets 2 excellent picks in the middle of the site. Catches his top triple player. That's a crazy shot. And so, yeah, Bait get the fights they were looking for, but ZywOo wants them more. And simple 2v1. Closes the round here for Vitality. It's Bait with a timeout.
Yeah, not surprising. I think that's going to be a frustrating round if you're Bait. You'd actually done everything to win that round at one point. You got the kill on Apex at CT. You had a post plant secured. You had Sissy with the AWP over towards Palace. I know, like, ZywOo hit a pretty gnarly shot on the guy on top triple. But when you have CT, why is there a guy top triple when you're so worried about the connector?
They weren't sure about CT. Right before they planted, they swung and checked it, but they didn't know. Vitality been switching up their retake positions. You know what's a good factor here? Let me sell you on something for Bait. Okay. For the first time in seemingly a long time, they have their coach here. So often, their coach can't make it to events. Like, more often than not. But I'm pretty sure Madden's in the building. I saw him walking around, so... That's a nice factor for Bait. A team that maybe less so now, but we talked about a team, this team being one that kind of chokes and loses big leads and loses from 2-0 up in Swiss stages. You know, having their coach here might be a huge factor for Bait. Hopefully can help them in this tournament. It's not something they've had all too much, to be honest. So let's see if this timeout bears fruit for Bait. No AWP on Sissy this time. Mezzy just hanging out. Really crazy when you put it like that, huh, Jay? Stalemate on B, but bombs coming in. PL selling mid, but very quick back to B. This is going to be the hit, and Mezzy has no help. Can Robs get in the right position? He's had a slow start to this game. ZywOo is moving. Yeah,
Vitality did go clear ramp near the start of the round, right? And so just starting to get a bit suspicious. They've seen how Bait have been playing, that it's been super exec heavy. So they'll bring extra players over. ZywOo AWP first in the feed, and now Mezzy joins him with a keen double out towards the apartments. Sure, Sissy's going to rally one back, but you're not really in a winning position here. 15 seconds left. And heading for the hills, it's a save called for Bait.
Yeah, it's fair. Good move on ramp, as you say. And unfortunately, too late in the round that Vitality know they can just ignore middle and stack either bomb site. They make the right move. ZywOo looking good, really. Like, since he's had this AWP, he's hit every shot that's come his way. No complaints now for Vitality, because despite a strong start for Bait, this can very quickly peter out on the T side of Mirage. Now, with their money, how it is, it's going to cost them one more round. Even come round 11, it's going to be ugly without a bomb plant.
Going back to B, but this time I guess you're going to try and go on a bit of an earlier timing, right? Maybe figuring out that Vitality had been given so much time to piece together where that last one was ending up. So this time it's just Alex lobbing in some util flashes to try and bring the pistols, bring these saved guns into the round. They don't clear Mezzy. And that proves to be a massive problem. It just gets 3 players back turned.
And which players? The 2 rifles. The 2 Glocks jump out the window, they make it in, and then Mezzy lines up 2 rifles back turned. I mean, they're both looking short. Neither player looking for the B anchor. Maybe thinking he's bench or backside, but Mezzy's aggression pays off here. 2 kills, and then the third, when he picks up the rifle. So nothing in that round for Bait. That's kind of worst case scenario, and I actually like the Bait eco this. They want one more full attempt to even the half out. They know Vitality have woken up.
I mean, it's this ZywOo Warp that's been the turning of the tide, right? From the moment it kind of came out, that's where Vitality have started streaking some of these rounds together. And now that they control the money game this late in the half, he's starting to feel a little desperate. Oh, this push gets broken up. And you got a Tech 9 and a Mac 10 to try and break through this site hold. It's not happening. This went from, you know, potentially a great half for Bait. They were in a commanding lead. They had a clear game plan just running these execs, but as the game's gone on, as the finances have improved for Vitality, as they've kind of warmed up into this and pieced together how Bait are trying to play, they're now looking to win out on the half.
So many ramp flashes, Essentials waiting for it. Knows that Vitality have had this position whenever they want it. They won't overcommit, hopes for a flank. Nothing materializing, Vitality not willing to make a move here. They know Bait have played some very slow rounds. Apex's curiosity, a danger. Staying in the right side of window late. He will take his escape route when it's given. ZywOo in a new position. Should be no way City can get this kill with his AWP here. As he backs up to hold util for his team. There's the push for Vitality that we've been waiting for. Palace clear.
What's nice about having Palace is, you know, you could, if you wanted to, just kind of drop a player off here. The strong position to play around that bomb plant.
Okay.
Flames goes early. MPL on this lurk. Still, the A site in these forward positions proves to be too much to deal with. Essential does what he can, but just at the mercy of that trade from Rops. And the Sizzy AWP shut down. Vitality, after a kind of slow start here, go on to recover in this first half.
Yeah, not surprised that they hold on A well there with Rops and Flames on default, but I think the key kill is Mezzi getting MPL out of spawn. He gets the kill that's going to shake that whole round up by shooting Apex in the back on rotation, but Mezzi comes out market and wins that 1v1. Without that kill, Vitality are in jeopardy. Instead, they're running away with a smile on their face. A 7-round CT side after starting down in the mud. 5-2 returned by Vitality. A struggling game from Bait's in-game leader. Whereas for Vitality, everybody is in ship shape. Full Kevlar for Bait, 2 sets of util for Vitality, and something on this A site, it seems.
Yeah, maybe just going to try and give Bait a bit of a taste of their own medicine. An exec heavy T side, they roll one out the gates in this pistol, and it's Flames. They get the ball rolling on this pistol round. Oh, even with a turn there out of ZywOo. Bomb now planted. I mean, look at the positions you've got. Taken away, this jungle control player still in the Palace and a mid lurk on Apex. Essential could make things weird here. ZywOo's low, but this is where Apex is meant to bail you out. Things have gone wrong. Alarm bells ringing. Apex couldn't make up for it, and that kind of whiffed opportunity on the wraparound. That's going to cost you everything.
That's a tilter for Vitality. You know they're not going to be happy with that one. They had a great position. They had a flank. ZywOo's committed connector, low health in the corner, and him and Apex cannot finish that one player. Oh dear, disaster hits Vitality.
Dude, I mean, Essential's having a great game. No doubt about it. He's the guy just causing all this chaos over in the con.
Boom.
Like, what a great sequence.
Yeah.
Sure, Apex Swift, but you still have to hit the 180 onto a flanking player you didn't know about.
Since he's got the orb straight away, I think he bought that for himself, so young man is confident here. Youngest player at EWC and CS. (12-8) against Team Vitality.
I mean, this is just very interesting, right? Because early days, I think you saw some of the struggles, right? Some of the lows, but the highs were fantastic. Like, some of the sequences this guy can put on have just been phenomenal. Yeah. And then just over time, you're hoping that that's the version of Sizzy you get more and more regularly. And I would say he's definitely making strides in the right direction.
It's just crazy that, you know, even the best players in the world, like, weren't playing tier 1 CS at his age, you know? The fact that he's competing against the world's best teams at 16 is... Oh, he's definitely got a bright future. Bright present right now, looking to win against this force by Vitality. ZywOo and Flamesy with the rifles walking up short, but nice hold for Essential. It's not the guy you want to run into. 2 burst headshots comes through from bench, and even though Apex finds a timing, they're considering it. Backs checked. 30 seconds. It's ZywOo, or this one's over, and Sizzy has made that so. Miss shot does connect, but Bait gets 7. Vitality's forced by in the mud.
So this is Bait now looking to retake this lead. Vitality feeling a little shocked. I don't know if they were expecting this much fight out of Bait. This is the AWP. Tries to deal with this mid-hit alone. Ends up on the receiving end of a Mezzy Deagle. No window smoke. Felt like a big invitation to take the orb for a tour of middle. And that's exactly what Vitality wanted.
They need to probably shuffle that gun out of there. But it's Vitality who will leave first. They don't want to commit to middle with just Eagles. It's ZywOo holding for a second kill. 4 players of Bait just swang mid there, so they've cleared it out. They know. Kentizor's even going to start to push up top mid. There is no flash being set up. ZywOo is considering this, but he is locked in. Only ZywOo can get out with that kill. 5v3, it's getting hairy.
It's just 4 Deagles in this round for Vitality, and they are in a good position here. Some damage done onto ZywOo, and him and Apex both low on this lurk through middle.
Uh-oh.
So you were handed a very scary looking round here if you're Bait. You've started to regain some semblance of control.
Next Deag is everything here. And they line up instead. So 5v3 returned here by Bait. And it's Alex from the bottom of the server with 2 kills coming into this round who gets a multi-kill. Had the right gun for the job. ZywOo's still giving it a go. But not meant to be here. MPL triple. And Bait back in the lead indeed.
I mean, rounds like that, man, they're high stress because the whole time you're thinking, like, we really can't lose this. You know, you're not supposed to. This is where you're meant to kind of breeze into the lead. This is the free round. So do a good job of keeping composed and reeling that one back in. Helped out as well by this lineup here.
Yeah.
Mezzy and Flames both just a little eager to put those Deags to work. Guns back out now for Vitality.
Really important round here for Vitality. Without it, we're going to see Bates up to double digits, almost certainly.
There hasn't been a great deal of brawling around middle in this game yet, but it feels like Vitality are hoping to change that. Going back for this mid control, 4 players here right off the top of the round, all to try and get this boost going. So Mezzy will make it up into the window. Kentizor's here as well. Good catch. They still don't know about Mezzi in behind enemy lines.
Don't play yet. The ladder, though, Kensel's making a lot of noise, and Mezzi can't really force this kill. He could molly, it would give away his position, though. They're all just waiting, pausing this round to hold for this kill in ladder, but it is not getting given. At a certain point, Mezzi will have to molly this player out. ZywOo's not exactly full health. He's just going for it, sending in, somehow reacting and getting that kill. Cannot tell you how.
Apex here with the bomb, though. This could be a massive issue if he falls, just gets out. But look at what it's done. Alex, who was leaving, hangs around, gets that trade, and bomb now dropped. Suddenly you're playing for the kills here if you're Vitality. Bomb is up on the ledge, so they're not getting that back. Time's going to expire on this one, and Bait forced their hand. A 9th round collected, lead getting built on. And Rops' save, not even a guarantee, but he looks to get out with that AK at least.
Oh, disastrous there. Apex even got his first kill, but it's the low health that makes him susceptible. Second player on ramp at 15 seconds. Bait just fearless game out of them. Can't believe it. And that feels like the lead is right there for the taking, or rather double digits right there for the taking, because Vitality have no money. One saved AK, ZywOo could buy. They could force something around this. It would be pretty crazy. More likely, you're just going to see Tech 9 Deagle armor. And hope Rops can come through with a winner. But Bait playing great CS and Vitality getting strung out. Losing to the clock is not something we expect from this team. Just another massive multi-kill from the captain, who had 2 kills at halftime. Doubled in that anti-eco in a 3-on-5. Doubled in this round to break Vitality's money, but ZywOo still buys. So 2 players committed. You need results out of this round. You can't just be getting wiped. Bomb plant feels like a bare minimum. Vitality backing their aim.
Oh, that's rough for Rops. Had a golden opportunity and entry. Instead, it's just a fleet of opening kills for this Bait squad. ZywOo gonna get one back. Why not make it the double? Mezzi's joined him. As is Yorp deals with Mezzi, and they'll leave it to ZywOo in this 1v2.
They could be anywhere, though.
Bait are actually getting aggressive. Yeah. Pushed out towards the Palace, pushed out towards ramp. He's just dropped down, and ZywOo's heard that, but likewise, Alex could have heard him on the run. And yeah, with Sizzy scoped up Palace side, feels like they know. ZywOo just taking 1 or 2 steps too many on this rotation, not expecting an aggressive move. That is very well handled from Bait. And they just keep building upon this lead. They're showing no signs of slowing down. Yeah. You said going into that round, you know, you needed something from it if you're Vitality. Sure, they'll be cobbling a buy together, but it's lacking a ZywOo AWP. Doesn't have all the bells and whistles in terms of the util.
This keeps up, we're not going to see that T-side AWP, and that was the game changer for Vitality in the first half. As soon as they got that AWP out, they started winning rounds, so problematic here, that's for sure.
And they just don't look fearful. I think they've had really good reads on the game of Bait. Even thinking to that Kenzazor round where he just never gives Mezzi the chance. It felt like he was aware, you know, of the potential a player can be in window.
Oh, here's a flash, he's dropping in.
There's the swing. MPL handed a double. And now trying to battle for mid. They've got 2 players trapped behind these boxes. Transfer for Flames was nice, but it's 4 players peeking him. The simple numbers game there in that mid fight. And we just keep looking at Vitality left in these clutches, you know, hoping that a massive individual effort will be enough to get them through.
And it's yet to happen, right? They've been in all these positions. We've had no clutch factor for Vitality in this game. These rounds are really hard to win, but it's something that Vitality have done many times. Now, this patience from Robs might pay off. But it's top mid he needs to worry about. Essential wraps the spawn, window peek, and Robs. Oh, it's messy, but he gets it. It just costs so much health, and Knife Out is going to seal his fate. 11-7 on Bates map pick. They are running away with this second half. Love that play. I mean, they even hear the flash coming in or see it. They dodged it. But MPL just mauls them in lower.
Yeah, you just got to love the way that Bait have been playing this. You know, well-timed, aggressive moves. You see frustration setting in for Vitality because they feel like they're getting, you know, read like a book. And whenever they're trying to get to these staging platforms, you know, in the past they were at least getting mid control, but now not even that safe. You're getting shut down looking for middle. They've just really had their finger to the pulse. Very comfortable knowing what Vitality can do at any moment and reacting well to it.
Bait lost this map 6 times at Cologne. They're on a 7-loss streak. Clearly they went back to the drawing board, because to pick it straight away in a new season after it being the bane of your Cologne run, a run that was impressive, remember, 3-0 in stage 1. They went 0-2 in stage 2 and then reverse swept in BO3s. And yeah, they got 0-3 in the third stage, but I'd say it's already a pretty good major for Bates. So this Mirage uptick is massive and looking to take down one of the top dogs in this game. They could do it here and now, but Vitality push forward. One final ditch attempt here to stay in this game.
All right, Rob's going to collect his on this lurk. But it's 2 heavy hitters still in the picture for Bait. MPL hoping that Robs gives him this kill. But it doesn't come easy. Robs takes his head off in the head-to-head, and Essential's left saving.
Shame, top performer on the wrong side. Can't have any impact into this round. It's just an explosive hit for Vitality. They go back to simple.
Yeah, exactly that, right? Just kind of take a bit of complexity out of this one. Contact out towards the ramp. Bit of util to bring them in. Not too many moving parts on that round and not leaving it to the default where they've just been getting picked apart.
I like that they've never called a timeout in the second half. Bait, it's just been going so well. Finally, they break the action. Knowing that they're still in a great position, but they haven't closed it yet. And that round will reignite something in Team Vitality. It's been a great game for Bait, but many teams have got to 11 against Vitality and no more.
It's where you just also have to look at like the finances for Bait right now. This is a stressful situation because you're dead on. You have this lead, but it's going to disappear very, very quickly if you lose this next round. And then even though you're still leading in terms of the score, you're in the more vulnerable position out of these two squads. Every round you lose, your money gets broken. That's how games get away from you. Vitality know the chance that they have here to try and save themselves on Mirage. They just got to get through this kind of broken Bait buy. Orb for Sizzy. Rifle on Essential saved out of that last round. But it's SMGs for the rest of the gang. And you might think they were going to go back to another exec on the side of Vitality after it went so well in that last round, but they will go looking for this mid control, giving it a bit of a prod at the start. They don't have info on middle, and they're lent very heavy into this B stack.
Needs this entry. He needs it clean, that will do. Nice tap to the CT spawn, gives a lot of room to Vitality. I mean, Pate, you could be thinking about saving right now. Vitality of the entire site. Bait don't have the weaponry for this retake. They don't have a kit. So as Rops puts that bomb down and Vitality back up, there are no kills being given here to Bait. They know it, we know it, Vitality also know it. This is 9 rounds.
I mean, it's rough because Sissy's been having a really good game, but in this round he fires that one shot on the AWP out towards short, trying to get rid of, I think it was Flames over towards the connector. And the second he does, the second they hear that AWP shoot, Rob's just, you see the freedom he knows he has now on the Palace swing, right? You don't have to worry about that AWP at CT, you don't have to worry about the AWP on the long sight line at jungle. The physical moment they learn of its whereabouts, they are so quick to react. The fact that Sissy didn't even get a kill for his troubles makes it hurt even more. Still, you got out with the save, so at least it's not an eco here. You're not at the full mercy of Vitality. Chance to do something with these saved guns.
Hoping to get a proactive round here for Sizzy. Looks like he's going to be solo B with an A stack. AWP on B, but nothing in the apartments for Vitality. Honestly, in a round like this, it might even be better for Vitality to go into the stack than this AWP. But will the stack come to them? Ramp flash ready. AWP's holding off. Not in a susceptible position. Vitality with an execute and 2 players in middle.
Oh, flashes go in. They take ramp now at the minute mark. They went too early to fight any of the Vitality players. Vitality actually flashed back in to clear out the ramp position. Now ZywOo on a line out through Palace. His teammates coming up the connector. MPL gifted an AK. Robs gets out ramp side. This is the bomb. Missed shot from the Sizzy AWP. And that could have been a real difference maker. Now ZywOo gets out into the open. Sizzy, known about on this line, makes up for it the second time around. There's 25 seconds left here, and Vitality crossing in with the bomb. Feeling some pressure to try and clear CT so they can get this planted. Sizzy will have a chance to catch Robs. Gives him a jiggle, but the shot sails past. And you're asking a hell of a lot here. This very young player. A 1v2 clutch, and it's Robs and ZywOo that you've got to beat.
So
just
close.
whittling Robs down, and he'll leap out.
He didn't see him leave because of the reload animation. Rob's crossed out, he has no idea.
ZywOo waits for the fight to come to him. And it's a tense round. It's a bit of a nail-biter, but Vitality are moving in the right direction.
Oh, that's got to hurt for Sizzy because he had ZywOo absolutely dead to right in Palace, scoping CT. Missed his shot, not looking at him. He still gets multiple chances, but none are as easy as that first one. And putting Robs down to just 5 health on the wallbang. Ouch, he can't catch a break. It's a Vitality plot armor that keeps him alive against the eco.
And you do just love the way that Robs even tried to play that. I think a lot of folks, when they're getting spammed and you get that low, you feel like you're going to die, you almost just kind of feel tempted to swing. You're like, well, I don't want to die doing nothing. But he dances around, baits out the reload, and uses that little window to just escape. He knows that time and the fact that ZywOo's got his line should be enough.
Getting some crazy rounds down the stretch, but this is Vitality. Once again, having to dig deep and doing it.
You're seeing more composure as well out of Apex, right? He was very animated in that early stretch of rounds for Bait. But looking a little calmer now.
Ooh.
Mid-take. Bait looking to scrap for this, and that's exactly what ZywOo wants.
Oh, baby. Goes back for more. Ooh. Central doesn't know how much he's done there. I'd have just stopped this B hit. Vitality's still very spread. Apex is going to lurk late, and Bait, yeah, they feel like they have to make a gamble here. They have no utility, they have no kit. If they spread out, this round's done, so stack on this side. As Apex keeps them there with utility. I mean, there's no guarantee where this one's ending up. That bomb is still TV.
You just think with Rob still in the Palace, like, there's ways they can use him to go and clear. I feel like they're just going to dodge this stack entirely. Oops.
Yeah, Bait just all in. And this is a good call for the sense of you're going to get rifles next round. You've already lost from position, but gives you your best opportunity to commit to winning it on B or just save your guns. But man, ZywOo wins that round with the re-peek in middle. It felt like Bait's mid-attack was well-timed. But you'll notice again, when ZywOo has the orb, it's such a game changer. Vitality were completely absent in that first half until he pulled it out. Same thing has happened here on this T side. So we go all the way.
I mean, they are and kind of always have been this team that are always just looking to grow, right? Getting better and better each time, trying to go deeper and deeper. But you say, well, you said earlier on, they kind of had this reputation for choking in some of these high-pressure moments. Well, these next couple of rounds, whether that remains to be the case, ZywOo even hunting. Knocking one extra gun out of this next round.
That has impact. It absolutely has impact here on Bait's economy. They got 3K a player. Gonna have to see surviving players drop over guns. SMG for certain. This was the round winner from ZywOo. Only 2 M4s here. They're actually saving. I think that one kill on the exit completely changed the call here for Bait. So last second, change of tune here. As they look to buy up in round 24. Vitality bring the pace.
Oh, this chase for Apex. Catches them on the reload. And that's the thing when you're Vitality. You know, a lot of squads might be feeling the pressure. Round 23 in a game that's going the distance, but Apex just calls for a pace change and comes blistering through that con smoke.
Such a crazy call, man. The double con flash just let them run up Cat as well. They completely shrink Bait out of middle. Apex pushing con, running and shooting. That's Vitality leveling up late in the game. A Vitality that didn't look the greatest to start this map off, but they were given enough time to warm up. And Bait may be regretting that now. They do have a final buy, a chance to still compete for overtime. But this is a different Vitality you're facing, and not one that is going down easy. Hunt here on this B site. MPL, dead man walking. And Essential, just a dead man, you'd think.
And dude, imagine how Essential feels. Like he's having a fantastic game.
Yeah.
Playing lights out, even there with the SMG at the end, but they're just avoiding him. He's been left in many of these saves, many of these clutch attempts. Just been relegated to this B bomb site in a T side that hasn't really been about him. And so Vitality onto map point.
I like that Bait have given themselves their best possible chance here, respecting Vitality, but also getting a full buy in round 24. Sissy's orb, once again. Got his work cut out for him, that's for sure.
That's the thing, if you kind of are late off the line, if you miss the starting gun, but then you go on to win the race, that's the only bit that everyone remembers anyway.
It's almost
so the slow
impressive
start, yeah, it doesn't really matter for Vitality. They have been able to recover this. Now's their chance to close. It's very paranoid over here towards B. 3 strong for Bait on this side of the map. They know they can't keep it like this forever.
Quite a fake. But it goes quiet, and so Bait might question it as he starts to rotate. Playing retake on A. And so we're going to get Vitality allowed to execute on this bomb site. Sizzy. Oh, they're pushing in. Gonna get jungle smokes. Rather triple smoke to block Sizzy from holding connector, but he can still focus on this ramp. That's where most of the players are. Flames is getting a lot of room. But Beta waiting for the bomb.
There's the catch. Sizzy with the first. Follow up on a Flames. Can Bait secure an overtime? This was the round they were waiting for. And they're just 2 kills away from it. Sizzy, who had some swings and misses throughout this CT side, coming alive. And with Apex shut down, Bait secure extra time.
Oh, I love that they just don't care about that fake, or not even fake, that exec from Vitality. They just full focus down on ramp. Vitality can't get any room in that bomb site. Flames is given nothing. Vitality have to dig deeper once again.
I wonder if Bay try and initiate something here, right now that you've got the freedom of overtime. You have Sizzy on a deep line with his AWP out towards short. And 3 players ready to come through this smoke. Oof. Apex just running through smokes, ripping off heads. That's where he's been most effective on this T side.
And isn't this just classic? You said Essential, he's been on the wrong side of the map the whole time. He starts A this round, and then they go for the short rush, so he's not here. There's no one in B. It was only Kenzazor with no support. And this retake is already getting cut down before the bomb is planted. Essential can still find impact, but they need to flush Rops out, and he can't do that. 3 health, Rops remains. And just waste time here, hearing Alex and Connector. What a rough round for Essential to start on the ramp push. Vitality continue to bring the pace. Punchy B hit puts the first round on the board.
Like, watching that 3K from Rops at the end as well is just why he's so fantastic. Like, you love how he's approached that, just breaking up every one of those fights, separating the push with the molly, waiting for the flash when he's low. Everything about it's just perfect. It just makes life really easy for himself in every duel he takes.
Really should have been a 5v4 there for Vitality. Zywoo just clips him. But worry not, Vitality go back to middle. MPL not far away. Kenzazor slows them down, allowing MPL to go searching for a second, if nothing more. Oh.
It's a good nade, good trades over here in middle. But still Vitality squeak out an advantage. And as MPL hangs around in the connector, Rops is playing through Palace. Flames coming his way through middle.
Crazy.
He was getting boxed in. And they know they've got this A bomb site. Rops has confirmed as much on his checkout through Palace.
They know he's an AWP, so that just cuts off a lot of positions, really. You're not worried about TV flank. You're not worried about him being in T-spawn. Now they got the spot. The bomb can try and make its way up connector. And with a couple of high flashes, perfect assistance from Robs gets that bomb in. What can Sizzy possibly do? Nothing. Messi headshot confirms the round, and everybody for Vitality continuing to pull their weight late in the game.
And as we've got into extra time, Apex is kind of showing them the full breadth of the paces available in this one, right? A really punchy first round in OT into a super slow crawl out into middle. One that Bait tried to match.
Yeah. Definitely lost their read on the game. They've not had good gambles. They've not even been in retakeable post plants. And again, Flamesy just sending it out middle through the smoke. Molly in under. It's going to force the swing here for MPL. Oh, they don't catch him though. Good transfer back on that fight to short. And blink and you miss it. 5v3 Vitality.
And just imagine how this has felt if you're Bait. You went from being very competitive here, neck and neck with Vitality. Hell, even having the lead, you had them on the ropes towards the end of regulation. But now, like, you just can't win an opening fight, and it's even worse than that. You're actually getting multi-killed more often than not in these opening sequences, and so rounds are just slipping by the wayside. And while you have these really aggressive pieces on Vitality down to scrap, down to fight, you also have the composed Robs, who's just waiting to punish any re-aggression on the other side of the map.
And Alex is just thinking, what? He just sat there?
Yeah.
He just sat there on the right the whole round?
That's really how he's decided to play it. Well, okay. He wants it more, I guess.
And now it's a 2 top performers, but 2v5. The only way this can go wrong is the clock. 40 seconds, and the bomb is very late to this play, and Sizzy might have open shots here in Spawn. There's only one smoke. It's on Apex.
This is where, though, like in these tense kind of moments at the end of the round, oftentimes Vitality have just had great util to bail themselves out. See if they get more of it in.
Don't count him out.
Sizzy Orb fires off, and now they know about him out towards the spawn. He'll respond with a smoke of his own, gives himself a chance to play through. 15 seconds, and this bomb is stuck at ramp.
One shot, can't find it.
They don't know about Essential. They don't know about this second man, also concealed in the smoke. Bomb goes down. Essential behind enemy lines. ZywOo gonna close him out of it, and so flawless on the half for Vitality, well on their way to recovery.
Dude, the margins here are so tight. I cannot believe they win that round. Patience on ramp. Mezzy lets his teammates come over jungle. He has 10 seconds when he's coming out ramp with the bomb there. That was a 2v5 that had serious legs on it. But Sizzy just didn't expect the bomb to be coming from that position so very late in the round. And I mean, if Essential has an AK there, he probably wins it. Headshot on ZywOo. Still, it's clean for Vitality. 3 rounds T-side. And how do you dig your way out of this game?
Yeah, Bait are now just competing against a hell of a lot. You're feeling shaky, you're feeling nervous. You know that you've given Vitality enough time to wake back up, and you've really felt that in this overtime. Just the way that every one of these opening duels look to go the way of Vitality. You're always playing from the back foot. You need solutions, you need answers. And again, it's another opener for Vitality, 5v4.
It may be a miss from Robs, but it's such a threat to know the double AWP is in play now in this round of overtime. Like, Robs pulling it out at the perfect time to punish, and they're trying to go for this B hit. Now he's boosted Mezzy up. ZywOo's still pushing under. That's the bomb. Vitality don't give a damn. They want this game.
Shut down at the apartments.
That's it.
Robs providing covering fire on this AWP, and Vitality looking to recover from this slow start. One hell of a turnaround, battling through the overtime and doing it convincingly. They don't drop a round once we get to OT.
Yeah, impressive game for Vitality. Bait definitely went back to the drawing board after Cologne on this map, but that is another loss on the streak. 8 in a row on Mirage as Bait barely take Vitality.
Boom. There we go. Okay, yeah. And well, we got a conclusion there. And if you're B8, you're going to hate to watch this one slip away, too. There was a real chance here at taking the first map in this series versus Vitality. And now we roll the page into map 2. I mean, what could happen now that we've got both teams firing?
Yeah, I mean, Bait really let that one slip out. They had Vitality on their heels, to be completely honest, in the first half. And especially in the second half, they looked like they had it under control. Like the way they're playing on the CT side to begin with. Super aggressive, in your face. Never let Vitality rest anywhere, whether that was ramp aggression, whether that was fighting towards middle, going towards underground. It felt like B8 had a pretty clear game plan of not really allowing Vitality to execute their default and allowing Vitality to get too much space on the map, and they were successful doing so in the beginning. Well done by NPL, well done by Sissy. They played so well, Janko, up until the point they were leading 11-7, and then they decided to lose 9 out of the last 10 rounds of the game.
Well, I don't think they decided. I think Vitality decided. And I think that was ultimately the problem with Bait. They had a great approach, but they had the one approach. You know, and then eventually Vitality was going to be able to sort of make the necessary adjustments, and for Bait they just couldn't find an answer. You know, you could see towards the end in overtime how ready Vitality was for some of those mid fights. Exactly knew when to time their flashes, when to swing together. Really made quick work of Bait in those rounds, and it's unfortunate because Bait were close. You know, like they had that, what was it, 11-7 lead. They had Vitality on the ropes with all their money spent, but that's when, you know, the best team potentially to ever was in Counter-Strike stepped up and managed to come back.
Well, even to the point where B8 ruined the Vitality force buy in the second half at 7-7. You know, they run it back up to 7-7. At that point, yes, the game starts to look a little weird. And maybe you could say that Vitality were looking a bit frantic on their T side to find an answer.
I think there's definitely two sides to that story. I don't think Vitality played exceptionally well in the first portion of this game. I think they made some uncharacteristic mistakes. We're going to show around later on as well, you know, with one of them, but they weren't as sharp as you'd like them to be. But then again, I think the way B8 approached the game, as you said, maybe it was a bit too one-dimensional, Janko, but it was effective in the beginning. The way they constantly fought towards middle, the way they constantly re-aggress and tried to take away map control, whether that was early in the round towards middle or late in the round. There was a round where Apex was caught with the bomb with 20 seconds left in the round down towards ramp. Again, a re-aggression coming in from B8. So, if anything, you can say they played proactive, you know, and in-your-face Counter-Strike, and they were successful with that up until the point to 11-7.
Yeah, and I like that they played to win, you know, in that regard. They didn't turtle up, they kept being aggressive. I think that's how they have to play. Maybe not even just Vitality, but in general with the players that they have. It's like when you're playing with a little bit more pace and aggression is when you're probably going to have the most success.
Playing with a little gusto, perhaps. You know, like playing like you're trying to win. Mucho gusto. Speaking of which, MPL getting away with a lot of gusto. I think it was round, what are we looking at? Round 18 it was.
Round 18, just to show an example, right? Again, this early aggression, a flash coming in right here. Messi hears the flash, or somehow dodges the flash, but doesn't get the kill. Both of them are now getting caught off guard by the flash. You have Sissy standing top middle, getting an easy kill on towards Sairu, and despite Flamesy trying his absolute best, you also had Essential coming in with a quick flank. This was a great example of, I'd say 9 out of 10 times Messi wins that duel. You know, he dodges the flashes, turn around, and he should probably have killed NPL in this instance. So wasn't as sharp as you would like him to be, but they took advantage of it. And as you said, Janko, you know, they were kind of seeking their own luck, sort of. You only get those 2 kills if you make the play in the first place, and that's what B8 did in the, I guess, first portion of the game. Because then we got into the later stages, and as you said, Vitality got it figured out. They stabilized the game, and from that point onwards, it was clear there was only one team on the server.
Later stages, round 27, what happened?
Yeah, I think this illustrates, you had the great contrast to this round that Jacob pointed out, because you see again MPL in underpass, the flashes coming in from the CTs, 3 guys there wanting to fight, but the counter flashes come in from Vitality, they peak together, win the initial 2 fights. Later on they found the player on ramp, just got 3 entries and completely shut the round down. So that's what we mean when we say, right, great, but eventually Vitality is going to sort of pick up on it. And you have to remember, they were completely caught off guard by this Mirage pick. They thought there was no way in hell they're going to pick a map that they lost 7 times in a row, and we destroyed them on the last time around. So props to Vitality for, you know, without probably having any or very little prep for this map, to still once the game went live, they were able to make the necessary adjustments and wrestle back control of the game.
They could flexecute almost, especially in what was a otherwise pretty adverse situation for them. You know, B8 really kind of put them to the number there, which is why Saiwu versus Sizzy kind of rings a bell right here.
Yeah, credit to Sizzy. He had a great game with the AWP. Again, Janko, you mentioned him, you know, maybe one for the future. He's shown glimpses before. He showed glimpses during the major. There were a couple of overtimes I remember during the major as well, where he was the one stepping up and not playing afraid, not playing scared, to be completely honest. Still very young, you know, still relatively new to the lineup as well. Only been in there for 4 or 5 months, so maybe more in store for Sizzy in the future. Now, being able to match Saiwu on the server, on one map, that's great, you know, but if B8 wants a chance of winning this series or winning the next map, he has to do it game after game after game after game, and that's been the issue for him. He's a little bit inconsistent, but I guess that's to be expected when you're young and new coming into this game.
Yeah, you also have to take into account, you know, Bait as a team has been going through some rough patches, and even if you're a talented player, it's going to be more difficult to stand out on a team that's going through struggles of their own and is in search of that consistency on a bigger level.
Struggles. I wouldn't necessarily put it to struggle streak just yet, but we do have to go to Dust 2. So in this series...
Inferno.
Oh, my bad. I have Dust 2 as a third, right? Close. A little clerical error. Okay, so Inferno it is. How do we think that this one begins to settle now that we've gotten a pretty closely contested first map, Jacob?
I'm afraid that B8 have let the one chance they had slipped out of their hand, to be completely honest. Vitality is known to be very stable on Inferno. Again, as you said, Janko, I think it's a great point, you know, mentioning the fact they walked into Mirage with no prep whatsoever. That's not going to be the case on their own map pick. That's a map they would have prepared. That's a map they know exactly what they want to do the first couple of rounds, whether that being the pistol, the first buy round, you name it. So I'd expect a different look from Vitality. Again, I wouldn't mind B8, you know, making the game competitive, and I would love to see them push Vitality a little bit, but I think they had one chance, and that was here on Mirage, and that chance kind of slipped out of their hands.
And we said the best approach from Bait is probably to just try and be aggressive and be disruptive on that CT side. Well, that's more difficult to do on a map like Inferno, right? Like it's just more close quarter fights, a lot of utility being involved, right? More easily to get punished if you go for a bit of a YOLO play, you know, peeking second mid through window, or some gimmicky play straight down mid, right? And I think after seeing how Mirage went, would probably be something Vitality would come to expect from Bait.
Inferno, it means it's only apt that we talked a little about Flames and his impact felt so far. Where are we at?
I mean, he stepped up as well for Vitality. It was sort of like him and Messi in the first half, keeping them in the game. You know, had a couple of big rounds on the smaller bomb side, on Mirage, on the CT side. And in general, Flamesy, you know, throughout the year have been a bit of a relation. Maybe he's slowed down a little bit, you know. I think at some point you could make the case that he was a top 3 player in the world, you know, with how well he was performing early stages. Maybe that's not the case anymore, but naturally with Flamesy on the server and the way he's playing Counter-Strike, he's always going to find a way to find impact. Not always successful with it, naturally, but he's without a doubt a player to watch out for.
Yeah, with how Vitality's run at the start of the year event and not having any real challengers, they were all having their games. But absolutely Flamesy, you're going to see once they switch over to the city side in the second half, towards that B bomb site, right, teamed up with Apex, is where he's going to do his best work.
Yeah, so B8 lose their map pick. Essential and Sizzy try their damnedest, but that's Mirage in the books. We go to Inferno, Dust 2 if we should need it. Vitality currently 1-0 in the series. And you're watching the Esports World Cup live from Paris, France. We'll be right back after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Falter, and look at that. I mean, and it wasn't necessarily even the best buy for Mouse. I don't think that's the reason why that round was so impactful. It's just the reason that Mouse got stopped in every place that they had. You know, you think you have a timing.
2 rounds, 0 kills.
You think you have the timing towards U-Haul, towards that bottom of ramp, and just no, it's completely shut out. Foot are playing so smart right now. They know how Mouse want to go.
This is what I was saying about the brain of Kerbeni right now. He's so ahead of everything. He's reading it perfectly, and he's reacting even better. xCloud in a great position. He just had to stay alive, and that's what he did. Got the kills, and now Symmetry firing off a shot finds one. xFlow finds himself one this round at the very least, as he's climbing and scaling that leaderboard. Now 6-1. Kerbeni, of course, he's always good for something, if not just the brain. He's good for the guns as well. And finally, Sphinx breaks the floodgates open, and they get a kill.
At least find one in the round. He dances around the op, but ooh, Nade will send him sky high.
He dislocated his shoulder on landing.
I think he did more than dislocate his shoulder.
Probably, yeah.
I think he died. To be honest with you.
And I mean, we're saying, I was kind of hoping, Torzy kept that same energy from map 1, even though it was a little bit, it was a glimmer of hope, and he currently is being held to a 1-4. Torsion 0-6, and PR still quiet, a 1-5.
I mean, it's still early days, right?
It is.
The fact that Xerxin hasn't found any impact yet, that is troublesome. He's been such a big part in this team and getting, the recent wins that they have, he's been putting up incredible numbers. And there is kind of a question mark about what happens if Xerxin's performance falls off because he's taken up the mantle of IGL. Beautiful timing, almost 2 for Kerbeni, but traded back.
Demon, he's so slippery. And I think he's going to go unchecked. Or at least now, I mean, PR is kind of still weary. They are still just concerned about what may be, and rightfully so. Demon lurking around, and he may not have all the kills in the world across these last maps, but it has been the impact. While xFlow makes his way up through Secret, and there we go. He springs the trap, finds one as he swings up. xFlow finds the other. Torzy at least has a retortment, but it's so mute right now. It's a 2-on-2. What can he do?
It's a 2-on-2, but space taken back towards A. Sphinx goes down the vent. Heard the door open. So knows a player is nearby. Not exactly sure where the exact location is. This is perfect for Sphinx. This is perfect timing. You're not even going to have to worry about the gunfight. So as I say that, very loud, Symmetry is back down with the op. Molotov goes out. Here's the double doors open. Will he swing into the window? Will he clear it out first? Pulls his knife out. Not going to get away with that here, my friend. And now it leaves it all up to xCloud, the newest player on the team. But someone well-wise above his years. That's already the first conversion. A spray through the window, not able to land. Smoke down to the bomb. Molotov towards double.
Oh, no.
No tap on it, no kit. Not going to be stuck. Spink tries to swing. Up top, the spray comes in, and xCloud does not stop. Puts the period on the round. Puts the capitalization in front of Foot. And that's 6-1, my friend. Even when Mouse have things go their way, again, it crumbles down.
It's just so damn good. Every round from this has purpose. Every kill, every death even has purpose. And that's what we're seeing out of Foot, which is the polar opposite of what Mouse are bringing. It is just nothing.
And it's crazy because that's honestly the first mistake I can really remember from a player on Foot right now was just Symmetry walking down with his knife after the smoke goes down, after the bomb gets tapped. That's the first time this entire series I could be like, okay, a player, had a lapse of judgment in the moment, didn't think about the potential positioning of the other players. And still, it rocks up in Foot's favor. Still, xCloud 10-1.
Ooh, that's the sign of an upcoming team that has such great potential is, I screwed up. Something happened. I might have cost us the round. No, it's okay. We have insert a name from this team. We're good.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring. You know what I mean. You see my name in the lights. Better get right. I'm champion.
Team Vitality a map away from the playoffs here as they go into Inferno. Bait certainly had their chances, they had their opportunities back on Mirage. A great game levied by Bait, but the losing streak continues on a map they've even refreshed and almost took down the world's best on. Now in Inferno, it's an even harder uphill battle, an even more struggling map as of late for Bait.
Yeah, it's a tale of like two very, very different situations. I mean, you know, these are two squads in very different places, so that's to be expected. But, you know, Inferno for Vitality in 2026, they've only lost this map 3 times. They've been on a tear. And then, you know, for the side of Bait, it's a completely different story. They're 10-5 on it this year, but it's 5 wins, 10 losses. Best team they've been able to take down was Gamer Legion. So, you know, very kind of different expectations heading into this one. You worry for Bait that they've missed their best opportunity to take advantage of a Vitality slow start to this series.
You could just feel it in the air, even in that last map when Bait had the lead. They had Vitality right where they want them, but how many times have we just seen Vitality level up, dig deeper, not go down? And they do it time and time again when it matters. This was never meant to be much of a competition or a conversation between these two teams, and even though Bait have already impressed, I fear the worst is yet to come. Map 2 of the series. The round of 16 playoffs awaits Team Vitality if they can just shunt Bait to the side here in this second map.
Certainly saw Vitality kind of come to their senses on Mirage. And as we continued throughout that game, the synergy and the way that they were playing with each other, well, it's what you come to expect from this squad, but not necessarily how things started. I'll get to open things on the CT side, and I do like that ZywOo went for that.
Yeah, you gotta respect it. But there's no help on B. It's a good nade molly combo, but I don't think it's going to stop this play. The flank comes in. Wait, will Bait pause and try and go back? They've got this flank held, contained by Alex, looking for a second. Entries on both sides of this B site. Bomb going to go down, and no way in to this round for Vitality. Flawless for Bait. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, just good knowledge of what they were up against, really. Had players watching for that wraparound. So no worries in the pistol. You do have this force buy for Vitality. And a B stack to boot. Flames gets his one. Aids come out. You're really hoping that Bait commit to this now. That's what Vitality want. That's a good check for Alex on the spam. Wise to Apex's tricks, but it is the stack here. ZywOo bringing out for a double, handed off to Mezzi. Eagle back of the site, and they're coming his way. Oh, I won't be able to get a shot off.
Needed one more there. ZywOo did a lot with the 5-7. Mezzi can't connect the kill, and Rops is walking back through spawn. It'll be hard to scale into any strong position here for Rops. And so as he clears close corners, he loses time. Might just be exits here for Rops, it seems. Bait do convert. Here we go. Oh. It is still just the best save spot now in the back of the church, knowing they're going to come save there on the T side more often than not. Apex a classic. He's brought out the Mag 7 on the Eco. I've seen so many Apex highlights in Banana. Why don't you just buy 5, Harry? As long as you all get a kill.
I can tell you why that one. I can tell you why they don't do that, Hugo.
It's not in their loadout.
Exactly. You need Apex to drop all 5.
I mean, it's fair. Nova's pretty good. I get it.
You think he's actually going to commit to this, or is this just in the...
No, definitely. I think you can, if you just get a kill, you're
just
fine.
get one
just
kill.
Get one kill, you're fine. And, you know, if he doesn't get anything, you can buy it again next round.
Ah, there we go. Infinite Mag 7 glitch.
It's true. If you just play Deagle every round, you can always buy. Same thing for Mag 7. It's crazy viable, though. It's just utility that makes it uncomfortable. It's also unorthodox in this round. You're expecting full eco, so...
If you were ever accidentally all going to run into a Mag 7 and get 4K'd, it's in this round.
Slow down here, buddy.
All right, we're back in. Little tech timeout there. And we will have this Mag 7 in play.
What have you got? So can also tag them up here, make it very easy for his team. There's some interest in this B site. Holding a nade on Apex's contact. Get ready. It's gonna get hairy.
All right. What's he got for us? Oh. Down with a jumping double. Oh, he's going for more. Apex swinging for the fences. That's 2 kills from his signature gun out towards Banana. And Bait now feeling a bit of pressure. You said, why don't they just get 5? Well, Flames is going to give it a go as well.
So now a very tricky round to win for Bait because...
Do you want to go into the Mag 7?
You're scared of the stack on the other side.
You don't have any info on A. You feel like you have to go B at this point.
I mean, they've got the perfect nades to do it, right? They just need to use their Molotovs. But even then, Flame's going to have a position, first box somewhere, to get something done. He's committing to this angle. But with Zywoo and a scout, hit a quick shot, suddenly this round is going to get 1.
Oh, they line up! Flames can't finish it, and there's the trade. Kenzazor left in a 1v2. It's not the most comfortable round, but he might be able to recover this. Kenzazor looking back towards Banana. Rops retrieves a gun and closes in. That Mag 7 purchase from Apex worth its weight in gold.
And that's why you buy it, baby. Double kill, hits the tag, hands it over, and it gets put to use. And Apex knows that he just won that round. Essentially, his teammate get the kills, his teammate make the right setup at the end, but none of that would have even happened if not for his jumping Mag 7. What an excellent move for Apex. Extracting maximum value from that eco round. Any advantage, squeezing it out. What a beautiful... I mean, he's so keen to go back for more jumps. He could have cut and dried, but it's a very hard thing to stop.
He's so animated. Fair enough.
How can you blame him? Look what it's done. They have absolutely nothing.
You've used the funny gun to ruin their round.
Not just funny, it's viable.
Yeah.
It's also pretty funny.
I was hoping Kenzazor was going to try and like get back at him by bringing out the R8. But
that's true, but it's just not the same, Harry. It's just, you know.
Because one of them's like actually just horrible.
Yeah.
And the other one is good.
All right, we have a little eco strat here. Some smokes over A. Got 2 smokes here. Walls pop. Long side comes in. What is he throwing at? First one's Moto, but maybe for the pit. It's got blocked in apartments, no fear. They're going to jump through. First smoke out. Looks like a pit or a site smoke. It's a nice exec here for bait. Let's see what it got. What they've got.
Rops is dead. Burns 100 to 0. Flashes and that nifty little Molotov flush him out. Messi hoping to hold on. And now Sizzy closing in out on the long side with Apex removed. Bomb planted. Flames is left in now an impossible 1v3. He's got players behind him. Crossfire in front of him. What's Flames meant to do? Gonna try and hunt down Sizzy. Gets rid of the library man, so he's not looking over his shoulder throughout this clutch. Hoping to find MPL, but with Alex watching from the pit, they swing him together. It's a peak on 3, and they shut Flames out of the clutch. It's a round wrestled right back for Bait.
I think he even hit reload there at the end as well.
He did.
Not that he was going to win
I
anyway.
ruined the flow of everything. Oh, he's reloaded.
That was a sick execute though, right? The running molly. They have the Apps lurk smoke from far away. Gets them out of apartments. Great flash kills Robs. And Bait don't overplay it as well with a long lurker because they had that smoke down earlier. They're able to flush out rotate. So every step of that is excellent for Bait. We can talk about the jumping back 7. That was a 1400 by round win for Bait. So absolutely massive one. Put Vitality in quite the spots. Flamesy gonna send it and squeeze out a final bullet kill there. There's more nades here in B. You've got to be very careful, Bates. Double molly could be a problem. Oof. And while the nades are good, if Bait have this full banana control, they can just execute. Apex trying to block.
It's a great nade. And Apex is going to try and play through on the back of this. Gets in behind enemy lines. Apex causing chaos. And with ZywOo arriving at the perfect moment, Kenzazor is getting pincered here. ZywOo finishes what Apex started. And these bargain bin B holds have been fantastic for Vitality.
A game plan's getting kind of ruined here for Bait. They can't even really get up Banana because every time they do, they're just getting disrupted. That's, again, late retake utility, down Banana, double molly, nade, everything. And even though they're getting these kills at the half-wall, I just feel like it's coming at such a cost. Low health, Apex finishes it. Hides in the smoke, lets them go. Vitality, full chaos on this B site, and they're living in it. Just trading force by wins out now. Different round winners for 4 in a row.
Gonna have the A site under a bit more scrutiny, but strong setup here. Double porch with the boost. Looking like just a fake out here into the top of mid. A real goal going back to Banana.
Ooh,
and they're closing in quick, Apex. Cover here from Flames. And he just reduces them to dust on the push.
Slaughtered.
So no worries here for Vitality. Finally a bit of normality restored. As they'll look to go on a streak now.
I think if his molly was any earlier, they would have called it off, but it was so late, they would feel silly to not challenge it, thinking they've got him caught off guard, thinking he's alone because he's jump spotting, but he has a teammate at sandbags the whole time, so just mow down. Worked perfectly. Yeah, look, second player's already committed before that molly even blooms. Apex has had some great calls on this CT side so far. Some strong setups. And now finally, back-to-back rounds do put bait to pistols. Not a dollar in this round here. But as he's not letting it get out of hand or alive.
I'm really interested to see kind of what the idea is now for Bait heading into this gun round. You've been waiting to get to play, and Vitality have posed you kind of a set of interesting questions. You don't want to feel like you can never win Banana. Starts to make the game feel a little too one-note, a little too obvious. So do they try and throw down the gauntlet and actually wrestle this control off of Vitality right off the rip? Or is it going to be just kind of going where you feel a little forced at this point in the game, which is up towards A? But now it's just a passive start. You're going to let this early util settle on Banana.
It's
just been so effective. Yeah. Like, every one of these B hits, Apex is putting in work with his utility.
Apex has 460 UD.
He's making sure it just keeps ticking up. Nades dropped for him over towards Ruins. But the util isn't just about the damage. He's waiting here with a flashbang. To tee up Flames for that swing. And Apex, you know, we marvel at the Mag 7, but his util is what's doing the heavy lifting right now.
Flames just looked at Apex and fist bumped him during the round, knowing Kenzazor was not there. Cheers for the flash, Dan. They're making it look so easy on this B site. Shuffling guns out, guns that Kenzazor would have loved to have. It's gonna come from Mizzy and AK. They're playing mini games right now in this game.
They're finding other ways to entertain themselves.
Come get it.
And I think this is the last thing you want. You don't want Flames smiling away. You don't want Apex feeling like he is throwing, you know, the most powerful util imaginable. They're having a laugh right now.
So after that HE, it's 576 utility damage for Apex. I mean, he's the best nade player in Counter-Strike right now. And of course, you know, a lot of the time it's his team giving him the util so he can throw it, but it's which is going to buff the stats, but at the same time, the consistency that he finds these high UD games and the consistency that his nades connect on the heads of his opponents is insane.
He has more damage just with nades than 4 players in the server have damage full stop.
Nice. I mean, more than half his damage is UD. And he's top of the scoreboard. Here we go. Bait, I really feel for you boys. I don't know how you fight your way out of this. Leg and Rops is watching the demos as well. HE right down mid. That's a great deagle, though.
Vitality playing dodgeball, man.
They can't get away from him. There is an orb in mid. It hasn't been shuffled as Vitality were wrapping. So MPL's picked that up. Bombs just dropped in the boiler. Edgy smoke in front of it just to keep more pressure on. MPL would love to put this orb to use on low health, but...
that's the worry, isn't it?
The nades. Boom. What can you do? What can you do? Shut down every step of the way. And they're all smiling now.
Well, yeah, like they've just started a new thing. They're like, guys, let's see how many nade kills we can get. There were 2 of them in that round.
And it's not like Bait are just running into them and they're playing them off spawn. These are really late round nades for the most part. Sure, that Rops one wasn't, but everything else is just perfectly timed on top of their opponents. This is a masterclass of utility.
Yeah, like what do you even do? Everywhere on the map, you feel like you're going to die just trying to get the regular control.
It's like a Stralis tier right now. Okay, here we go. Bait. Use that molly to push Vitality out of car. Cautious, but clear. Look at them holding HEs for a reaggress.
Apex is juggling them all over.
I got more in my basket. Full take back. How about that?
Oh!
Bit deep, but it still does a lot of damage. It's 50 damage.
He's got another one.
They leave Banana entirely. Like when we hear 2 more HEs, we'll take it back. Oh, that didn't work. PL.
Yeah, there's layers to this util stuff, man. Not everyone's got it.
Molly's going to push Robs forward or back. Which one will he take? Back it is. Smokes it off. Say, what, you want to block short? That's how you block short. Exec comes in here for Bait. 25 on the clock. Oh, no.
Great nade. Oh, my God. All right.
They can't go long, guys. You have 20 seconds.
No more artillery left for Vitality, at least. ZywOo gonna get one. Learns about this long wrap. Still 10 seconds on this push. Time is of the essence for Bait. And his Rops trades places with them. The bomb gets into the site at least, but look at how claustrophobic this is starting to feel. Oh, Mezzy gets dealt with. They're scrapping in this post plant. It's left to Alex in the clutch, and he goes nowhere. Just brutal from Vitality, keeping them boxed in that last second bomb plant.
Yeah, teammates, I love how Robs plays that too, right? Knowing how low the clock is, he just lets them go right past him. They have to go short with the bomb, and so Robs gives them the sight, but just shoots them in the back while they get there. Mezzy buys so much time back in pits. Everyone does their job. No cause for concern in that post plant there for Vitality. Felt like it was theirs the entire time. All smiles still. 7-3 up. Another buy for Bait. The bomb plant allows it, but they have not been within touching distance of a round in some time. That's the closest it's gotten since his streak of Vitality. 6 in a row.
Oh, Flames is feeling a bit of pressure here. Will just cross out in amidst all that chaos, and again, just more util continuing to rain in as they're trying to get that trade, as they're trying to deal with Flames. Essential nearly loses his life to an Apex HE.
Exec coming in, that molly buys a few seconds and Apex picks up a fresh bounty of loot. Gonna get flashed in here as well. Flash and smoke down. Apex close on that spray. It's a low player there. One of his worst nades yet. It's still 20 damage. 40 seconds. They just have to hit this site and they have to get the clean entries, otherwise there's no way to win this round. They don't want to save this late in the half. This is an all-in for Bait. One flash for Apex.
Doesn't leave him blind. Flames doesn't go, waits for a second flash out from the spawn side. MPL does what he can, but again, all of Vitality are here, and you just feel so trapped. ZywOo does hand away a kill, but time low. This doesn't matter for MPL. Vitality take it to the clock. He might get all the kills, but it's just another one on the tally for Team Vitality as they make a surge towards the win.
it's a great play for Zywoo as well, right? Because it looks a bit silly, but it is selfless because he's playing for the round win. He knows when he jumps through that smoke, either I'm just a free kill, and then he has no time to actually stick the bomb with my teammate close, or I kill him planting. What it does, it just means MPL cannot stick that bomb at any point. He can get punished. Vitality, both those CT players play for the round win. And so another notch on this CT side as they just start running at bait now. That's not even a flash play. Rops just sends it. So Vitality 5v4 looking for an 8th round in a row. Boost up is well timed as well after this chaos. 3 players still holding mid. Dry fights will not go well for bait, but they only have 1 flashbang. Might not ever see it used.
Oh, back's turned. Mezzi just gets to feast. And what a beautiful sequence that is, just trading all these contacts out towards top mid. That is a very composed half out of Vitality. They're making a surge towards the finish line, towards those playoffs.
Just such a beautiful half of Counter-Strike. Everything Vitality did so perfect for what bait were up to. It was so many B hits, so many attempts at banana for bait. Game plan absolutely ruined. The only really good round for bait in that half was the Tech 9 apps pop when they had 1400s with 2 smokes that they managed to just dominate Vitality on. Other than that, it was just getting strung out at this B site. They never really got a proper B round or a B post plant once the guns came out. So more than impressive for Vitality. And a great sign from this team that may have started slow today. 5-2 down at the beginning of Mirage. Some shaky moments even on their second half, but the streaks of rounds I think is the most impressive here for Vitality. We had a couple of stars shining bright here for bait in the first map. Can't really say the same here. Vitality bring the pace. 1 man home.
Good pick up for Kenzazor. His position just going overlooked. MPL and the rest of the gang arrive on these rotations, and so bait, chance to get something going on this CT side. Dominant pistol round looking to come through. And not even a single kill for Vitality. It would have to be quite the turnaround here for the plucky underdogs in bait.
You got nothing to lose in a way. The pressure's kind of off. You're already feeling like this game is over. You know, it's Team Vitality at the end of the day. Is it the letting go that could help bait here on a CT side where you don't have to think too hard? Let the rounds come to you. Trust your setups. Vitality Force, even without a bomb plant and a kill. That's how confident they are. This is not playing the numbers. This is Vitality who want to send a very clear message.
Sizzy trying to help out, and he needed to be involved there, or else MPL was a dead man. Suddenly the gates are open for an A play. It's a good reaction to clamp down on that mid hit. And a good chunk of money made for Bates Orpa. And there's Flames. Always a multi-talented guy, bit of a musician in Spawn. I believe that was Baby Shark.
Yeah, do. He knows the classics. Vitality just impatient here. I'm sure. Wanting to push some buttons. But not much to do with Banana locked out like this.
Yeah, just hang back. Let them waste all their util. And see if, you know, an exciting opportunity kind of falls right into your lap. Maybe someone gets caught over peaking. Getting a little too curious. Maybe on a Banana push, but... yeah, they get handed the fights they were waiting for. Not able to take a single one of them. So the conversions are in for Bait, and they do so cleanly.
Hope they upgrade these SMGs, at least some of them. Gonna get Sizzy straight on the AWP, but yeah, you don't want to let Vitality in now on this first gun round if you're really believing. Start a streak of your own. So Sizzy's AWP in play. And as dominant as that first half was, as we know in MR12, how quick it can catch up with you.
Alarm bells certainly aren't ringing yet, though. Vitality, they've just been rubbing their hands together waiting for this first gun round. Nade stack down Banana, 6 damage from it.
There's layers to this.
Flames up and over, looking for an angle. Util continues to bully him. And you've now seen, you know, a fleet of nades out here towards B. Could read into that as a bit of a stack. 3 strong from the get-go on this side of the map for Bait.
Hey, they're waiting for the boost. Baited, and MPL catches him. Got to fall off because they have no smokes left. Can't stop a play here. MPL's just picked one up. Back in spawn. 50 seconds. Vitality, of course, tempted by the prospect of just a 4v5 hit in this B side, but that smoke will buy time. I think they're still going to end B here. But that's a huge kill. That's going to relieve pressure. They can expect this B play now.
Yeah, suddenly you're not doubting this util. You know it's the real deal. You know the hit's coming. 2 players in the site get sacrificed to the Apex util.
How does he do it?
He's just playing a different game right now.
They molly quad, then they molly double box. Hey, wait.
No. You really think Apex was going to die to utility? You must be crazy. Still in the picture is the Vitality captain. And with Banana pressure removed, you know where the last 2 are coming from.
Good nade. And that's it. Vitality just shut the door on this B hole. 2 players hiding oranges, and they get fizzled out. I gotta check again. That's 836 utility damage for Apex.
He's gonna cross the 1,000 mark on his own.
Almost certainly.
It is just madness. Like, Apex must be able to feel it too. Like, you don't always get the double molly entry kill into B. In fact, you never do that. That's a crazy sentence. Look at that. It's just a blanket of fire. Where are you meant to go?
Ooh, that's okay. And a bit of your own medicine there. 3 HEs down Banana.
Apex looks so vexed when he faded to Gray on the cameras.
Yeah.
Like, finally, he's the one on the receiving end of all this damage.
It sucks, doesn't it?
Not funny when some little green balls thrown at you have decided you don't get to play the game.
Doesn't even play tennis.
A man down for Vitality, but maybe worse than that was just all the splash damage from those nades. Flames is a shot away from death. ZywOo is not much healthier, so have two players who are going to struggle to be hyper involved here.
They've won this before, they can win it again, but this time Bait don't have exploitable positions. Passive in their sight with advantage and low health on Vitality. It would take a miracle to win these entries. And they just get shut down straight away. It might just be the save here. 20 seconds, low health. Not liking their odds.
No, and it felt like it was kind of always destined to go this way, pending some grave error from Bait or some real heroic moment for Vitality. They just bow out of this round. You know what? Bait can have it.
They lost their VIP very early, thanks to the triple nade down banana. That's 4 out of the 5 rounds in this half here for Bait, so certainly making a swing for this CT side. Some lesser weapons here on Vitality, and ouch. They still send a message back, taking the car. Bomb very late, but too early for the commit. It's triple B. Players making sure they play safe. Sizzy's just got the boiler line, buying a few seconds while Bait go searching for answers at B.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a super B-focused game. And so just starting many of these rounds with 3 players out towards this half of the map.
Such a great call for Vitality to take car and sandbags, but then pull all the way back and let Bait retake the space, looking for a close fight. Vitality all just holding them from back at tree. So really get punished there. Still a 1-for-1 though. So nothing guaranteed here for Vitality. They're going to leave Apex to fake the B site and go round the world at 45. And this is what 9 times out of 10 you're going to see on this map. And so no surprise that Bait draw that third rotation over, but now they've fallen for it entirely. These smokes going to keep them in position. Sissy plays through. Apex tries to sell, but now the penny drops. Can they get out of A in time?
Oh, Kansas in a good position. Eyes on, out towards short in the apartments, and that's exactly where Vitality are coming from. Objective is just to try and buy some time for Sizzy. With the molly splitting up the push, there's a spot on the apartments player. Kenzazor's going to be more than enough to get this done.
Beautiful hold. Love that when he got that app spot, he waited for the flash to pop, peeked him from a different angle so he doesn't just get pre-fired. For a one-man hold from the bottom-performing player, does an admirable job to stop that last second hit for Vitality. Couple of saves coming in here now. Vitality struggle to close rounds. Haven't had any clear advantages.
I feel like the A hit's got to come eventually, right? It's been such a banana-focused game. And there has just been this constant 3-man start there for Bait. Vitality know this too. They've seen it in the banana retakes. They've seen it in the nades that come in there early. So Rops with a hero gun. The apartments and this A side of the map is his responsibility. So asking him to try and make a play. Flash sets him up for an opening. And you get that 1 kill. If you had the read that it's been these triple B starts, you'd be looking to go on this. So Vitality take the space. They deal with MPL on rotation. They have this CT control.
He just headshot right now. Bomb is coming in late, but they lose it again. Kenzazor, how has he done that? ZywOo even missed the dig, and they know the flank's in. There is nowhere safe in this site for Vitality. And while Apex has the gun, he has low health. ZywOo needs to connect a shot. He is boxed in with the bomb. Can't do it. Kenzazor, again, a multi-kill on his own. He has won these last 2 rounds, and Apex is walking into walls. Bait are back in business.
And it just feels impressive, doesn't it? Like Kenzazor, you know, all of Bait were getting bullied in that first half. But then, you know, it was his teammates on B having to do a lot of the winning for Bait. He was just kind of cooling off down in the pit, biding his time. But in the last 2, he has found his impact. Sometimes you kind of see players, you know, cool off a little bit when they haven't seen action in a while. Inferno can be a really rough map for that, but it feels like the time to kind of reset might have helped Kenzazor out because he's coming through with monstrous holds in back-to-back rounds.
With no support, right? No help. Those are the kind of fights you really expect Vitality to win. Headshot angle on pit, players uncrouching. Vitality can't do it. The one kill that would have essentially won the round. I mean, they could have even jumped on A earlier, but that bomb was so late, they slowed down. Robs found the AWP on short. Was not enough here for Vitality. That was a 5v4. That was probably their best chance yet in this T-side to win out. Trouble in paradise here. Well, Vitality this time concede banana. In doing so, they enter the round full health. Walk back through this smoke. No flash needed. Mid just got re-cleared by Bait.
So you wonder if we've been seeing a bit of conditioning in these last few rounds of Vitality. It's been a super B-focused game, but the last 2 trying to end out towards that A-bomb site, and it has, you know, dissolved this 3B start that Bait have been running. And so they might just follow through with this.
Going
through the smoke, Flames trying to lead the charge. Takes ZywOo to come in with 2 hulking trades there for the entry. Up and over for Apex, hoping to give chase. That's one of your 2 high health players gone from the round now. ZywOo and Mezzi are wounded. So far from an impossible retake here for the Bait squad on this comeback. Smoke start to fade. ZywOo hears players at the ruins. That forces a fight onto the Sizzy AWP. It's just Rops left standing. Other side of this smoke at Banana. Lines up the damage, but can't get him off that bomb. And so Bait from the back foot all the way to a tie game.
Oh, Apex is going to be kicking himself. 4v3. They have the site, they have the smoke down, and he goes over Oranges to take that fight. It's a swing kill. Getting it wins the round. Losing it opens up the round for Bait to win that post spawn. A massive 3v3. Sizzy finding ZywOo back quad on that repeak. Some individual moves here for Vitality getting punished. They're confident, yes, but that is at times letting them down. Bait playing it by the book on this CT side. Incredible resilience shown by Bait. Team that showed that at the major. Instead of choking from 2-0, they came back through stage 2 from 0-2. It's a team that has absolutely upgraded their mental. And now against Team Vitality, after a 9-3 first half, the score is even, yet to be settled.
Kenzazor, this time no multi-kill from him down in the pit. The Sizzy AWP struggles to provide. MPL at least stems the bleeding there. With a 3-on-3, it's Mezzi real late. Just gonna catch Essential in rotation. Advantage resting with Vitality.
He's gonna do it again as well. MPL walks right in. That should be it. Mezzi on the flank stops 2 and stops this retake from happening. Alex is still trying. They've got money to burn, and so one shot connects, but they can swing off contact. Robs is committed, and he hits his. Vitality break that streak down. 4 in a row. Now 1 more found. And could it just be Mirage all over again? Where Bait write the story of a comeback, write the story of an upset, and then Vitality, the final hour, slip in.
Yeah, how are Bait going to cope as well now that they've had a little stumble, right? It's been a big streak of rounds for this Bait team on the CT side. They've just been going through the motions, going with the flow, and everything's been working. But now you take a little stumble this late in the game. You know, they've had 2 great opportunities in this series to get one over on Vitality. This was a 9-3 half in Vitality's favor. It's taken them a long time to find their footing on this T side. But now that they've taken these first few steps, are they going to break into a sprint?
And this change in the last 3 rounds has been great. They've just not been starting every round 50 health by, you know, Bait just dumped their util insta. There's a difference, right? Apex is throwing retake utility on B. Bait are just double nading down Banana every single round. And so Vitality have figured that out. They're waiting it. Now they get Car and they get their full health. B execute Temptation again. Think of the last B site hit. It was perfect. Zywoo got a double entry, trading flames, and yeah, they botched the post part, but don't need to do that again. It's got to be tempting to just go back into a B execute here in this round. Apex is talking a lot on the cameras. He is off the keyboard, off the mouse. But it does look like they're going up middle.
Timing's everything here because they flash in a re-clear top mid, but that serves as misinfo. Rob's heard the run back, and so Vitality get a move on. Sizzy Orp alongside, they'll run right into it. And a sequence forming for Sizzy. A hat-trick of kills, and you'd like to think he's done enough.
Thinks he's dinked him, but it's only 8 damage. Still need this kill. Player in the site spotted. Zywoo trying to squeeze his shot out. Robs has cover, but it's the bomb down on long with 15 seconds. And unless they overpeak, Robs cannot win this round. They will not make that mistake, and Robs will have to save. This is Bait on to 11.
I mean, the resilience on display is fantastic. Sizzy, what a sequence. So I've just kind of been lying in wait in a lot of these rounds. They've had creative solutions to try and get past the Sizzy AWP, but finally given open sight lines, no util to punish, and just gets to go on a tear.
It's a really
That's you know, the youngest player in the competition at a very pivotal moment under a lot of stress, saving the day for Bait, and now they tie this game up all over again. Money in a weird spot for Team Vitality. This was not where you thought Bait would stake their claim to this series.
Yeah, you wonder if Vitality thought they'd done enough to put Sizzy on that B bomb side to go long when you know he's definitely got that AWP is such a risky move. But feeling like that early banana take with a lot of util could have drawn a third player over. Bait don't fall for the conditioning. There's that one young man that has kept Bait in this game. Rob's hands off his AK. What can Zywoo do? And there's that double nade they've been doing every round. Ouch. Robs might need that back. Again, no bomb here. But it seems like Vitality are so tempted by the prospect of this B site. It's almost like Vitality just don't want to be too obvious and just going for the B execute, but it just feels like the best play at this point in the game. They've got so little util, low health. You know you can win it off of 2 entries. Oh, that's just criminal. And Zai would do more.
But look at how Bait just aren't budging.
Yeah, they're not falling.
They are not moving. Like, it's a spam kill. You're thinking that Sizzy might move out of position.
Oh, they're coming back.
Bomb's coming back. Because ZywOo's taken all this space.
He needs his kill, though. And now he's not got it. Now they're scared.
Still, you know, you're only looking out for Alex. You
But
got 15 seconds. You got to be clean here on the push. Back of the site. Alex knows one kill could be enough here. Rotates a little ways away, but it's Alex that they've got to get past. Flashes, give the cover. Bomb goes down, gets planted, and there's still a chance here for Vitality.
Robs is so late.
Really out of the picture, but he's trying to make up for it, closing him fast. How much time can Apex buy? Rops arrives, lines up the shot, but the Deagles let him down. Apex is going to do this, and with the captain removed, Bait have pulled it off. Map point goes their way.
Oh my goodness, I've never seen Robs miss that in my life. Back turn Deagle, we've seen it. But Bait, map point on Inferno, 9-3 in the hole. Out of position entirely as Vitality go back to B. And still they secure it in the post plant. That is ridiculous. This has been a roller coaster for Vitality from the highest highs on that CT side. And that one missed shot for Robs will cost them everything. Could this really be a 3-mapper?
From 9-3 on the half as well. Nades brutalize Vitality at the bottom of Banana. And so again, they're starting this round, this final round of regulation, with 2 players a shot away from death. There's the nade to get rid of Mezzi. Advantage rests with Bait. They're looking for the knockout blow. It's a quick reaction out towards B. ZywOo waits for the smoke. Tries to scale in, tries to scale over. Orb not able to stop him. Spam will connect onto Apex, and so you're left looking on here if you're Vitality. If you want to seal the deal on the series in a 2-0 fashion, if you want to make it to overtime, you've got to rely on your trusty duo. It's ZywOo and Robs, but they've struggled in these post plants. Bait move in. ZywOo dead first, and Rops felled. It's Bait running away with this. 9-3 to Team Vitality. Bait managed to hold themselves together, and they launch one hell of a comeback. This series now is going the distance. Playoffs still to be decided.
Yeah, and it's clear right there that Vitality are not firmly in control of this series.
You are not.
You are not. No, absolutely. Quite the show of force, I guess, from both sides. If I'm looking at the B8 corner, you got to be happy with this result, at least on Inferno, and how your team played, approached some of these situations. There were situations of proactivity, but most importantly, not getting ahead of yourself in these moments.
Yeah, that was a good comeback from B8, not gonna lie. Didn't see that coming. Very strong CT side, completely shutting down Apex, completely shutting down Vitality, who at no point were able to win 2 rounds in a row. At no point were able to fully break the economy of B8, which meant it was pretty difficult for Vitality to get much done on their own T side. Obviously, it helps that you win both pistols, you convert if you're B8, but it's almost like the first map where this time around it's Vitality slipping, completely and letting the game sort of like go out of their hands in a way. I feel like that was a game where they were in control. That was a game where they had shut down B8 in the first half, and all it took was winning the pistol or winning a couple of buy rounds on the T side, and that would have been it. But credit is due. B8 shut them down completely.
We'll get into some of the mistakes later on, but it was very similar things happening on both halves. Really, in terms of the CT side, Vitality, of course, as you would expect, able to do a ton of utility damage, secure banana control, just constant harassment in that part of a map. But then Bait was able to do the same to them, right? Like find a lot of success with those HEs early on, sometimes getting kills, getting a tremendous amount of damage, and having that control, having that early advantage wasn't something that Vitality was able to sort of pull themselves out of.
I think to me the most impressive thing about that comeback as well in the second half were the amount of retakes where they were successfully killing Vitality and obviously getting towards the bomb and defusing, especially on the B bomb side. I know a lot of them, they were one up, a man in advantage, again having a lot of utility to work with as well, but consistently being able to retake against Vitality, to be able to retake against Zaivu. A couple of the rounds maybe a bit lucky with some smoke spams as well, but that was sort of like name of the game. Vitality could get to the bomb sites, they just couldn't hold it, Trace. They couldn't shut it down, they couldn't play enough of the time, I guess, to let the bomb explode, and for that B8 constantly and pretty much every single time they had the opportunity were able to retake successfully.
And right before that closed out, we heard Harry and Hugo kind of mentioning the idea that there were some struggles, some 2vx situations, and there's some post plants in there from the Zaiwu Rops corner. In terms of that, I mean, Jacob, what do you think?
I mean, let's be honest. You know, on a normal day, on a good day, you'd side with Robs and Zaiwu to win the vast majority of those rounds. You know, even with Apex in the mix a couple of times as well.
I think I still would right now.
Yeah, you know, but not this time around. Not in isolation here to Inferno, and I guess that's where we do have to give BA credit. You know, showing a bit of a composure and being very calm in some of those retakes as well. I think you hit it pretty well. Janko saying a lot of the utility damage was done early on, that the players were kind of softened in those positions. You could see Zaiwu, you could see Apex, often very low HP when they then got into the post-pan scenarios. So it kind of were a trickling effect in that, but still slightly disappointed in Vitality not being able to close down after winning the first half as convincingly as they did.
And yeah, completely uncharacteristic, despite the challenge for Ops to not hit that eagle shot on the flank, right? It is harder than it looks, guys. That's where I leave it at. But it's also karma for a round that happened earlier on, and we'll get into that, I guess, in a little bit, Trace.
Yeah, perhaps in a little bit. I think we start with a little bit of the later rounds. I'm understanding around 20 is a place starts. Not necessarily one of the earlier rounds, but it is a round, Yanko.
Yeah, and you see like Vitality struggle to win rounds, right? We're gonna see the double HGs. They're doing a B Expo really in a way. Essential gets one kill, although blind. They get the 2 trades. 4v3, right? And you're struggling on T side. What does their captain do? Oh, I'm gonna jump on top of first and challenge in a 4v3 on B.
Bing bong.
Right? Absolutely punished. 2 of his teammates are low, by the way. He also had a smoke, and now you can see the pressure is on Zaiwu to do something. The low HP, it's making them maybe a little bit nervous. And this is a 3v4 situation that Bait is able to bring back, retake, and equalize the scoreline right here. And that's karma. It's because of this round, because it was Apex that was with Robs in that 2vx, that, you know, he couldn't get that eagle kill.
You could play that round 100 times, and I'd say Vitality should win 95, 98 of those scenarios, especially having Apex on a smoke. All he has to do is not jump up on that box and take the duel towards CT spawn, and it's pretty much settled already. It's such a tough bomb site to retake, especially if there's a smoke cutting one of the 2 pathways into the bomb site, and I guess Apex is in Christmas mood, just handing out gifts left, right, and center on this game.
You got to wonder sometimes, not specifically in Apex's case, but when you get in those situations, you know, why? You know, when you watch other people play that game of Counter-Strike, jumping up on the bar.
Believe me, as soon as he dies, he thinks the same thing. What the hell did I just do? Like, why did I do this? You know, like, just there's no need to get that extra advantage, right? Like 4v3 and you're in B, you're already fine. Like, you don't need it a 4v2 and to be in B, right? The pressure is on your opponents, but all of a sudden, if you die and it's 3v3 and he dies, he looks at the HUD and he sees, damn, 2 of my guys are like red HP. You know, I actually put my team in a really bad spot. That's where it sinks in, and in the end, might be what cost him the map.
It very well might be. Staying on that same train of thought, we've got round 23 next.
Yeah, props to production for being able to get it right on short notice. So this 5v5 situation, Zaiwu gets the kill. This was pure chaos. Actually a good call. Fake A, go B. You can see that's where the majority of the defense was. Zaiwu probably pays a little bit too early for my liking, right? Like he dies, the jig is up at that point. They still go towards B. It's going to be pure chaos now. The time is winding down. They're trying to plant the bomb. Everyone's blind. Alex stays alive. Apex manages to get the kill. And now in this 2v2, here comes Robs and just not able to connect on that first shot. After that, you know it's going to be hard to get the kill. Apex in the 1v2, unable to do anything. And this was really you know, the backbreaker in the end for Vitality. You just thought they could pull out another miracle round, but it wasn't meant to be.
It was close, you know, and as you said, it's way more difficult than you think. I don't think Robs did anything wrong right here, you know, positioned himself in a great position to get the kill. Unfortunately, couldn't hit it with the deagle, but at the end of the day, it was the round you showed us before in round 20 that eventually cost them the game, you know. It's uncharacteristic, it's not like Vitality, and I'm just happy to see that B8 is at a level where they can punish those kind of mistakes, because you could also make the case that, yeah, Vitality could play their B game, their C game, and they'd still get away with it, but that doesn't seem to be the case right here. Sissy had some great moments with the AWP on the CT side. NPL, once again, you highlighted him saying that it has to come from him, you know, from an individual standpoint. If anyone can match a guy like Robs or Saivo on the server, it's NPL. So all the win conditions are kind of lining up for B8 in this game, and Vitality, as you said, you know, clearly not playing up to their best at the moment. They're making some mistakes, Trace, that you don't normally see them make.
Yeah, it's very uncharacteristic, I think would be the easiest way to put it. Yeah, you're talking about that Sizzy op hole towards Arch. He really shut them down. Even that round got kind of uncomfortably close.
Yeah, and I mean, he's going to be really important on Dust 2 as well. Now, we all know Vitality equals Dust 2, right? Like, It's been the map they've had the most success on with this lineup. It's been their staple, really, but you know, the last couple of times, they've shown some vulnerabilities, right? They got eliminated on it by Falcons in the quarterfinal. They lost it to 9Z in stage 3 of the major. So a couple of games that haven't really gone their way. And you wonder how much focus did they put on Dust 2 with so many different maps that you needed to work on in the meantime, right? Cash, a completely new one that got into the pool. So this is where you feel like obviously Vitality should still close it out, even if it was really any map in the pool. But Beta's played, you know, probably their best on both maps, and their stars are doing well with MPL and CZ, and it seems like they'll give us a game at the very least.
It's a very important game as well, now that we have the bracket up and loaded in front of you. Naturally, win the game, you go into the playoff. Vitality will make the playoff regardless. You see the lower bracket and the quality of the teams in the lower bracket. I have no doubt that they'll make their way and find their way into the playoff. But if you're Vitality, you want to get into the playoff in the best possible position you can be in. Also, you want to avoid playing the likes of Falcons, the likes of Furia for that matter as well, in the first round or in the second round in that playoff. So you better win your group, you better advance to the playoff by beating B8. So safe to say that they've applied a bit of pressure, and now Vitality have to step up and get the job done.
And I think just also, it's not even about making the playoffs for Vitality. As we said, it's about finding some of that invincibility feeling that they had and the confidence. And if you're not losing to Bait, how confident can you feel going into the playoffs?
Yeah, the Vitality buff sometimes leaving us asking for it. Exactly that, which we'll get that opportunity again. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We have Dust 2 in front of us. And if you were paying attention to that bracket, we have 100 Thieves and P-Vision coming up after this game. But as it stands, we do need to find out who's going to be winning here. And if I have to look at it all, I mean, I don't know, B8, Vitality, we'll find out when we return. You're watching the Esports World Cup 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We booked Esports World Cup.
Down, but thankfully enough, it does seem like Malz will circumnavigate the artillery strike for now. A little bit of a minute left on the clock, and Malz slowly stalled out, but it seems to all coming into play now. Nice little nade, but Xertion avoiding that one as well.
A lot of pressure is going to be on xCloud here. Still playing back towards the catwalk. Oh, and he's able to connect with the first one. Brought down so low, though. Has to fall back. Molotov goes into the apartments, where presumably the split is trying to take place. Little player there, Torji pushing up with the bomb. Xcloud, maybe an off angle can get him one more, but the Molotov comes out instead, and he burns. He burns. Fire if he will. Gets a dink out. So much damage done on the side of Mouse. Really, any NHP. And Demon, a chance to clean these enemies up, a chance to get something done, but Sphinx connects with the head too fast. And it leaves it to the Opera without his favorite weapon, jumping through the smoke, trying to spray.
Wow, they're all very low.
A different world could have came through if only a bullet or two hit on more of these opponents. But at the end of the day, that's Mouse answering back early on.
You know, we kind of highlighted symmetry, the op coming into play here, hopefully, for Foot. If they really want to have a nice map they can contend with here, I think that also applies for Torzen. He has been on the op, and it seems like only Ancient was where he found that success. A little bit on Nuke with some sprinkles of kills here and there, but this is where you really need to call upon your opper.
Flash in the mid, but no pressure from the CTs. It's defensive utility. One player stationed towards B. And pressure into a connector, 1-for-1. Zelix makes good headway. Krabeni gets the better of the spray, however. Strong start for him. Zershin can't push because of the Molotov, but Krabeni swings into it instead. That evens up the numbers until the backstab from Cat is able to come to fruition. Bomb stuck in no man's land. Xcloud, a labored spray eventually lands. Only a moment of worry. But that leaves PR with a lot more than a moment of worry on his hands. 3 HP, he has the bomb, makes his way over to B. Maybe just running circles. Make as much noise as you possibly can. But he's about to get caught out. That's Jogs, that's 3 for Foot.
I like the kind of just brute force aggression from both sides, meeting it in the middle and just turning into a meat grinder here. They're trying to feel each other out, feel what version of each other they're going to be getting on this map. At least in the first half, we've seen the sides flip and things completely change. Hopefully enough for Mouse, things don't fall to the wayside once more in the early rounds, in the early half, in the very first half. As a whole, it seems like Foot have always and consistently dominated the first half at the very start.
That's true for this series, but battle that's worth more than that. Every single piece of utility you could ever think of was the A-bomb side of MAC-10 as well. Rains bullets through. It is quickly dealt with. And another kill found with the rifle. Now is at least on the site. Gets that bomb down, the biggest win of the round so far. And PR, I mean, you've done your work already. You don't even need to stay alive. You got the bomb down. It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt, but not enough. Not enough to stop Foot on that retake. Very well collected there. Could have got overwhelming very fast, especially, you know, Mao's not necessarily a team that you expect to go full-fledged like that straight away off the rip of the round.
I'm still a little concerned about PR. Still a little concerned. I know early on once more, but it seems like early on is that, again, that struggle point where Mouse, they're just not awake. They're not intuitive enough to see what's going on in front of them. And hopefully this is where we see a little bit of turnaround, obviously, after this nice little eco. I mean, you do got Sphinx on a Galil and some Deagles and a P250 in the mix. Maybe they can do some financial damage this time around because, obviously, Foot right now aren't completely stabilized.
Good nade to blow the smoke. Not able to land on the bodies, though. Instead, has to rely on the rifles. That's around and drowned through mid. An AK dropped, but...
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Vitality fumble the bag back on Inferno. 9-3 lead goes the distance. Bates steal it away with an excellent show of resilience. But this series is not done. It culminates on Dust 2. Home ground for Vitality. Their best map. 51-8 with this roster. It is absolutely a pillar of consistency for Vitality until lately. Back at the Clone Major, Harry. 3 losses in a row, all at the Major, including to the Falcons in that playoff match they were eliminated in. So Team Vitality, like we saw Bait come back to the drawing board on Mirage, hope they've had a look at Dust coming into this event.
Yeah, I think, you know, for Bait, it's obviously a huge, huge show of resilience, kind of a testament to this squad and how much they've been growing, but you don't win the series on that second map, right?
No.
You have to keep it going, and this is going to be versus a Vitality that might now have a bit of a fire lit beneath them, because this is not where they're supposed to be encountering problems. Playoffs on the line on the back of this series, and in this pistol, Vitality will have a bomb plant, even with some missed util in there. It's down to a 5v5 retake.
Where are they going then? All together. Cat Flash. Rops is lurking with the P250. He's going to come in late on this backstab. He might even find this kit down lower, but Sizzy goes CT instead. Headshot as they cross in. Lots of Glocks, but pistols, USPs at range. It's up to the man in the sight. Zaiwu holding strong with a multi-kill. But instead, everybody comes in and picks it up. Flames is double, in fact. And Vitality with that pistol after all. Not afraid in that post plant of Vitality.
No, I mean, I think the thing that made this Vitality when they were the undisputed world #1 so impressive was just that, you know, that they could always bounce back. In the few cases that they had anything go against them, they would be able to brush it off in between maps. Hell, there was a long period where they were literally winning everything. And so, you know, I don't think they're going to crumble here because they gave up a big lead. They can't afford to slow down at all. This B hit has worked wonders. And so save called for this Bait squad straight away.
Also just such a comfortable place to be, right? Even though these
Yeah,
teams
right,
are the polar opposites, right? Vitality 3 losses at the Major. Bait got 3 wins in the Major on this map. All 3. So, you know, that's a good sign, but this is still such a high floor for Vitality on a map like this. It's a conversation we were even having yesterday about how, you know, just a couple of teams, there are a couple of teams that can make this map consistent. Most rosters struggle. Vitality and Spirit, and more recently Falcons. definitely been able to do so. So saved weaponry. They get another go with this FAMAS.
Terrorists win.
No spawns in this round, so will have to be something more default for Vitality.
And it is just a series that kind of gets crazier the more you think about it. The idea that, like, it's actually been bait in the position of 2-0 this series.
Oh, yeah.
Had multiple chances on Mirage, ended up going to overtime. Vitality kind of squeezing it out. Come back from the big deficit on Inferno. You don't want that to all be forgotten about in a decisive third map.
That kill relieves a lot of pressure on the maps. Is he not able to pot any more scout shots in middle? Vitality with options available. Go up catwalk. Bomb still top mid.
And this just feels good, doesn't it, right? No issues on the back of the pistol. You get your conversions, and you were never that stressed. Says he's waiting to get his hands on that AWP. Had some very influential moments across this series. And with 5 alive for Vitality. Can't say for certain Zywoo's going to bring his out straight away. Yeah, looks like Vitality thinking about it, and yeah, he will. Dropping a Galil over. So none of the SMGs, it's not a bonus round. They don't want to give Sizzy the chance to work solo with an AWP.
I think at this point, the only thing that would reassure me is just watching Vitality kind of just bash through this game, right? In both halves. Otherwise, it does certainly present some worries, even in a playoff qualification. A lot of teams have looked shaky so far in Paris. Spirit haven't been a certainty by any means. Mao's even struggling right now. The Foot, latest event winners in Mao's.
I mean, not to mention, like, you kind of came into this event eyeballing a handful of teams. Spirit, Vitality, Falcons. And yeah, you could even make, you know, an argument for a squad like a Mao's. But we've seen stumbles from all of them apart from the Falcons. I want to feel like a bunch of the heavy favorites for the event kind of have all these questions around them. Looking at those playoffs. This one
Oh no.
A mow down for Bait as they, nice and easy, put a stop to the A hit.
I think if Flames has his gun out, I think they just set up nicely to win that round. There's a really good chance to get that second trade, put the bomb down, play cats, as the rounds Vitality excel at, but Flames pulls Util out thinking he has a bit more respect, and MPL does not give it away. Nice setup for Bait to re-swing off that flash, and able to stop the A hit.
They do so convincingly. And, you know, I think one thing you've seen just from the pistol out of this Bait squad is they're always kind of looking for ROPS on these lurks. That's nice for Sizzy. Love that.
Apex just crouching.
Oh,
no.
Will he get away? Just about escapes.
This nade smashes ROPS as well. Good time for Sizzy to get going here. Looking for back-to-back rounds for Bait, keeping their money alive. Putting the captain back in his chair. Take a watch from the sidelines. Oh, he's quick. One more. ROPS won't give it away. Or maybe he will. Looks simple-esque there.
That was a really clean sequence. I mean, this whole round has just come down to the Sizzy AWP, involved from the get-go, peek out through short to find Apex, and with the reposition, has just won the round on his own.
Yeah, he's clearly trying to let his team know.
Plus, you know, I think you already had some good moments from Sizzy back on Inferno. That 3K over towards Long, like really being the one that kind of takes the cake. But, you know, you take an AWPer off of Inferno, you put them on Dust 2, they want to be a lot more involved than they get to be on that second map. And Sizzy just from the get-go, soon as he could buy the AWP, looked to make it known.
Apex doing a lot of talking in the save. Trying to get his team activated.
I mean, he's probably feeling a little pissed, to be honest. Like, can't quite believe how this is starting already. Wanted to just get on a Dust 2, get a clean break, begin this kind of streak of rounds, feel like you could leave everything else in the rear view, but that's not what's happening. Bait showing up in fighting form.
And the way that we introed this series was how one-sided this head-to-head is. Let me just recount it, because in the last 3 maps these two teams have played, they haven't gotten more than 8 rounds, Bait. They've never won a map against Vitality. They played back in Budapest last year. Played at Atlanta a couple months ago. So this is a very different looking Bait. We talked about them leveling up come Cologne. The coach factor as well. Keeping them calm. You know, remember they choked map 1. And they looked like they were just about to get washed out of Inferno, but continuing to show resilience. Against one of the world's best. Alright, ZywOo trying to take control of this round now. Thrusting himself into some fights, but nothing's getting given away here. Sizzy is back at long, and Bait have fallen back into their round-ending setups. You want it, come get it. So mid to B is the port of call here for Vitality.
No one really in position to keep an eye on this from the A side of the map. Don't have a player in CT, so it is just these 2 B site men for Bait. Having to stop the entirety of Vitality. Kenzazor and Essential have their work cut out for them. High flash provided by ZywOo. Kenzazor peeks, gets them back turned. And with Essential holding onto the doors, this one goes nowhere quickly. ZywOo left saving his AWP again. Bait are tying this game up straight away.
It's rare to see ZywOo have the wrong read there, right? But he goes back to hold the long push or the short push, waiting to see if they flanked him. If he held the window instead, he'd be able to cover his teammates. They swung out window and picked some of the door players. So, unfortunately, in the wrong position with that AWP. And that's the money still out for Vitality while Zywoo saves his sniper. Already getting the right feel for it yet here are Vitality. Not a gun round to their name. And there it is again.
Well, Zywoo's held onto that AWP for a couple of rounds now, and Sizzy is going to remove it from play.
Sizzy guy is crazy. Just getting better and better every event.
Here's the thing as well. I think Zywoo's coming into this third map like already a little bit cold. He didn't really do anything on Inferno. He certainly wasn't the savior you'd hope he would be. Was largely irrelevant, so maybe cooled off a little bit. Additionally, Vitality are often used to getting like a good deal of respect on Dust 2. A lot of teams fear playing them on it. And so you'll see a lot of rounds kind of start like how these last couple have, where they're not looking for like the advanced positioning. They're not necessarily going about the short control. They kind of just get to sit back over here towards T-Spawn while Apex lays out the groundwork for the round. And they almost wait for their opponents to get to those like round-ending positions like we saw in the one prior. But Sizzy's been constantly down a push and prod. Like, he's kind of changing the idea that you would give the Vitality squad respect here. Long door push, and it's easily dealt with by Alex. Rob's left with this AWP. It's feeling a little cursed at this point as it survives another round, or at least it's trying to. Robs won't get away with it. And so Bait move into the lead. And these are convincing rounds.
It's not looking good, right? Even on Eco, sure, you don't really expect a lot to happen here for Vitality. Well, not a lot is happening, and POVs don't look pretty. Meanwhile, Bait are getting very confident. They're running around. Sizzy's taking shots through the mid doors fearlessly. And I think it's clear at this point, Vitality can't be offering up free picks to this AWP in middle. He is there to take the fight every round. We're going to need multiple door smoke here for Vitality. And maybe just something punchier here, because the slow drawn out rounds, they're getting picked apart. So I was on a scout. Some great moments here from Bait. Can they keep them up? Even Zywoo won't take on middle initially. Checks lower. Sizzy's up on shorts.
Seen it from him already, right? Sizzy just being hyperactive on his AWP.
Oh, he knows there's an angle there, but Zywoo's not giving it. Zywoo is aware of this position.
Sizzy on the same routing as before, sees that bomb actually dropped out in middle, and he's looking for Zywoo.
There it is.
Who is playing it pacey with the scout.
That is the benefit. You can just AD so fast with that weapon. Zywoo just stays mobile. Sizzy baited into the fight. Zywoo 2 tags will do it. Okay, you got to win this round, Vitality. But no excuses here. 5v4 on this cat pop.
And they're just going to go flashes to support one entry, and that should be enough. Alex still locked in this fight over towards long. Mezzy hanging around to get his.
Everybody does their job here. And there are no survivors. Full hunted. Don't think they can get that AWP, but Vitality are very happy with the round. Every single player locks in. And that is a crucial entry for Apex, who has been, to be fair, struggling individually this series. He may have broke a record back on Inferno, his own record of utility damage. But still, more rounds to do. here for Vitality. It's Bait with the timeout. Bait with plenty more money.
This one feels kind of rough for Sizzy, man. Like, just a round of, like, rough timings for him, right? Vitality never gave him the fights when he was aggressive on Catwalk. He misses that first opportunity on ZywOo. And once kind of ZywOo's got his bearings on you, you're in a bad way. It's a fast long take here for Vitality as they do have the spawns. Flames comes through. ZywOo is going to fall on that smoke break. And Bait put a lot of guns out towards Long just to try and slow this one down. Flames around the edge, right into that Sizzy AWP.
So reliable.
Well, he's decided he's had enough of them mid doors. Takes it elsewhere. And now if you were hoping to go B on this, you just get reblocked. Bait start to rejig the setup and they bring Alex back over towards this B site in mid.
Oh no!
Really awkward timing here for Essential. Goes to jump up. Exposed to all three back in the tunnels. Still, big damage has been done. And Bait are already closing in on the backstab. MPL making a move.
Buying a lot of time here. This flank should have a kill, but he is jiggling. It's one shot from death, trying to reposition. Back on car, there's nowhere good to play on low health, but Mezzi catches through the doors. There's the flank, playing with their food. Sizzy just takes a straight up fight and puts that M4 to use. Doesn't matter what gun he's got, Bait have got that round fast on that B retake. And that is despite Essential getting 0 kills on the hold. That is usually a death sentence for B, but he does a lot of damage on his escape. And Bait capitalize.
And dude, like, credit to Bait all across this round. They were so active at every moment. Like, they stopped the long rush because they're so quickly there with multiple players able to shut it down. That removes the whole fake from the round. But even in that mid-round moment where Vitality are grouping B, MPL plays through mid. He has a teammate up on... he pushes short and he has a teammate with him clearing middle. They get the info that mid's open and he instantly begins a lower tunnels flank. Like, they knew that was the B hit even before Essential confirmed it with that spot. They're playing for the win here. There's no doubt about it. This isn't a shrunk down, scared Bait, worried at the success that lies in front of them. They're playing a very active game. Again, making a move early, going to clear the catwalk, and they're rewarded. Apex caught on his own.
Frustrating death as well, and his whole team are getting ready to hit B, but Bait just block it instantly. They don't give a way into this site. Nade is good, but a missed shot. And it's not something Vitality can afford at this point in the round. They are 4v5 down with no map control. From bad to worse here after Apex gets popped. And it's not like Catwalk is suddenly your opportunity. Sizzy is eyes on with the AWP. 2 players on B, long doors taken. Vitality disadvantaged everywhere they go. Mid to B might be their best bet.
Bait just are never content with sitting back. They're always looking for more. Alex on a long push in behind enemy lines, and he could have a bunch of Vitality players just ripe for the taking here. Deals with ZywOo, rounds over.
Oh, that hurts.
Vitality are getting wrecked.
It does feel like that, right? The score may be close, but keep in mind, that's 1 gun round in this entire game for Vitality. It's one where 4 of the 5 players got a kill. And instead, Bait, just every gun round in their pocket. Vitality only converted pistol.
And whenever Vitality are trying to like have these kind of alternate pressure points, think to the long take or Apex there over towards Cat, like Bait are coming up with the solutions. They're dealing with those kind of lurk players very early on to the round. And look at the freedom it gives them. Like Alex feels so safe in that long doors push. Usually, right, you're worried because Robs is on this team. You got guys that are always lurking through the back line.
Hey, B hits. Set play. Map is quiet. Bait just naded the mid smoke. They might be feeling like this one's coming. 2 players watching that tunnel smoke as Vitality get ready to go.
They haven't started with anyone on short. Instead, they've got Sizzy available as a fast rotation. They had the read for this one, so just a mow down. 2 guns on at the tunnels, a third lying in wait with that AWP here as well. And nothing in this for Vitality.
They were just so ready, weren't they, Bait? I think they're calling that out of spawn. Watch your B site. Sizzy has all the info middle. 2 players holding tunnel smoke. That's a read right there. Bait are calling a great game. And you feel like there's nowhere you can go. If you're not getting the long spawn on this map, and your default's getting crushed by the AWP in mid, and now you try to be exec, you're running out of ideas. The one round they have is that catwalk take. Maybe they need to try and get numbers back up there again.
This is where, like, Sizzy's mobility is causing you some problems, though, right? Like, you would love to because in a bunch of these rounds, Bait are kind of looking for that anti-long rush setup. Then they go back and they go re-clear short. But the fact that Sizzy's just been so mobile, you don't know where he's cropping up. He's fought you on the catwalk. He's fought you in mid.
Esports.
You feel kind of stuck, like you're saying. You're having to play these slow rounds, and while that happens, Bait are making moves and picking you apart.
They just got the 5 worst spawns for long in this round in Vitality. Nothing getting handed to him easy. Gonna have to earn this last round, or Bait will be looking at an 8-4 CT side against the world's best Dust 2 team. I want to remind you, 51-8 in the 18 months we've had this Vitality roster.
But the extra, like, worrying caveat there is it's 3 in succession from the major, and this would be the 4th.
Not to this caliber of team.
Exactly, right? Like, I think a lot of the top squads would have still been a little fearful of Vitality's Dust 2, envisioning that, you know, the major was a bit of a blotch on their record, that they were going to go and kind of shore up this map again.
They left B to re-clear middle. Together, they find Apex getting into CT spawn. Now you know this is an A play. Alex is locked in along. That's Sizzy getting a bit jump scared on short. Does miss his shot. Only a tag. Alex in a great position. Last round of the half here, and Bait have the advantage. They're just not ready for a second lurker at long. This should be a trade, but ZywOo can't connect. That's bomb on long. That's a disaster, and that's the round gone in front of your very eyes. There is simply no way to win this one. Alex is playing with his food as it gets closer and closer. So do Bait to this 8th round. And that's it. Domination on this CT side. Bait absolutely besting Team Vitality.
Yeah, 1 gun round in this map for Vitality on that T-half.
Wow.
And if it weren't for the pistol, this could have been even more one-sided.
Yeah, and let me recount those losses that we were just talking about, right? The last one was to the Falcons. They also lost to Maus as well. And 9Z, who we've seen a great Dust 2 from, took down Falcons on that very map at Astana. Had a great string of results. So this is a bit of a name out of that category. Not the name you'd expect. Somehow, some way, Bait are doing it, and they're earning it as well. 8-4. I mean, this pistol is a requirement.
Yeah, I mean, Bait are making Vitality look woeful. Like, dude, ZywOo in some of these moments has just felt kind of lost.
Just missing his shots.
Like, it's not the same guy. This is, you know, kind of Counter-Strike's perfect player.
It's also really hard to call this game for Apex. Think about some of the rounds he had on his own, right? He walks out that mid to B smoke, he gets shot in the back. He's on catwalk, he gets flash pushed, you know? Apex is getting disrupted the whole T side. He can never get a lurk off, never find an entry. USPs.
Well, yeah, I'm not. That one ain't on ZywOo. That's Bait. Keen with it. Gets his one at least. You'll take that when he's insta-gushed, but now you've got to hold the line.
Careful.
You got 2 players trapped over towards Gandalf, and Rop's just spamming on this smoke. Flames trying to hold on. Oh, there's the turn for Essential! That's mad! Bait with the pistol!
That's not Essential, that's required! Beta here to absolutely melt Vitality on Dust 2.
I cannot believe it. Vitality thought they had it in the bag. They're pincering him on both sides.
They've done so much damage as well. Of course, Iwood just gets insta-gooshed. And even with all these whiffs for Bates, it matters not. A flick of the wrist for Essential. And a 1v2. Blink and you miss it. Apex tries to put this scout up mid. So by his side, a viable force buy. But still, Sissy is not giving them anything. Both scouts hammering middle. And just, you can see Zaiwu is just not feeling it. He was on Mirage. He was a demon on that first map. Oh, and now you're getting smoke shot, boys. If it wasn't already bad. Good luck, Robs.
Oh, line up for Robs.
Whoa.
And he's made this feel possible, like something crazy could happen. That is a 3K, leaving it onto Flames, 1v2. Damage onto Sizzy already. So a one-shot to the Deagle or the Scout.
Is there a better gun? Yeah. Khalil picked up, but Flames doesn't like his odds. And saving in this round. Not meant to be. Bait 10-4 up.
I can't believe how clean this is for Bait.
Everything has gone right. It's been a well-called game.
And just like throughout the entire series, they've been the guys applying all the pressure. They're the only team that could have 2-0'd this. Vitality might have been close, but they were never actually in that position where they could have. Bait got to map point first on Mirage. They were able to win on Inferno, and now Dust 2, they are just storming the board. And they've been playing the better game. It's been super active. They had the right reads. The individuals are all here. Sizzy is out-AWPing Zaiwu every step of the way.
And while I agree with the sentiment of like Bait could have 2-0'd this game because they won Inferno, keep in mind, Vitality had the first map in the bag and they were 9-3 up on Inferno. Bro, they were 4 rounds away from this series being done. Now they're getting obliterated on the third map. So both teams have had their chances, but now Bait are the ones seizing it.
And because Vitality went for that force, you know, their next gun round is coming when Bait are on 11. And if you don't win your first gun round on this CT side, the series is over. Bait are going to the playoffs.
This would put Vitality in a lower bracket game against Linvision for a playoff spot as well, or elimination. Is there anything left in the tank? Flash set up on short. Zaiwu and Flames. And this hopeful Galil. Put to use. Back into a mid to B. Oh, what a
That's
spike.
long range for Essential. Robs is here as well. They find Flames in CT before the smoke comes up, and they get past Robs with no issues. So a quick change of direction here for Bait. Put some distance between themselves and that stack. They're on to 11.
Oh dear. Nothing to talk about here for Vitality. They have just never got going in this third and final map. 51-8 on Dust 2. About to be 9.
It kind of just feels like you can even see it written on their faces. Like they can't believe this. It feels like they're just on this state of autopilot right now, getting thrown around wherever bait take them.
Yeah, and just the lack of connecting shots at ZywOo in this game has been so apparent. Multiple chances, multiple head-to-heads against Sizzy, losing pretty much all of them. You know, in winnable positions, and nothing connecting. And it's not like anyone else is there to pick up the slack. There's one for ZywOo on the break. Tries it again. Gets revenged by Alex. 4v4 and Bait are licking their lips at the opportunity to not just win this game, but to destroy Vitality. This round would make that a reality. There's only one man home.
Now you hear him going mid to B. You tell Robs, look, you got to do something. You got to put up some big numbers here, or else this one's over. And they're saving.
Burning.
Robs burns alive. And so Bait, a clean sweep all the way to the finish line. Save call has to come in for Vitality. If they want anything to play with in this next round, they can't even get close to this bomb site. They've had one gun round in the map.
I don't think that's going up anytime soon. They should save. This would be audacious to even move in, but they go grab the AWP and get out. So 2 AWPs picked up. Vitality grabbing whatever the hell they can. But Bait with the most incredible run on this map. It's one thing to pull back that 9-3 on Inferno. But this is 2 halves of excellence for Bait, where at no point have they let the pressure off, where if they let Vitality in. ZywOo gets his 5v4 in middle, he goes back for more, and that death offers up the B side.
Dude, this is Vitality in their like home nation, receiving one of like the worst beatings that this squad's ever received.
Yeah.
1 rifle round in a playoff deciding map 3. Dust 2, their former, go-to map. And sure, the Major threw up some questions, but you thought they were going to return this season and have Dust 2 under wraps. They have been annihilated.
Right.
Robs AWP, good for 1. Mezzy with him, it's a 5v3.
Not a 3v5.
You'd want to say that's enough for Vitality, but nothing's been sacred in this game. Alex sees players crossing. Right now, they're trying to hunt down Robs, but that's smoke in their way. Sizzy will get his. They lose Alex on the lurk. 2 versus 3 now. Molly in at the window. And a push on the back of it. They didn't know. Essential with the craziest move, and it comes down to this. Counter-Strike's perfect AWP versus the young gun, and Sizzy gets it done. Bait are going to the playoffs. A shocking upset as they thwart Vitality, dominating them on Dust 2.
On home soil in Paris, Vitality absolutely slip up. They fall flat on their face. A 4th loss in a row on Dust 2. They go to their home map and humiliated here by Bait. What an incredible series.
Yeah, Vitality absolutely crushed, taken down, and smoked here on the last map. When, my goodness, was it a show of force from B8. I've got Pimp here, I've got Yanko, and a lot to be discussed, I guess, in terms of what actually transpired in the server to make this such a one-sided showing.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest surprise to the tournament for me so far. I know GG how we're able to beat Spirit, but that was in a best of 1 for B8 to beat Vitality in a best of 3 series to qualify for the playoff, and to do it in this fashion as well, where sure, you can argue that on Inferno, had Apex not jumped on that box in round 20, etc., had Robs hit a deagle shot, it would have been a 2-0 Vitality. We wouldn't have this conversation, but once we got into Dust 2, there was only one team on the server. B8 were by far the better team, were in control, strong on the T side, strong on the CT side, and yeah, left no room for doubt that somehow, some way, Yanko, they were the better team today.
I think Vitality are officially in a crisis.
Oh,
okay,
they've lost 4 Dust 2s in a row. You know how many Dust 2s they lost with this lineup total? 8. You know how many they lost this year?
4.
5. They lost 1 up until, the last 4 in a row. And this has been their bread and butter. They won 1 gun round. on this map against Bait.
Is this that?
That's a problem, Trace.
Yeah,
that's a problem. Their era might be in jeopardy.
Is this that unfortunate part where, yeah, everybody's been studying up to Vitality, now it's catching up to you to a degree?
I don't think so, because people were doing that when they were winning all those Dust 2 games, and I think a lot of teams out there were looking at the map pool thinking we have to be able to beat Vitality and Dust 2 if we want to beat them in a series. So I think that studying has been done over and over and over. So if anything, you know, it's a sign of lack of confidence coming out of Vitality. Some of the individuals are not making the same amount of plays that they were doing. I don't want to question Apex calling as well, because you can also have confidence as an in-game leader, but there were a B executed in a full buy round where they walk in and they dive 4 players within the span of 3 seconds, not even making it close, and it just fell a bit flat for my liking. And then again, gotta give credit to B8, you know. I wouldn't necessarily say overperforming, that doesn't seem fair after such a great performance, but playing way, way better than I thought would be possible against Vitality.
They played their best, and that's what you have to do if you're going to take down a team like Vitality, but I put a lot of responsibility for this loss on Apex. I mean, that round on Inferno is not to be forgotten, right? Obviously, it's not all about one round in a best of 3, but I don't think he was able to necessarily mentally reset after Inferno, because you're going into Dust 2, you're doing these like flash calls, right, where you keep forcing when there's no more reset territory, you're trying to push the issue, and I think his emotions got the better of him.
Well, emotions might have B8 standing idly by, ready to say the same thing. Nipple it is.
Yeah, Bait pulling off an absolute stunner here to upset Vitality on home soil. MPL, congratulations, first of all. Tell me what's going through your head right now, managing to put Vitality down and make it to the playoffs.
We are happy, obviously. Very happy, everyone, because we felt before the tournament that we were in good shape and we had very good procs. We even had one proc against Vitality on Dust, and I think that's helped us a little bit. I don't know. That's it.
Great form from you. Let's go back to that Inferno, because you're coming into the second half, you're 9-3 down, but you pull off a stunning CT side. What was some of the cooling going on that Inferno second half?
After first half, some of my teammates were a bit upset that they're playing like really very good on Inferno, on Banana, and it was very hard for us to do something. But I just said that guys just let's try, do not give up, and we won the pistol, and then like we just started to snowball them. They didn't have a chance. We played very well. We won very important retakes in where we were like 3v4, I think, or 2v3, I don't remember. Yeah, and that was very important.
Couple of crucial retakes on that one. The momentum just continued to snowball into that Dust 2 as well. Another great CT side from you guys. Was it a similar story there?
We lost the pistol because we forgot what I said before this round, but then we started to play very well. We started to snowball them again. We were staying alive like every time 5 players were alive, and I said that guys, we're just gonna destroy them. Everyone was like in flow state, locked in, you know, that they had no chance, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they ultimately didn't. I've got to ask about the last round as well, because I felt like it just epitomized kind of what went wrong in that series for Vitality, what went right for you guys. You're in a 3v5. We think, surely not Vitality. This doesn't slip away from you. But you guys get the job done. Tell me your reaction to closing it out like that.
I don't remember it was 3v5 or no, but at the end, like Essential and CZ was alive. They were playing again. They were playing 2v3, and Kensizor said to Essential, just pick and molly. He just was screaming, just pick and molly. Essential picking, he's killing 2. Then CZ don't see AVP. We communicate saying that he's probably in tunnel. CZ focusing tunnel, and we was winning. Like, I don't know. That's it, you know.
It was kind of poetic for Sizzy v Zyru to be the killing blow to close us out. Just one final question on this series. Was there a point that you felt like, guys, this is our game, we're back in it, and Vitality don't really have a chance?
I think, as I said on Dust, after when the score was 3-3, you know, that was the point, I think.
Pretty early on. Final question from my side of things, because you've got a couple of days off now before we head to playoffs. What's on the cards for Bait? Is it going to be more practice? Are you going to get out and see some sights in Paris?
I don't know. I think we will practice. Obviously, we will practice, but I don't know. I don't know. You know, a coach have to say that. But I think, yeah, we will try to find time to see the city.
Yeah, I think you well deserve a little bit of rest after what was a marathon series to put down Vitality. That's Bait heading through to the playoffs.
Yeah, great stuff here from Bait, and then we can look a little bit at the numbers, but they're going to tell a little bit more of the story that is an absentee Vitality from the third map of this series.
Yeah, they were nowhere to be found, and as Janko said, not a great performance. Crisis or not, I'm intrigued by that. I think it's going to be super interesting to see Vitality, how they're going to handle this loss and how they're going to move on into the tournament. As I said, when you look at the bracket, Janko, it's likely that they will still make the playoff, but they're not going to come into that playoff with any sort of confidence that they can win this tournament, at least as of right now.
I mean, they'll have some. I think they'll be aware that obviously they didn't play their best today, and I'm sure Apex is going to take some of the responsibility for the loss, but still, we're talking about, again, Dust 2, right? We're talking about them not being able to convert their own map pick. They struggled on the T side there as well. So those are some problems, some red flags for Vitality that you really didn't want to see, right? After what was already a slow start to the season, you wanted them to bounce back here strong. You mentioned about all the standings they'll have at some of these other tournaments. Not going to be too many opportunities for them to sort of get back on track. So yeah, this is not a good sign whatsoever.
Speaking of bouncing back, for B8, they started off the season with one AWP player, then they played one tournament, switched into another, and it was a hot mess, to be completely honest. Even at the major, they showed glimpses of what could be, but never really broke through, and I feel like this is perhaps, a step in the right direction for their team. They've been struggling to kind of replicate the performances that we saw of late 25, NPL in particular. He's, you mentioned himself, I feel like he's sort of like a good budget option to join a really good team. He's playing well individually. He has some in-game leading experience as well, so you think he has a smart mind for the game as well. And in this game against Vitality, once more, he's stepping up when it's needed the most. So I feel like there's some positives coming out of B8. I'm curious to see if they can replicate it. I'm curious to see if this is B8 beating a Vitality that is not playing well whatsoever, or if this is a B8 that, as he said, is coming in a good shape. Because if this is the level, then, in a playoff of 16 teams, there should be opportunity for them to move further.
So as we load, I mean, we got one round, but I guess the equation game is if you guys are ranked at a certain level and then B8 is below that, but they just beat Vitality, does that mean you guys are better than Vitality?
It's quite simple. We're closer to Vitality than we are to Bait at this point.
Okay, yeah, because I was just curious. Yeah, okay, so we got to round 5, and this is a little bit of Vitality saving face.
Yeah, I think it's a reset round early on, so most importantly, you see CZ there with an aggressive play. He's low HP. You saw there Zaiwu, he fires off a shot in lower B. That triggers CZ immediately. Okay, I can keep searching. Like, that's how aggressive he wants to be, even with 20 HP, and finds 2 more kills, right, on Flamesy and onto Rops, and those are his first 3 kills of the game as well. So it's not like he's popping off and he has all this confidence, but that just tells you his mindset coming into this round. And we talk a lot about momentum in MR12 and in Counter-Strike in general, and this was such a key round, right? If they lose it, they're back to pistols probably, and Vitality potentially snowballs the game, but the opposite happened.
Vitality were up 3-1. They lost this round and they lost the game 13-4. We're talking about a Vitality that doesn't get anything done whatsoever on the server. To me, that's the most surprising thing about this matchup. As well as B8 played, it takes 2 teams to put up a fight. To have a game of Counter-Strike, and Vitality just never showed up today.
That might be the most profound thing I've ever heard Jacob say. Right there at the very end, like it takes 2 teams to play a game of Counter-Strike. You know what? You're damn right. It takes 2 teams to fight it out, too, to duke it out as well. Speaking of which, I want to remind you that we got Paravision coming up versus 100 Thieves. That'll be this next game. P-Vision. Yeah, my bad. All right, that's strike
Another one.
Strike one for myself there. But bringing it back to what is Sizzy versus Zaiwu. Sizzy put up some incredible impact in this series, in this map in particular, in what was a dominating fashion.
Yeah, it was impressive. I'm glad he kind of confirmed what we saw a bit more of during the major. One thing that did work out for B8 at the major was actually him playing well when it got into these close scenarios. I remember a couple of overtime games they had in Cologne where he was the one who stepped up. He was the one playing aggressive, as Janko just shows an example of right here. Even in games where he didn't necessarily pop up in regulation, all of a sudden he would show up, in the most crucial moments. And if anything, Janko, I feel like from a coaching perspective and watching a guy like him, having a guy who's just sticking to the way he wants to play Counter-Strike, regardless of whether you're off to a hot start or a cold start, that must be kind of nice to have that ability.
Yeah, and these are the sort of players that I always hated going up against, that just every single sliver of space that they see that they can take, like they're going to try and take it and try to be aggressive, and you have to account for all the different positions he can be at the start of the round and everything. And for such a young player, to have that approach and mindset and not be deterred by the fact that he's going arguably against the greatest team ever is a great thing to see.
We have some of that example there of the space taking in round 17. Is that what we're looking at right there?
I think it just shows you the, approach from Bait and how confident they felt, obviously, at this point in the game, right? Even though they're in a 3v4 now, a 2v3, you're going to see Essential just send it, really. With an 8-round cushion, you can definitely do.
Yeah, without a doubt. It's a great way of closing out the game. And as Freya said and asked about in the interview with MPL as well, it's what happens when you just have an endless amount of confidence. It's a good Molotov to create a bit of space and, as you said, full sending it. And at the end of the day, what could go wrong in this game for B8?
Yeah, I don't know. The second half start with Essential, and then they run it up 10-4. I'm pretty sure that was a GG moment right there. Let's go ahead and look at the brackets. We got to catch everybody up to speed where we are now that we have just seen Vitality take a L here on stage. One that I don't think many people would have forecasted. We're going to start around Group B. Yanko, what you got?
Yeah, Group B. Falcons already made it. FaZe already made it. Some more games have to be played. We got NIP earlier today, eliminate BB team, set up that meeting with Astralis for a playoff spot.
Yeah, could be some spicy domestic matchups in that lower bracket, assuming MIBI will beat K27, then you got a Brazilian player there.
Okay, so here we go. Now, I had to just draw this real quick myself, but with that said, Vitality, that's right. I mean, your eyes don't deceive you. If you're tuning in right now, you missed the big game, but that's B8 advancing to the playoffs.
Yeah, and that is, as I said, arguably the biggest surprise of the tournament so far. Bigger of a surprise than GG How beating Spirit in a best of 1, to me at least. The fact that they do it in a best of 3. I guess the good thing for Vitality is that they drop down to the lower bracket and arguably are facing who I consider to be the worst team left in the tournament in Linvision Gaming. They have been failing consistently to do anything impressive for quite some time. So even a Vitality playing at the level they are right now, surely, Yanko, surely they can miss that one.
Yeah, that's the saving grace in a way. That should be a good sort of pick me up, get back on track again for Vitality. But we'll see, first of all, if they get over Linvision, what their playoff bracket will look like. And, it goes without saying, if they play at the level they did against Bait, you're not going to see them lift the trophy.
If we know the luck of Falcons, it'll probably be Vitality Falcons at that opening round, So
somehow,
just
some
get
way,
ready
of
for
course.
it, yeah.
Well, that's what they would probably consider that good luck, considering the track record.
At this point, hey guys, let's jump to a quick break so that we can come back and get this last one underway. 100 Thieves, P-Vision going toe-to-toe right here. Neither of these teams exactly where they want to be as far as tournament stand goes, but we're going to talk more about that when we come back. Guess what? It's the Esports World Cup in 2026.
In our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Round on Nuke versus BC game.
It might be done, boys. Gives me.
I was ready to just throw my headset on the ground, and then I don't know if I can swear, but fuck, I thought we were gonna go home. He gives me clutch. See at the top, he's just killing everybody and clutching it out.
They just gives me 1 versus 1. And we're going to overtime.
Yeah, it feels amazing. Tried really hard last season to get into something, but tier 2 and tier 3, that's the area down there is like hell. You get stuck and it's just really hard to grind points. For me, I feel way more comfortable playing like a Spirit, Navi, Mouse. The pace of the game and the way that it's flowing is more natural to me than what the tier 2 scene is. Our biggest strength, I think, is the cohesion between the players. I think we're matching very well, just outside of the server and on the server. We're having fun. We're listening to Jack. We're taking the criticism in. We're not fighting back. He said something is wrong, and then we're like, okay. And then we've tried to fix it, which is really good. I had teams in the past where we're looking at mistakes, and then we're kind of just sweeping it under the rug instead of taking it up.
What would you like to be able to show or prove to people here in Paris?
Fun Counter-Strike, explosive and tactically well done.
Well, you've got Jame and Flit on one side, Device and Rain on the other, and to be honest with you all, that's a pretty absurd amount of championship experience for a lower bracket matchup. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026 Paris, P-Vision, and 100 Thieves ready to get locked horns.
Well, be careful what you wish for. You might just get it, right? Rain was asking for more Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Got Vitality in the first round. Didn't go all too hot. And now P-Vision, no slouches themselves, right? Obviously went through a couple of roster changes compared to the lineup at the start of the year. But, you know, very much a dangerous team.
Yeah, I feel like it's a true litmus test for the Thieves. You know, how far in their whole journey are they right now? How far away are they from playing Tier 1, Tier 2 Counter-Strike? As you said, the first game was rough on paper. You know, the second one is not much easier, to be completely honest, facing P-Vision, who looked somewhat decent in China, where they came second, losing the final to 9C. But outside of that, you know, doing a decent job. So, yeah, I don't know what I feel about the Thieves at the moment. I feel like I'm about to learn a lot about where they're at in their journey, but it's a tough one.
Well, let's talk about kind of the capacity at which both of these teams are coming into this tournament, right? So 100 Thieves have had to gruel out to this point. We can kind of focus up most of our conversation here in the beginning about the 100 Thieves. I'm talking about making it through a qualifier situation to then find your way on stage now in a do or die.
I mean, that's the most impressive thing so far about the Thieves, the fact that they're just at this tournament. I think them even participating is... As much as we don't want to give out participation awards, you know, I think that's a step in the right direction. You know, surviving a grueling last chance qualifier, beating some somewhat decent teams and winning some games and getting some more experience together as a team. That's something they can take away already, regardless of them winning or losing this game as well. So far it's been not sure if we can label it a success, but maybe a small step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's rough to judge them just yet because they did change their IGL, right? And that's a big change to make. And you can see some of the early returns with Gizmi, you know, beating Falcons, albeit in an online game, taking Spirit all the way, almost even taking them down and making it to the LAN finals. But it's a tough opponent ahead of them, right? And it's this mix of youth and experience, right? Sira and Poi, and even Gizmi, right? Okay, there was a couple of months there with Monty that put them on the map, but outside of that, you know, haven't really heard too much about these guys. And obviously Device and Rain, some of the most storied players that we have in our scene.
Absolutely. That's the name I'm looking for, Device. Big hero of yours, Jacob.
I mean, yeah, a player who's been around for forever, grew up playing Counter-Strike with and against him. He's always been very talented at the game. And as you can see, you know, the beginning in the Thieves and his comeback into, again, Tier 2, Tier 3 Counter-Strike wasn't necessarily too great. A 107 rating from January to April. Since, though, it's been slightly better, you know. Again, the level of opposition he's playing, though, is also helping him and helping his stats a little bit. So you have to take it with a grain of salt. But I think it's vital for this team to be any sort of remotely competitive to Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Device has to play well. Now, naturally, Janko, we're not going to see him at the level we saw in Astralis. He's never going to be a top 10 player, individually speaking, probably ever again. But a competitive Device, that's going to help out this team quite a lot.
Yeah, let's see how far he can take his individual level, because I do think Gizmi is a good IGL, right? He can take the team maybe to a next level. At the very least, give them some good structure, right? Good protocols. I think that will help the younger players as well. And then you see what their ceiling is based off of the individual skill. And then some of the younger players like Sira have shown us some good things already. And then in combination with some of these veterans, like where is their ceiling is what we're waiting to see.
Guys, but Gizmi, everybody ask me, where is Gizmi? Where is Gizmi, Freya?
We got Gizmi from 100 Thieves in the building. I've firstly got to ask, it's obviously a big step up to be entering 100 Thieves. What's been the biggest learning curve for you so far?
It was really just going back to basics. I couldn't almost play my playbook from Monty like straight away. We had to focus a lot on like the initial rounds, which we already did the work with Monty, over a year ago, and I almost took that for granted now. So it was just like, coming into the games, I had to understand like, yeah, okay, this default here, this player doesn't know that this protocol is needed, and stuff like this. So even though I was as prepared as possible from the beginning, I still had to pay a lot of attention to it. So I did that, and things are moving more smoothly now. So
I can only imagine the amount of changes you've had to go through. We always talk about it on the desk, the importance of the relationship between in-game leader and coach. And obviously you've got quite a storied one standing behind you in Glaive. What's the approach with him in terms of that preparation and how you guys work together?
yeah, so I'm doing a lot of the similar stuff in Monty, because Glaive and also Xander, the assistant coach, were quite happy to kind of let me run my system to begin with, and see how it goes, and it's going very good. So doing similar things, doing a lot of I'm very involved in the anti and the prep work still, but they're obviously bringing a lot in terms of the game plan and how the team should play in some specific rounds. So it's really good with him.
Side note, just because you're obviously playing with Glaive and Device, where were you? What were you doing back in when Astralis were in their prime, back in like 2018, 2019?
Yeah, I would have been in school, but I don't know if you've seen the 100 Thieves video, but they found some of my old mates from the Discord, and I used to be a Astralis hater back in the days. So they had screenshots of me saying preying on Astralis' downfall, stuff like this. I was a D1 hater back in the day, but they're my teammates now. They're great people, so very happy to play with them now.
And one final question. Paravision is your opponent today. You played and beat them back at IM Cologne. Obvious caveat, that was with Monty. What did you learn about James and the system that he liked to employ back in that game?
Yeah, I would say I'm quite familiar with his play style. I've watched him a fair bit because he has some strong rounds, some good protocols on a lot of maps. So in the past 2 times I've played them in the last 6 months on Monty, we won, and we felt like we're in control of the game, and at least on the maps we won. So hoping to bring the same stuff today. Obviously edited some things. The teams now it's a new team, so they're not as familiar with them, but it's all good. We've gone through the prep very well, so hoping for a good result today.
Some people say that playing against James and his style can be a little bit frustrating. Do you find it frustrating, or do you quite like it?
On some maps it's worse than others. But thankfully I had a good successful veto just now, so we've gotten 3 maps that should be pretty, not to jinx ourselves, but should be pretty good for us. So hopefully win the game.
I won't keep you a moment longer then, Gizmi. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck versus Paravision.
You know, I don't think Gizmy's wrong. He can't be the only Astralis hater around here.
Yeah,
There's no way.
Just when Jacob thought he couldn't like him anymore, he said he's an Astralis hater. Now he's his favorite IGL.
Yeah, I haven't seen hard eyes like that on Jacob probably ever now that I think about it. All things considered, though, it is a fun time to be a 100 Thieves fan for Counter-Strike, for those guys in the project and the course that they're trying to put themselves on. Can they do it? That's a different question.
I think that's a maybe. You know, I think if they were to win this game, then sure thing, it's a fun time. But let's be honest, you know, this is a massive game for the Thieves in terms of acquiring VIS points, having a chance of qualifying for the second major as well of the year, which I know the first one was never realistic. The second one is still doable for them, still within reach. They have to beat P-Vision in order to be in contention to get some invites to some bigger tournaments, you name it. So, you know, the Thieves are not a team that is going to win this tournament. We can sort of like rule that out. It's almost like a mini final for them just to beat P-Vision.
Yeah, we had a couple of those matchups, right, where one team has a lot on the line, and P-Vision isn't as safe as some of the other teams we had in this situation. Definitely need to rack up some wins of their own, but you feel like there's a little bit more on the line for the Thieves.
Yeah, with the side of P-Vision, we could talk about 100 Thieves probably for a really long time if I had to think about it. Let's switch our focus. Let's talk about this James side that, we were just being alluded to about it being a frustrating component to play against in the game. What makes it frustrating to the new viewer, Yanko?
Yeah, it's just how slow they can play at times, right? And then how much time they take before they finish rounds, and you feel like, there's something happening now, and they're still waiting, and you don't know what they're doing at that point in time. It's like, are they even going to try to do something or not? And that's where they get you. They're just way more patient than you are, and obviously, as he said, he got some kids from the streets of Face It and managed to get them to Tier 1 Counter-Strike. Obviously, a couple of those kids went back to the streets of Face It, with Nota and Belchanok not being on the team anymore, Slackjazz being the first one coming in, and then Flit. And I love Flit that he's back with James and Dustin, obviously, at the Rio Major, right? He was part of that lineup that ended up lifting the trophy. I think he's a very good player, a guy that is capable of doing a lot on his own, doesn't require a ton of resources, has great game sense, and was also affected by those different VP lineups and the mess that organization has become. So being back in familiar territory, in a way, I think will be good for Flit, but potentially even better for P-Vision.
It's been such a wild period for P-Vision. The last 7 months has been all over the place almost, starting off the year by winning the Blast Bounty. We're in the final of Cluj-Napoca as well, one of the most stacked tournaments we've had all year outside of the major, and then all of a sudden you go into a period where things are not working out. They start to speak publicly about perhaps changing players, then Hobbit out of nowhere comes in and tries to make a bit of a comeback. Now Slackjacks are coming in, off to a decent start, again, small sample size, but looks somewhat promising. And as you also said, and I very much agree with the fact that Flit is now coming in with a bit more of that experience, not necessarily picked up in Face It, not necessarily picked up on the streets as well. It starts to look like a more well-rounded project, but let's not beat around the bush. They were at a time 3rd, 4th in the world, and people were like, maybe this is where we need to expect P-Vision to be at for the future. I think it's one of those cases where the higher you fly, the harder you fall.
I think that speaks more about the state of some of the other teams at the time, and on paper the teams that should have been contenders, but I think there's no doubt that they've upgraded their roster and pretty much in a significant manner. So let's see now how long does it take for the two players to get up to speed. Shouldn't take too long for Flit, and if they can get some good results under their belt.
So we could do a little bit of a theorizing here, but I guess I could go along to say that the 100 Thieves loss to Vitality versus the Paravision, or excuse me, the PV loss, it ages a little bit differently now.
That's right too. To some extent, it was a close series on cash, right, which the teams haven't had reps on until that time. In a best of 3, it's going to be a little bit different, even though I don't feel like there's much room for surprises in this veto. So P-Vision will be tested. I expect 100 Thieves to go up with that Anubis pick, which they haven't played that much even with the old lineup, and when they did, it didn't look too hot.
You won't be getting the Cash and Inferno, at least from the side of P-Vision, right?
No, and the Anubis pick, as Janko said, is coming in. Dust 2 as well. Makes an awful lot of sense. That's a James speciality, and that's a P-Vision speciality as well. And I'm quite curious, to why Gizmy felt that it was such a comfortable map veto for them, and I guess that goes by the fact that Ancient is going to be the 3rd map, a map they have voiced that they like to play, a map they played in the last chance qualifier as well. So I guess he's onto something. If you're the Thieves right now, you're playing 3 maps that you're familiar with playing, and already have played at this tournament. Or at
Yeah,
least the last chance
I
qualifier.
expected these maps. I just thought P-Vision would pick Ancient, and then Dusto would be the decider, so just a different order of the maps, really. But I think it's just sort of what both teams had to do. That's why I say I think P-Vision will also be prepared. I think they knew Anubis was coming, so let's see if they have enough in store to surprise Thieves on the map.
Let's find out who's got it all here at the very end of this day of Counter-Strike, a day full of it. So Anubis, Dust2, Ancient, and me reminding you about EWC Play, that little QR code right there below me. Go and get your phone out, scan it, give us your pick'em, let us know who you think is going to win. I'd ask you guys real quick, not even sure that we have time for it. So instead, let's just go to the stage.
Hundred Thieves taking on P-Vision here, a best of 3 kicking off on Anubis. Just saw Bates make it to playoffs. Well, this one doesn't quite have the same stature. This is for survival down in the lower brackets. 100 Thieves fell to Vitality on that opening day. They got kind of walloped 13-4. P-Vision, close loss to Bait as well. And we've just seen one young talent in Bait, in Sizzy, pop off in that last game. We get to see another today in this P-Vision side. Slaxajez been one to keep an eye on. Playing a lot of online CS coming into this team. Very young player, 18 years of age, never signed for a professional organization. Quite a rogue pickup, but I think if there's one thing that we've seen, it's Dastan and Jame and P-Vision have managed to bring players you never heard of into the limelight.
Yeah. That's their whole thing.
And they had quite a run back in China the other day, so I'm excited to see, off the top of this new season, what this squad can accomplish. 2 teams that are making vast improvements right now, both fighting for survival.
Gonna have to wait long to get things going. A B exec out of P-Vision. And out of the CT's vision right now. Rain on this backstab. Well, here's the thing. You think you've outsmarted them. You think you pulled one past Jame. You have not. He's actually more patient than you. I hate to break it to you. There he is. Rain shot in the back of the head. And Slaxajez, that was gnarly. Device dead in a second. It's a pistol round on the board for P-Vision.
Gives me a trouble in that BO1 against Vitality. Talked about it being good learning experience. Struggled to put much individual impact on the board, which is not what we saw in this open qualifier run. 400 Thieves. Gizmi was putting on record-breaking ratings. Showed up massively in their run. Not an easy one either. Found that incredible 1v2 clutch to stay alive in that tournament over BC Game. A flash outside B here. Gives me sends him in. Zwei knows what's coming. How many?
Oh, Zwei farm. He loves this. Flick comes in to help him, and they all get a couple of the ecos. What's Gizmi up to? Who's going to find him?
Just hanging out. How about you? You up?
How have you been finding the 100 Thieves project, Huge?
I mean, obviously, way more exciting now that Gizmi's in it. It's not just because he's British, but also clearly, if there's one thing we've learned from Monty at the Major to Luminosity now, it's that he had a huge part of that team's success. And clearly, the rain-led thing wasn't working. He even talked about it in an interview saying, I think I'm too chill to be an in-game leader. I agree.
Yeah, I did like some of the comments where he's like, yeah, a round would start And he'd be focusing on what he's going to do, and everyone would be looking at him. Yeah.
Gizmi's not that guy. Very vocal guy.
Yeah.
Came up in the UK scene. Played international very early on this Monty. You know, bounced back and forth between the main and academy. Got some experience. Played some pro leagues. And yeah, he's had to take, I guess, a step back in terms of like the VRS position in this squad. But clearly, this is a team that is looking to enter the upper echelons of CS. Certainly has the skill to do so. Device has also had a massive uptick in the last 6 months, or last 3 months rather, versus when he first joined this team.
Yeah. Which I think has just been very cool to see. I was always a little bit worried that we were, too far past the Device prime, but the idea that he is having a bit of a resurgence, it's a good sign, because man, when you're watching this guy, at his best, there's nothing quite like it.
That's why the open qualifier for EWC was so much fun, because you had Device, you had Simple, you had JW, you had Crims, all these
old boys
showing up and actually still putting in a really good shift. So it's not just these old boys, Harry. The young guns, keep an eye on them as well. Anubis is poised map, but he's dead in this round, and Sira takes Connector instead with a double of his own. He's also had some great games on this very map, thinking about when 100 Thieves beat Falcons to start the year, to start the season. Now, P-Vision have found the gap, but they know Rain can come back to main, so they've got to be very aware. Crossing in alone, no support. And Rain gets out with no trade from Heaven. Slaxy Ches chases Spawn with just a dink. And this has gone very, very wrong here for P-Vision. Good position, but shut down in the end. All of them forcing in 1v1s. It's ugly. They needed to swing main together there. So despite a 5v4, the round goes the other way. When I say Poi is the Anubis guy, Harry, trust what I say, okay? This guy's crazy on this map.
All right. So you're expecting big things.
I am.
Well, he's already being very keen to get involved with these con pushes. James squad, they've got a lot of patience. They'll sit back, they'll wait for you to try your opening moves. They don't give anything away to that early. Now looking for a bit of mid control. Gizmi's close, and Device lining up a flashbang for him to come and fight. Gizmi takes it low and slow and just collects an opener for free.
Yeah, not a problem there. They're going to fall back into their bomb site, so mid completely left open. As P-Vision do scale further forward. James holds con. No one making a move. Bit of a fake out in middle now. Draws Gizmi's attention. Temple is a worry, but Device watching it from the back. Zero trying to bait 4 Poi. Anti-flash, and they don't clear the corner. Big mistake as Poi doubles up before the AWP finds the headshot. 2v4 here. James got to go big.
Oh, it's the right idea for Jame, but he fumbles the execution.
Unlucky.
Everything went according to plan for Jame there in that fight, but just couldn't deliver it. And now it's just Zway. 15 seconds, bomb dropped. All of P-Vision lying in the connector, and Zway will join them.
It's a good map for 100 Thieves, right? That's why they've picked it, but it's also a poor map for P-Vision. It's a map that when we started the year, we saw them have some real trouble on it. You know what I'm referencing, the game at Krakow, when they even said, and we heard the voice comes like, guys, screw this map, let's just go next. We don't play it, we don't prac it, whatever. They've actually, despite that, managed to avoid playing this map really the whole year. They've only logged 6 games on it, 3-3, losing to teams you would kind of expect, but also beating Spirit in there randomly. So it's been high and low, but it's definitely not a go-to, which is weird because you feel like a team, like a Jame team, would do well on a map that is heavy on gambles, but I guess it is also the CT aggression you need that maybe they have trouble with. They lose a lot of rounds on CT side. So going to need this first half to start with a bit of a bang for P-Vision, but right now it's getting snuffed out.
Rain tried to stay alive as long as he could. Gizmy here to help him out. No ground gained. Cielo and James still going to try and get something out of this round. But they've got Glocks. I don't imagine they do get anything out of this round. Let's see.
Time, and with time
Let's see
comes
what James
utility.
can find. True, that is true.
Utility comes money, and you got to think the big picture when James in the server, okay? Got to zoom out. Then zoom out some more. But yeah, he is just dead here, so zoom back in. See? $300. All worth it. So 3 rounds in a row for 100 Thieves as the guns come back out.
Feels like they do want to try and do something about Poi down here in Con, because he's been annoying, just harassing on random timings. Been a bit of a focal point for the 100 Thieves. But as Yellow goes there, he's brought down low by the nades. It's actually Gizmy making a move with Device covering on this AWP. Good flash to set him up, and that's kind of been the nature of these rounds out towards middle. Just Device and Gizmy playing well off of each other and this utility, and again, they've forced an advantage through. Now a man down. Big question for James, how do you recover this?
Yeah, they have a lot of ideas, don't they, 100 Thieves? A lot of little pushes and plays and flash setups. Now Gizmy's committed. I don't really mind it either. He could take one more kill, but he's full blind. So James does isolate. Nice retake in middle there. 4P vision. 4v4, opportunity open, but it feels like they have to go back to this B site. Way checking it with the bomb. Zero swings out, nice shot from his way, but there is a double right there for the taking. That should be enough to win this round. Device tries to stop the bomb.
Here is Scope, so a molly comes in and Device forced back off the line. They play it safe. You know, when Zway gets you a double like that, kind of delivers you a bit of salvation in this round. You don't want to throw it away to the Device AWP.
Nice call there from James to reflash middle, though. Definitely would have come back to haunt them later in the round. Gizmy's in a position to drop Con, to flank mid. In that man advantage, but that one kill forces 100 Thieves to make another move. They go pushing B, they go right into Zway, so some well-placed shots from him, and P-Vision back on the board with guns.
Don't imagine that's a round that changes much for the 100 Thieves though, right? You can chalk it up to some nice shots for Zway. I think largely the aggressive moves work well against these James T sides on Anubis. They're going to sit back. They're going to wait for them. But you see it stretches the resources very thin, right? There was no one immediately able to help him mid. Let's see if it does. 100 Thieves call in the timeout.
Blave talking at Rain right now.
So maybe we see something towards this A side of the map.
It is certainly nice to be in close proximity to the players here. Every timeout gets to turn around, see who's talking, see what's going on. The Stan sat back in his seat. No stress. All going to plan.
Yeah, this time just a crunch onto the water. Slaxajez, these are good trades, but has to now watch for this A main reaggress. Rain and Device don't actually commit to it. They hemorrhaged too many players there in the skirmish. You're worried that you make matters worse going for that swing, I guess. But now you're a man down and very split up.
Felt like there really was a window to help out their team there, but they decide against it. So Device is just now locked in on this angle. Rain reinforcing Syrah on B. Pressure being put on by P-Vision. Oh, Jump Spot might have actually seen him there. Going to go for the spam. Syrah close. I think they know. Chambers walked out through Con as well. He is in the sight, and Syrah plays through with a flashbang, but it's an ugly spray. Could have been 2 kills there. Rain against the world.
All right, well, abandoned everyone earlier on that push in the water. Let's see if maybe this is why.
Oh, does it miss?
Molly, it's not spreading.
Oh, man.
Can't stop the rain with fire.
We're on. Oh no, Jane, you're joking. You fake it out and check him. Nice hold from P-Vision. Maybe realizing, hey, that molly could have missed. It did look deep. And so Rain lives for only a few more seconds before they find that trade.
You know, Rain, like, can't believe that as he swings out.
Could have won the round, but no. It's James. I mean, multiple chances in that round for 100 Thieves. Syrah's flash push on main. The water crunch, I think, could have had Rain helping more. Even if he dies, there's Device in main to back up the A-rush. Like right here. That's the time. Vigilant clears here from P-Vision.
Feels a little rough for 100 Thieves because, like, in these last 2 rounds, I think they've had the right idea, right? Like, the plays made a lot of sense. They've had all the util to do it, but they've just kind of fumbled on the actual execution of it. From the water push to that Syrah double, it felt like it was destined to come through. He had players blind, players changing guns.
He's nading the smoke.
So Rain plays through it, doesn't see anything. At a minute 20, though, when you're up against these James-led squads, that doesn't tell you too much. Slaxajez was still hanging around, and the rest of the squad going clear mid.
Ooh, that, yeah, just about lands. Bleeds out a bit, it's fine. You try and block middle with more util, but Flit's going up and over. This is just feigning pressure here. They still sit outside of B. Never really played for the water control in this round too heavily. But mid player has dropped out to Con, and Flit will join him. So this is a B split with only 2 players in position. Syrah's so scared of that mid control. He is starting to lean the right way, but they run through the molly, so they're breaking this timing. 100 Thieves in trouble.
Oh, rotates might arrive, but it's just one man out towards the spawn. You're asking a hell of a lot of Syrah.
What a bounce. Oh, touchdown.
It's good. And that's your red carpet back into this retake, 3-on-3. All 3 grouped spawn side for 100 Thieves. James set up back in main to try and play around this bomb. It's Slaxajez fighting, but James got his cross. Orp cuts down the first man around the corner. And they don't even know. Yeah. James just getting to deny that save, knocks out 2 players. And even though Rain's going to survive with this AWP, it's a retake you don't attempt, and you only get out with 1 gun. Not even that's guaranteed.
Oh, no.
Rain will hold on. Still, the lead mounting for P-Vision.
We're seeing some really nice defaults now. It seems like they've scared them back a little bit from getting too aggressive. Tried something in A main there. 100 Thieves were only 2 players strong on that B bomb site, and with P-Vision pushing the molly, a well-timed split on a weak bomb site, that mid-fake worked wonders. We have something on the A side, many more in the water this time.
I mean, one of the remarks you always used to have when you would watch these James squads over the years is how he kind of got his opponent to play on his terms, right? The slow style with these little poppy explosive finishes. And, you know, Gizmy might have proven himself in at the major and has had some reps now with this 100 Thieves team, but will he kind of fall into that trap here on Anubis? Because we've lost some of these early aggressive moves for 100 Thieves as the game's gone on. Again, just playing around where they're set back in their bomb sites, not looking for anything early. Maybe it's going to come in the mid-round. Got that device AWP out here in middle, and you'd love for it to be involved. So there's a gun to be picked up. Can you make something of this round?
Ooh, they're even going to push further forward. Gizmy was in that smoke, so he can get a bit of a flank off. They're going to lose his sight, though. Rain eats that nade. Nothing he can do. 4v4, and the sight is lost. Device has to do more.
Device is here in position, but so is Jame. Scoped up on the bricks. He's ready for that swing.
Flank is quick. James not ready. Caught off guard completely. Still lives.
And now you just feel like you've lost your window, right? Your chance to capitalize.
How is he
Try
out?
and find that opening. James survives. And they deal with Gizmy on that mid lurk.
He's already up hunting. So we're both behind him. Playing the long con his way. Very strong start to this game. Damn, even when James is caught off guard, he still doesn't get punished.
Terrorists win.
This is building to be a very strong T-side start here for P-Vision.
And so often, you know, the way that this would go is like you kind of make your usual moves, you get a little bit aggressive, you go into a Jame default, and it loses, you know, 1 or 2 rounds. And that's what's happened to 100 Thieves here. And then it kind of, you know, freaks you out of going for those same aggressive moves. And if you end up being too stagnant, kind of letting P-Vision have full run of the map, they've got you right where they want you. That's Jame in control at that point. So this is now the test for 100 Thieves. They're going to burn another timeout ahead of this. Glaive talking to the troops.
And you wonder if, like, this timeout is just going to proceed. Another set play, another aggressive move. Last timeout they did the water crunch, out con and window, the A main, lack of push. And so will P-Vision try and call around that, go for something super default, super safe, or do they just try and hit a bomb site quick and avoid the numbers in water? What adjustment is being made? It's up to Jame to figure out. There's the push, and Jame is ready. He saw the second.
All right, Sira has at least been able to keep things even. It's just how does he get out of this spot? Jame
Let him go.
not aware that he's walked up close, but good realization once he spies over the top of the ruins. Doesn't see him on the long side and just eyeballs that smoke, ready for the push.
I just love a Jame POV, man. I just love a good Jame game.
And so you get 2 kills over towards this B site. You know the 100 Thieves setup is going to be moving around. Jame instantly leaves with this bomb, rejoins the rest of the gang outside of A.
Doesn't it just feel a bit too obvious to call that pause and then go for an insta-B push right into the AWP? Of course, P-Vision are ready for it. They have been playing very slow on this T side, and it is doing them wonders. 2 more frags just filter through, and Jame missed shot won't matter too much. And bomb is back in main, but Jame wants to end it. Device says no. Escaping is a different beast here. He's getting tracked by Flit. See the paw prints. It's a good spot for Device, but this is a 7-round T-side already, getting out of control. should have this. Oh. Yeah. There's an AWP in water, but Slaxigers has it.
Terrorists win.
Very impressive game from P-Vision, but you do feel like some opportunities have been handed their way. Half buy for the last. Vice can get an orb next round as well.
See the P-Vision are feeling a bigger degree of comfortability around this water control as well, feeling like they've really, you know, done enough legwork in the map to stop 100 Thieves from going for these type of peaks. This time they move right into this spot on the map, and James Orb, right place, right time again.
He's quick today. Not a bad start. Everybody doing their job. One kill back for Syrah. Wants to try get that AK, but P-Vision are all over the shop. Look at Flit. Just creeping in through Temple. Syrah considering aggression. As he backs up, it's into Flit. Easy done. Last player revealed by the smoke. It's looking all too simple here for P-Vision.
Bomb has been planted.
100 Thieves just left, pissing in the wind.
P-Vision based joke.
Yeah. Glad you got that.
Figured I'll explain it. Jump up. Man, Device has been good in the saves.
What else can he do?
I think you always think about it through the lens of like how James does what he does to win, but I think also it's like the way losing to this guy feels, like the way that this half is kind of feeling right now for 100 Thieves would be brutal. I imagine it's kind of like if he was starving, but like actually, you know, like it's just slow, inevitable, bit by bit, and you know what's happening.
And it's like those 3 rounds they won, that was like a big meal. You know?
Yeah.
You're kind of like crashing after the big meal. You felt great. Everything's gone perfectly, and it's you realize there's just no food in the pantry.
It's like a very unique kind of.
Oh man, he's waited all game for that.
Finally gets it and gone.
Oh, he was on it, but just a slight miss on the shot. That hurts. And so, not even too aggressive a play, but a 4v5. That's a cool flash. Lands in the top of Con. But nobody home. P-Vision group up for an A hit. And to be honest, Rain has not been able to do much to stop these when they come.
Yeah, often it's just been a one and done, and that's been in like the better rounds for Rain. Good timing on the reblock at least, but this exec's getting rolled out. And Flit has heard Gizmi's rotate. They're just going to play on through, break that smoke. Gizmi dead after the first, and Flit able to cut down these players in rotation. This is a very solid runaway T-side.
They've been doing work on this map. That much is clear. I think 100 Thieves came in to punish pick, and P-Vision have been pracking because that was a nice exec. Triple molly on A, double smoke, nowhere to go. Mid-luck is perfectly timed. It's not even really required. They break that main smoke and find Rain in the open. He has literally nowhere to stand. And so slowly but surely, 9 rounds will reach this board.
Oh, I mean, though, it's just the slow creep of these James games.
That's what they call him.
And it just leaves you in so many gut-wrenching feeling positions. Like even there, Poi in the 1v4 knows it's all over, knows he can't win that. There isn't time. They're not going to misplay it. You have to play the round. And so this has been a runaway train for Jame and co. 100 Thieves looking a little stunned at the end of that first half. And sure, you might expect a bit more mileage on the T side, but you really don't get better than that for Jame and the gang. Also, you know, you said early on how James looking sharp, but I feel like everyone is right now. Like, in all of these fights, you don't get a second chance. If you miss your opportunity, if you catch a bad timing, it's over. I know 100 Thieves had some really nice ideas early on to do with flashes as to how they were going to try and force some early fights, but that petered out so quickly, didn't it? So now onto their T-side device with a smoke. And this P250 to try and duel into the connector. All right, there's an opening. Rain spent that first half just getting dominated on this A-bomb site. He gets to do it back to them. Ziello dead. And A-space taken. 100 Thieves move in.
Storming the board, bomb going down, and nice shot from Jame to open up this round. They can make this happen.
Poi is very far away.
Uh-oh, gotta go quick. They're not too quick. He's shifting in the back. Flit just checked the flank, and now Poi has even better timing. This should be impossible for P-Vision, but that kill will open it up. Poi hits his backstab. Jane tucks in, looks the wrong way, but saves the day. 2v2. Gizmy follows up, and now this is impossible. They will not give him the fight. There is no kit, and there is no time, even for Jame. Nice shot. Seals this round here for 100 Thieves.
It's the first, like, massive step in the right direction, isn't it? Because you said earlier how some of the CT struggles are there for P-Vision. They could have forgot about all of that if they find a way to pull off that pistol. Yeah. So this is a huge stride for the 100 Thieves. If they do want to make a comeback happen, they're on the better half on their map pick.
Oh, you've got to be telling yourself it's doable, right? It is Anubis T side, and exactly the point you mentioned, the reason that we even see 100 Thieves go for this map pick. And they pick it, but what did P-Vision go for? They went for T-side, right? And we saw why. It looked extremely comfortable.
I think it's why you see Dastan hit them with the instant timeout too, right? Like now he's aware this is a job that is far from over.
Now the game really begins. P-Vision, they don't have the reps, you know. This is their second event with this roster. Saxajez not got that LAN experience. Only a few played in his career. Blitz is the definition of experience. But he's had some tough form as of late. That's the round.
It would be really nice for Gizmy to just catch like one of these players at the end of this, because you don't really know what P-Vision are working with in this round. So you see a USP, you feel a lot better about it. You know that the guns are coming out next.
As we'll go for a bit here.
I'm going to try and make some money. But they've gotten away from him. Okay, 4 rounds the difference as this rifle round is ready to come through for the CTs.
Feels weird to just see them saving full USPs, but you definitely know guns are coming out here. Don't want to give away any kill bonus money in a lost round. Gizmi does upgrade.
Well, James, the captain, loves his gambles. But Anubis is a lot more about well-timed CT aggression, so let's see if they go for any of that or if they are hinging on James' read of the game in this first rifle round. It was pretty heavy set for 100 Thieves out here towards A, but they don't commit to anything yet. Poi on a lurk. Very heavy mid setup, and as they go looking for whoever threw that util earlier, they do spot Poi. This is going to give them pretty quick rotations in towards A, and they're moving over to start to pad out this bomb site. Reblock in at main. Nade to follow. And playing through this for 100 Thieves.
Oh, okay.
Rain with a TK.
Cancel.
And they don't feel like they can go in on the back of this. Poise mid lurk, here's players rotating, but things feel awkward. Because you've heard that Temple player go quiet now, and you're having to walk this bomb through the water.
Oh, they're going to let Poi play late, but that really just requires these comm players to get something done, to put some pressure on this site. Everyone's rotating. P-Vision have read it. They've moved 3 players over. Need a kill now. Poi is going to be too late to play. What a post-part for him. Can Gizmi do anything? One more kill needed at the back of the site, but the time has expired, and Poi is left lurking nowhere. P-Vision with a great gamble call there to full rotate out. It is just Flit left in CT as everybody goes B. And you have the rounds to play with, so perfect time to make that stack happen.
I think because things are flowing, you know, James getting to focus a lot more on just the flow of the game. You know, I feel like whenever his rosters are kind of winding up, you see his reads get worse. And I always wonder if that's because he's having to micro a little bit more. But he's had a very solid read on 100 Thieves throughout this Anubis. Always a captain who just kind of played with his intuition. Again, this triple mid. I think P-Vision are liking this because it gives them that ability to rotate heavily around the map. And if anyone is sent here to try and come for the mid space, they've got a nasty surprise waiting for them. 2 players around this corner. James spotting from afar.
Oh my god. Hasn't seen anything. It's 3 here. Dead man walking. They just push on that timing.
Well, the bomb's outside of B. That's where 100 Thieves were hoping this could end up. For Rain crossing here. Oh, well, they've given him a hint.
Ooh, time.
Saxajez went to reposition. That's when they peek him. Still, Zwei holds on with a double. And that'll keep you interested in this retake.
Blank is fast. I wonder if they heard it, though. Flick did stop running eventually. Base is pushed up. There is no smoke to reblock. It's on yellow. This is just a death match now in this B bomb site. Where are they?
Trying the device, but they're left to their own devices in this hold, right? Both of them just hoping for a multi-kill, and that responsibility has fallen onto the shoulders of Rain. Game is the kit. The Flit's got to move into cover. Rain swings out, and they line him up. Jame with the trade, and a nail-biter of a defuse, but he thinks he's got it, and I'm inclined to trust him. 11 on the board.
God, I love how he just never sat that as well. He like full baited wide on the angle. He let his teammate commit to the fight, and then just swings off to trade, guaranteeing the round, not letting Rain get away with anything. 11-5, and I definitely still think there were ways this game could have gone wrong for P-Vision, but they look stable now on the CT side. They made some good rotations. Zwei gets a massive double kill when his teammate gets caught off guard on awkward timing. and they don't fumble a very fumbleable post plant.
I'm really liking these triple mid holds too. It's given them real quick rotates. Like, there's no way in this game yet that 100 Thieves can know that that's how they've been playing these CT rounds. The time that they went A, they ran into 2 players, they ran into 3 players, you know, a third guy quick rotating over. And it's telling you, oh my, how are they reading us like this? You know, they're in our heads. And in reality, no, it's just these 3 mid guys. If they're not getting contact, they rotate them A at the first drop of util.
You don't really want to rush on this map on T side, but it is the kind of setup that if you just started rushing bomb sites, you would win rounds because it would leave P-Vision so out of position for those post plants.
But that's where it kind of ties into, like, the game has slowed down on James Say So, and you're playing into his hands.
Oh, James making moves, man. Didn't even know he could do that. He just put himself on the toolbox in A. Throw a nade stairs, but it's not far off the mark. They're 5 rugs. It's not a rush, it's just a quick pop here for 100 Thieves.
Goal for James really is just get your one, right? Get one shot off on that AWP, set up in a 5v4.
He's getting his one.
There it is, and this smoke to heaven. Just a tad late on the contact push. Flitz even siphoned one from the ranks. And 100 Thieves left scrapping for this bomb plant. Chance to get it down with the Gizmi Molly coming in. They'll find their way to a bomb plant, and Gizmi's even trying to scale. Cielo shuts him out of it, and Sierra throwing into an unwinnable clutch, just doesn't know where to look. This is a super oppressive CT side.
Doesn't that just feel like it encapsulates all these rounds, all these late rounds, just unwinnable? 100 Thieves just put into constant positions. They are not allowed to close, and P-Vision running all over them. 12-5 now, and this CT side has gone by in the blink of an eye. Pistol round gave 100 Thieves a chance, but ever since Rifles came through for P-Vision, this game has felt over. This is 100 Thieves, what is meant to be a very comfortable map for them. A map that we've seen great results in. Shame is now getting crazy. Double nade puts him on 2 and he's still not dead.
Doesn't even relinquish any type of control here. Hangs around. Knows they could be close, but he's got Flit nearby to help him. 100 Thieves bail from that mid take. 4v5. You've done a lot of damage to James, sure. You don't have much to show for this. Sierra closing in on the connector, looking to give way to this B split, and P-Vision ahead of the curve. 3 players here. Sure, one of them is this injured AWP. But even at 2 health, I feel like Jay might be good for another. There he is. Sierra deleted, and that's the split. On this split, mopped up. It's just this B play. Poi with a double. The other 2 in main side. Reigns wrestled it back. Flit, is he coming through? Right through that smoke. Backstab, and Reigns gone. Device can't hack it. P-Vision shut down 100 Thieves, and they do so convincingly on Anubis. It's elimination on the line. 100 Thieves having to grind through the open qualifier. Is this where it all comes undone?
Yeah, you know what? P-Vision reminding us, or rather reminding the 100 Thieves, that there are levels to this stuff right here. I've got Jacob, I've got Yanko. We're going to talk a little bit about what happened, this sort of tumultuous stumble that we just saw here from the 100 Thieves side, and what would arguably be one of their better maps to play.
Yeah, that was unfortunately a non-game of Counter-Strike to some degree. I think the T side of P-Vision was smooth, effortlessly, just slowly but surely rolling all over the Thieves. I think it's best described in the way you're sitting and you're watching each round unfold, but there's no climatic, ending to the round. There's no tension, There's no nothing in the round. It's just slowly but surely Jane eating the Thieves and then walking into a bomb site as they please. So, not the most exciting game of Counter-Strike, but if anything, I think P-Vision showed that they were not only one step ahead, maybe 11 or something.
I just think 100 Thieves hate the CT side. Like, they just want to play. It felt like they played 2 T sides in this game because they were so active, so aggressive on their CT side. A lot of the rounds, you know, P-Vision doesn't really have to do much outside of deal with that aggression, you know, and then sort of just take care of business in the mid to late round with that advantage, which on a map like Anubis really isn't too complex.
No, you looked at Destin's came as well. Like he almost fell asleep, you know, being the coach in this game. He didn't have to do much, and that's at least what I'm left with. You know, it didn't feel like it took a lot for P-Vision to cruise through this game. As much as you want to give credit to the team for trying, maybe on the CT side to be aggressive and be proactive, it never really panned out.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot in the tank there for the 100 Thieves, which is, I guess it becomes a bit more apparent when you look at these two at surface level, especially about the side of with P-Vision. I mean, it's just clearly more cohesive. It's clearly more of a team unit operating in the server.
Yeah, we're talking about a team that 5 months ago were number 3 in the world on the world ranking, and then sure, they had a bit of a down period, gone through a couple of roster changes, but the core of the lineup is still the same. The in-game leader is still the same. The coach behind him is still the same. And then we're talking about the Thieves who are still trying to establish themselves as a team. So it's not that I expected it to be this one-sided, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's a fair representation of where the two teams are at right now.
I expected a lot more, and granted that win against Falcons on Anubis, that was a lot of anti-strat, you know, that was just Rain sort of finding opening after opening, finding good contact plays and whatnot, and here, you know, the A executes didn't really pan out from them early on. Some team kills, it got a little bit messy, and they just couldn't get that momentum on their T side to sort of at least have an attempt at a comeback.
Tell me a little bit about how in round 7 Gizmi tries to get active, but then no.
Yeah, they had success. They did this like 2 or 3 times in the half, this exact play. It didn't work out the first time. They kept going back to it. You know, the flash coming in, Poi, Gizmi jumping down the window. They get the 1 kill, but then Slack just 2 great kills to even out the situation. This is what I mean. They just keep going. They're always going to come at you, right? And if you know that, if you're P-Vision, it's not the hardest thing in the world to deal with, right? Sira gets punished, and they know obviously Flash came in, 1 more player is there, they deal with him, and it's a pretty straightforward round for P-Vision.
It's tough to do much against it, right? Because I understand why they want to, given the layout of Anubis, I understand why you want to be aggressive. I understand why you want to try to do something on the CT side instead of just sitting back and wait, but that's exactly what James wants you to do, right? He's so good at orchestrating his team and just waiting for that aggression, first handoff, and even if in this round where you showcased that they were successful getting the first kill, but there was never a way they could get away from there without getting traded. There's no, you know, continue or follow-up plan, or I don't know by you, Yanko, but at that point, if you want to play that aggressive, then go all in. You know, then have all members be aggressive at the same time and see if you can create enough chaos that it can be a 2v2 or 3v3. But if you just send 1 or 2 guys out at this point, even if he gets the first kill, there's no way to get away from that position without getting traded at some point. And I feel like Jame and P-Vision are one of the best teams in the world. They're just sitting back and waiting for exactly that. Whether you're playing P-Vision, you're playing the old version of VP, you could never do that. You know, I've been on the server against Jame before as well. It's the most frustrating thing to grow up as a player because you want to do something to change the course of the game, but you also know that the second you do something, you just get owned.
Yeah, and the risk reward too. You have to kind of put that in comparison at it being a team game, 5v5. Jame, plenty of input here felt, and I'm pretty sure with the 4 opening duels that he's got to show to his accolades here for this map, that probably helps a lot too, Yanko.
But wait, there's more,
right?
But
wait.
And they have different sorts of plays, the Thieves, but it's the same idea, right? Like it's still aggression, there is more of it, and you know, Jacob was alluding to it. Like, Jame is pretty good at getting these reads and putting himself even in the right spot. So towards the end of the half, another gun round. Here's a double flash out of B main. Jame doesn't even get blind from it. Aware that the second player can try to sneak in. Those are 2 entries right then in a 4v3. Slack Jazz, and he was really sharp on this map. Once he gets that kill, Gizmi feels like he has to activate. Flit punishes him, and they close out yet another round, you know, and then it's just becomes too much at some point, right? I understand Anubis, it's not an easy map to play on the CT side, and you feel you have to do this time and time again, but you know, you need to have another gear, except all gas, no brakes.
Yeah, shout out Andrew Callahan while we're here. I mean, great stuff.
And Bo Callahan.
I suppose. How about also, Jacob, paint for me the picture real quick. How does Dust 2 look any different than the first map of this series?
I mean, it's a map that is, if you want to play this style of Counter-Strike where you constantly try to be proactive and be in your face, I think Dust 2 is a bit more open on the CT side. whether you want to go in towards lower, you want to re-aggress on catwalk, or you want to push out long at a timing. I think it's a more open map than Anubis, where it's always like you're feeling your fish in a barrel almost on that CT side. So if that's the play style they opt to go for, I think there's a higher success rate or a higher chance of finding success. With that being said, though, P-Vision is no slouches on Dust 2. I feel like that's been a home for them for quite some time, and I don't know, Yanko. I felt no tension in this game whatsoever, and there's nothing that suggests to me that there's going to be much more here in Dust 2.
Yeah, you know, the teams will start on the CT side again because P-Vision picked T side on Anubis, right? And here, I'm curious to see, does Jane focus more on mid to B? Because you have Device and Rain, you imagine they're both B towards the A bomb site. Rain, Dust 2 has been one of his best maps. It's one of his favorite maps as well, right? So here, let these guys play a little bit, play some more default, let them read the round and then see what they can come up with in the mid round. You can be aggressive, you just don't need to do it at the very start of the round all the time.
Well, Anubis done. Dust 2 up next. Ancient, perhaps, to close us out if we need it. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We go to a quick break. We come back with more P-Vision 100 Thieves and what is do or die time here in Paris. Esports World Cup marches on when we return.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Hundred Thieves' fate at EWC now comes down to Dust 2. After a shocking one-sided win from P-Vision on Anubis to start this elimination series, now we're going to Gizmi's old stomping ground, I guess, and one that the 100 Thieves are still very well versed on.
Yeah,
so hope is not lost. But they're hanging on by a thread.
It's a weird pick because it is a go-to for 100 Thieves, and it is also them not only the most played but the highest win rate map, but it's against lesser opposition. So I think the P-Vision have gone over these games and realized, I don't rate this team, or I don't rate what they're doing. I think we can exploit them. They clearly had a great game plan back on Anubis. You know, when we saw 100 Thieves play Spirit on this map, bear in mind it was online, they got 13-0'd, you know? So I think P-Vision are probably still feeling pretty confident to pick in to 100 Thieves' best map on paper. This is a new level of competition. It's also LAN, it's also high stakes. It's also something that you'd expect 100 Thieves to be able to deal with the experience on their team, but that was just a really ugly first map. Could not get a grip of the Jame game. 20-7.
Yeah, and what a game it was, right? Not just the right reads, the right ideas, but as an individual, Jame was a force of nature. His AWP striking a good bit of fear into 100 Thieves, never knowing where it would crop up next.
Yeah, and now we're on Dust 2, so we're talking Orbs, right? Sure, Device, legend in his own right, but he didn't really get going on the Orb there, right? He had a couple of chances on the CT side, got shut out for the most part, a couple of opening deaths, and well, Jame is here, there, and everywhere. So that head-to-head is not going to be easy for Device in this game. And it's also, you know, honeymoon period for P-Vision, right? It's their second event with the roster. Flit added just a couple of weeks ago. Slaxajez coming into the season, played his first, you know, bigger LAN in China. Did decent, had some good maps, had some poor maps, but, you know, definitely showed some of the form that we saw from this young player online, leading into P-Vision. And I'm excited for his future. And maybe more games from them at EWC if they can beat 100 Thieves here and now.
Cracking header from Gizmi. So that smoke is missed. That's probably going to give Jame a talking to for that one. Not realizing that Gizmi is the reason it's not in place.
What do we think of Smokes? Mitterby comes in. It's an upper tunnels crunch with 3 players here. Well, they know it's B now, that's for sure.
They're not leaving much to the imagination here. Poi holding on, but blindsided by the door player. Gizmi had just backed up, so it opened up that angle. Clean tap for Zwei. And he's got one more guy in front of him. Rotates arrives. Sierra helping out, and Zwei. One impressive shot, but he needed 3 of them. 100 Thieves get on the board early to start their Dust 2 campaign.
It's relieving, I think, for 100 Thieves. It almost went very wrong there, but a couple of important pistol shots connecting for Gizmi. 23 kills in, looking for the ace, not to be. So full eco with just a smoke invested. Just to keep them from farming in the middle.
And as is often the case, just using the full duration of the timer.
Every second.
It's nicer, like you. Cause this is the 9 to 5 for P-Vision. You know, this is how they play. This is what they're used to. I think it's nice because you know your opponent's just having to sit there in this round. 100 Thieves know that they're gonna win this, or at least feel like they should. You're just making them wait. Wasting their time, looking for any value you can. You don't get any. You got the guns coming out in the next. It's no skin off your back.
They made him throw every nade they bought. So isn't that just the goal? Sure, extra kill is nice, but Glock's on dust too. It is just min-maxing. Some people just want to play the game, though. P-Vision come through with a rifle round. Slaxijez on a Mac 10, interestingly enough. Already buying into the Jame economy system. But it feels like this might just end B with him charging through the tunnels with a buy like that. Bomb is coming back through spawn now. Good grenade on yellow. P-Vision are setting up with B in their sight. Let's give it a side eye. Talking a lot as well. Here we go.
With the block down there in mid, so you don't have this mid component. Just the tunnels push. They get past Poi. One more man close by at the B hill. It's Gizmy who would be reacting next. Is he going to try and go early? Smoke down in the door. Flash to try and send him through. And Jame dodges. Ready for that exact move.
It's crazy from Jame. He just crossed the doors looking at the ground, looks up from the flash and takes that kill. Why has he done that? It's perfect. Jame even missed his first flash in B. I think if it lands, Rain's in trouble, and I think that's an even cleaner round for P-Vision, but not required. They find the entries. Zwei continuing to find important opening kills. Was doing so all last map, popping sites open. So save again here for 100 Thieves as P-Vision get on the board.
With lobbing in and replenishing this short smoke, and then later the CT smokes a hell of a lot in this game. It started from round one in the pistol, even. And obviously Gizmy denied it there, but I wonder if you're trying to kind of force 100 Thieves just back into, you know, like the most passive, no info. Device playing over towards the site, Gizmy in rotation, everyone kind of anchored in place, because it is leaving this B site really susceptible. You haven't had these quick rotates in a lot of these rounds, haven't had a great deal of forewarning as to where they're ending up.
They're sending it. It's a sick move, and they get out as well.
P-Vision were not ready for that, and this is a team that are ready for many a thing. And a double long doors push right off the rip.
Perfect flash too. Nothing's Ray could do about that.
Well, they've always been kind of signaling this intent to 100 Thieves. They're doing all the short util, but we haven't really seen them use this space yet. This time they actually go and get the control. So 3 players out on the catwalk. Flit a little later out through the long doors. And mid to be smoke for Jame.
Whose flash comes first, Device forces it as the molly's still up. Oh, Gizmi didn't see them though. He didn't see anyone. Now he hears them running. The realization coming in, but he's out of position.
Device can't hold it.
Later.
You almost won't believe if that lets you down. Gizmi not getting the spot on those players up on short. Flit catches great timing on his long wrap, just waiting out there in the doors till Sira turns away. And a 3v4, you're out of position here. Numbers might decide it. CT just feels like too much of a choke point to try and retake through.
Just have no smokes either.
And so 100 Thieves get out of there.
Wow. It's a rough round to save him, right? With the damage done, they know they've done good damage. The dink on Cielo getting that entry, 1 health remaining. And I think Gizmi doesn't see them because the molly's still up, but he caught the flash. Just a little bit of burn in his face. And so he drops off too late.
And that's a round where 100 Thieves get the opener, get a clean break on a 5v4. There's no trade. They even had the right idea for that play out towards short. Felt like you did everything right, and it still goes against you. Cleanly at that. Only death in the round coming from that long doors push.
I mean, there were rounds like that on Anubis, where you do the entry, you get the kill, you fall back into a nice position, then you try and do another play, and that's what undoes you. I'm glad they have plays and they make plays, but it does feel like sometimes it comes back to haunt them. Here we go. Gizmi putting the rifle to use. Up top mid, but see how he's going to get out.
Had a flash ready to go and everything to help him, but Peak just comes on an awkward timing for him before he's close to the corner. Flash never arrives. And so a 5v4. P-Vision in no rush.
Yeah, the rifle's doing it all right now. It's not Jame on the AWP having to pop off. A lot of the kills last map came to him. Just providing cover, letting his team get back up cat. Flash goes in. Poi with the M4 on A. Rain has tunnels control.
Which is nice. It enables this 3-man stack, but even now, like as far as this stack goes, the M4's in the site alone. So no way to try and retrieve that for 100 Thieves.
These flashes very meta right now. Poi can't do anything, has to wait them out. Molly starts to land around him. Not on his position though. He can still buy some time. He's getting wall banged out. Maybe a nade to boot. Poi can't get a thing done. Really needed a kill there. Only damage. James' patience pays off, and 2 more at long as that bomb gets shuffled over. They know long is lost. They really don't seem concerned.
It really is just so suffocating, isn't it? Like, even now, it's a 5v2, and a part of you's kind of thinking if you're 100 Thieves, look, man, we have pistols. Like, they're going to fight us. They're going to give us a chance to reply. But it's all about this real discipline for the money. You know, so many folks just couldn't resist the idea of getting these 2 kills on the USP and Deagle at long. But P-Vision aren't those guys. They're not going to give you a free fight, a free chance to inflict any damage.
It's like talking about the full ecos where they wait till 10 seconds, right? It's like, maybe it's not the most fun thing to do, but if you are min-maxing your win, you know their pistols at long, why would you even give them the chance to remove 4K worth of weaponry on your side? Why would you let them have that shot? For what? A bit of rating?
No,
for an eco kill?
It's like Counter-Strike with ego removed.
Yeah,
You know, like there's nothing in here about padding stats. It's all just take the most efficient route, and that means min-maxing the economy. That means using all the time, all the resources that you get for free, and bankrolling yourselves as long as you can.
They want a major like this. James did at least. Reunited with Flit. Orp on B now. Device with a nice start. P-Vision might just walk in. That bomb is so far away. Oh, that's going to force the Orp to fire. No, doesn't fall blind Device. He remains with vision. Wave over his shoulder. Trained on the angle, but Device not getting given much. Not going to go back into him, though. We're trying to sell something. Device is going to get probably 2 shots off in this round. He needs to connect them.
As the first. Got to be the start of something for Device. It's the third swing where he falls, still gets his double.
Oh, no.
Will that be enough? Because P-Vision battle their way through this B-bomb site. It's on to Poi and Syrah in this retake. They're ahead of the Jame Orp. Poi has slipped the net. The Jame doesn't hang around. Flash lined up. It's a re-smoke at the door, and now you're left coming through. Poi makes it in, but they hear him on the other side of this smoke. James dealt with that first man, and Poi the whole time just giving them little clues, little hints as to where he is. They'll swing him together.
And we see that same rotation, the post plant that Jay made the other round, right? So he walks, he's close door, the smoke comes down, then he crosses into the site. 100 Thieves, they may flash through the smoke, they may have car, but they can't do anything with that position. There's a smoke in their way, so he isn't susceptible. It's a really nice move late in the round. Just playing buddy system with Jame, and Jame hits 3 AWP shots. Device gets both of his. That was essentially a 5v3 on B. And Jame still knocks them out on rotation. He is just a weapon.
I mean, you can see why they're always going for this little cross back over, right? It's like when you're coming through that door, unless you're Carrigan in a semi-final, you know, you're going to the left, you're clearing the car, you're clearing the tunnels.
Yeah, especially with the smoke down. You got to feel for 100 Thieves in some of these rounds. It's like Anubis again, where it's like, I like their round starters, I like the plays they make, I'm glad they're not afraid, but they are getting squeezed. Oh. Device.
Okay, right, yeah. Device is tapped in. He's willing to do anything to win. He's decided. So now, wall bangs, smoke shots.
Oh
Honestly, I would. How do you not just feel like crushed if you're 100 Thieves?
B-stack,
because they've gone for the B-stack. These rounds have all used the maximum length of the clock. There's been nothing like super fast and direct. You play the B-stack fighting mid-control, and they rush A.
Great anti-eco call. Just walk up Cats. If there's no pistol set up on Cat with a flash and a 5-7, there's nothing you can do. P-Vision just walk it into A. So go and pick up. Okay, now it's worth hunting a little bit. Get this rifle out of Poi's hands. Doesn't mean they will. Screw it. We've got our guns. You can have yours. Okay, Device. Go catch the jumping player. I'll send him in, yeah. Roof. But of course, they flash him at the same time.
Well, look, Herrera, you don't often get this when you're playing against these James squads. You've been able to extract a bit of value in your eco. You get out with an extra AK. I'm sure Zway is going to get a talking to for that. But it's 100 Thieves burning another timeout because they can feel that this game is slipping from their grasp.
And their tournament life as well. This is lower bracket here in the BO3 group stage. It's not an easy group with Vitality and Mouse in here. Foot as well. Winner of this goes on to play Mouse, who lost earlier today, to get to the playoffs, so goddamn. No free lunch in Group C, as it appears. Group winners, Bait and Foot. Lower bracket group players, Vitality and Mouse. Just like we expected. Gonna get skewered. Device. It's a lot of util at mid.
I mean, largely, you feel like you've been seeing the same util, the same kind of round starts, but you never feel any the wiser as to where it's ending. This mid-smoke could mean 10 different things based on what you've seen in the game thus far. Thankfully, you've got Gizmy eyes on the catwalk just to confirm that no one's here. But it hasn't dismantled the triple A lean for 100 Thieves. In fact, they kind of double down on it now, bringing Poi into the bomb site. And so the B hold is just 2 players again. You're looking at Device, you're looking at Rain. They've got a multi-kill, or else this is another round on the board for P-Vision.
Like this for Rain, but if they break the smoke, he could be in trouble. There it is. A lot of eyes on. Rain does back out. It's a sneaky move to survive, and that might cancel the call as a resmoke comes in. Gizmy's making a move. Flit's dead. 4 in the tunnels. They've got to go. How are they going to find a way to win this, Harry?
They shouldn't. Look at these reinforcements, just layers of defense now at B. And so for the first time in a long time, one of these mid-round pushes really sets up 100 Thieves. Gizmy finding that timing, getting the kill in mid. Suddenly it all becomes clear what's happening in that round.
Jame ready for this, though. Doesn't look like it. Double AWP available, but not going to see it with Device hedging his bets on B in many of these rounds. Not really been playing on the car side. It's a nice B hold, but it's one that 100 Thieves certainly knew was coming with that flank from Gizmy. Oh my. You wouldn't, would you? They're just walking it in.
All right, well, feeling like the slow pace maybe gave too much time to 100 Thieves in the last one. They try and go quickly in a B this time around. Slacks the Jez with the trade. Poi up here in the window, but that AWP is covering it. And 100 Thieves relegated to the other side of the double doors. They're trying to keep the pressure on, looking to play through, but smoke blowing open, and Gizmy is just out on an island.
Love it. Love everything about it there for P-Vision. It just feels like if you kill that site player on the B hit, you've won the round, because James is not going to miss the window shot. You either have to multi-kill or just play full retake. There's players trying to flood in to help their teammates from window, just every time have died to James Orb.
And again, like, it's another one of these rounds where we're saying, imagine how annoying this feels. Like, you finally think you found a way in, you've got a read on the pace, you've got a read on how James calling this, and he just hits you with the uppercut B. And in a way, it almost feels like too much of a simple solution, right? You lose that last round because you're playing slow, Gizmy finds the timing, and you say, well, what if we did just go faster? But that is enough. You don't expect it, you get caught by the sudden pace change, and now whiplash for 100 Thieves. Terrorists win. As they're relegated to the save, and rounds continue to get away from them.
There's been a lot of saves here in the city side, haven't there? That's the 5th one. Well, at least it keeps gun rounds going. They've had a lot of buys in this map. But Now we're reaching the tail end of the half where 100 Thieves will have to start going for some of these. And forever, B is feeling threatened, can never get comfortable on this site. Boy starts with Rain, who got tagged. Device is once more looking for this mid pick. He has been giving us good output, but they've not been giving him the chance in middle. No one out mid because there's no door smoke. He comes in late. It's me with nades on Cat.
Good trade of the util for Gizmi, right? Denying them all the short space they were looking for. He gets to keep his angle now on the drop down. Will eventually have to relinquish this space. Feels like he's held on to it long enough.
Just found a new set of util and just leaving them around for him. Keeping presence in upper, but will be joining his team. Meant to be before the Cat hit. It's Yellow hard lurking long on low health. Oh, James, it's optimistic. Now they've got to go.
Yeah, time is of the essence. They hear Gizmi rotating back. That's an extra volley of util up on a short. And with Device covering the cross, you want to say he's a very safe pair of hands. Over the top of the smoke, Flit has found it, but you've got 10 seconds to run this bomb in. Gizmi one kill in the right place. Could steal this round away, and he's living up to the namesake. That is a robbery from the 100 Thieves. Just stealing that one back with a bomb denial.
Yeah, excellent stuff. And they even nade that smoke. They know it's an option, right? They know he could be in their smoke. They're nading it. They're looking for it. In fact, they're worrying about it more than the bomb. And it doesn't get put down. Gizmi denies. Nice to see Device continually in the right place in this CT side. He does over-peak, but he got his first. And he hasn't been on car at all this game, but on the first proper Cat hit, he is there. 100 Thieves hanging on in this CT side. Definitely the chance to sweeten this half. It's just an expensive round at the end when they run in on Catwalk. They didn't really need to do that. It lost them 2 more guns. But they'd already won the round. So if they lose this, they're in trouble. And it seems like P-Vision want to do what they do best. Another blind B hit. James didn't even show that orb there either. Oh, that smoke will stop it for a second.
Just, you know, they do have Flit, like, doing all the usual tells that you're taking a bit of mid-control, that you're looking for short. He threw in the molly on the drop-down, but Gizmi's just not bought it whatsoever. And it was his push on short that actually started this comeback for 100 Thieves. He's looking to do it again. And so once more, Gizmi is going to piece this together in time for the Thieves to rotate over. Now they start to assemble a B stack. If you are going to go, you've got to hit now because the window's closing. B site stacked to the 9s. And boy, hits like a one-man army. 3 kills for him as they come out through the tunnels. James left saving.
Another Gizmi MVP round. I mean, what can you say? He's won them like 3 rounds at this point on the CT side. Straight up single-handedly getting the most important kill or information or winning to the clock. It's a great job from Gizmi there on that repush up Cat. Device also had full long doors, right? It's a bit of a team effort. He had full long doors locked in with the orb. They knew that was going to be B. Felt too obvious there. And so Dastan with a first timeout in this map for the last round of the half. So P-Vision can really try and squeeze one more off their T side because it slowed down a little bit. 100 Thieves winning 3 of the last 4. It's been a good game, though. Competitive map. Some of the riflers on P-Vision a little quieter than Anubis.
Wonder if they're going to try and target Gizmy at all, right? Just with how pronounced he's been out here on short, how he's ruined 2 of the rounds. You're telling yourselves it would just be so much easier if he didn't exist. But they're going to try and make their problem go away.
That's what Luminosity said.
Got Device up here on the boost. With a molly down, they're moving behind it.
Ooh, saw something.
Fast play out mid to B in the downtime, and James Orp in with an opening. Rain, they run right into him, and Slaxages just spams him through the smoke. Rain's hoping to play later, catch them by surprise as they're planting that bomb. Never gets to.
What a check.
So a man down on this retake. Split up close in middle, just handed a free kill. And a very lengthy flank for Sierra in through the tunnels. This is all the making of a 1 out half for P-Vision.
James even boosted to make matters worse. That missed flash just sold this round down the river, but it's a B retake after all. It was never realistic. Great ending round there for P-Vision. Just a mid to B pop, something they haven't done for a minute. That puts 7 on this T side. Competitive game, yes, but one that P-Vision are leading the way at. Map in the back pocket, elimination, daunting. But very much a factor in this series at the bottom of the group. 100 Thieves made quite the run through the open qualifier. But it may all be coming to a close unless they can mount a comeback here.
100 Thieves have largely had a pretty good time in these pistol rounds, at least. So hope ain't lost yet. Looking like an A play. You got all the util to do it. 5 men in the long doors. Jame just plays for the spot.
Ooh. Not quite. Maybe there's a gap here. And yes, there is. Sway exploits it to the maximum degree. Double headshot through the smoke. Sure, the bomb makes it in, but P-Vision aren't thinking about that. They're thinking about this post plant, setting up on Catwalk to retake together. P250 must save them.
Oh, 3 players out. Cat, Sierra with that spot. And so Device just trying to battle through this CT grouping, but they lose their teammate in the site. Gizmy here as well. It's so claustrophobic as he comes back from long.
How did James get all 3? He was a spawn player. They're all up Cat. He got 3 kills. Show me that again. Just pulled a triple kill out of nowhere. I thought him living would be enough with that spawn smoke down. But James obliterates him. He has had just an incredible series. All starts with a Zwei double.
It's even just sick how they play around that Zwei double kill. It's instantly, gets that, gets the 5v3, insta fall back into retake positions out through Cat. They know they've got the smoke to keep the pressure on. They can look for that defuse. It was handled so well. They don't stake it all on trying to stop the cross.
Of course, James triple kill pistol, so he's buying that orb. He wanted it. Hit a tag on Sierra, some return damage, but he's rotated quick, and 100 Thieves have read this. Devices walked straight out mid-doors. He's got a read on James' reposition. Feels it's too good to be true. Mid to B is a very good call. Let's see what Slaxages can do.
Oh, he's done a lot of damage, but they're replying. Smoke spam has brutalized 100 Thieves. Jame with one, Sway with the other. And it's another round where you're left saying this was the right idea, this was the right move. Device is now the sole survivor from this mid-split, and he gets deleted as soon as he plays through the window, and now they know where this last guy is coming from.
Yeah.
Rain leapt on a flawless round for P-Vision.
And Rain is just spamming the tunnel smoke while that mid to B is going on, so they just ignore him. 2 players both looking at window and door, and Rain doesn't get any impact there. They just don't care at all. While Slaxy just lines him up in middle. This double smoke spam in spawn. Woo, 3 players shooting through it. Just a beautiful round there out of P-Vision. That was the force bite off the bomb plant, so 100 Thieves got nothing here. You can feel the hopes and dreams dwindling with every passing kill.
I mean, when they're switched on, like no other team kind of makes every effort feel as futile as this one. You try all these new ideas, you're changing the pace, different types of aggro, CT side, you know, like looking for room, looking for information. T-half now, even when you kind of have misdirected them, it hasn't come to matter.
P-Vision Mouse is sounding like a banger game to me.
You're thrashing around, you're struggling, but you're silently all ending, isn't it, for 100 Thieves? They've got another buy here, but they're running out of time if they want to save themselves.
Now or it's never.
James 15 and 5.
You went 20 and 7 last match.
Yeah, it's just the craziest KDs.
Uh-oh. Close. Either AWP connects. Rice gets out of danger. I want to see James just no-scope the wall. Feels like that kind of game, huh? Rice. Up Cats. James lets him go.
You have to foothold for a cat play, but that's exactly what P-Vision are expecting. They have two players in the bomb site running a bit of a bait and switch. Slaxages is waiting with that flashbang, the palm flash. And that's going to come out now, so he's ready to play. Bit of support from Zwei coming back alongside as well. Quick to deal with the CT drop down.
Oh man.
And everywhere you go, you just feel like you're playing into the hands of this CT defense.
Flit was full blind and surely dead, but it's Yellow from B who spammed that ramp player out through the smoke. He saves his teammate's life. They're just trying to scrap their way back into this round. But 100 Thieves getting nowhere fast is just Poi. Flit lives and goes on with a double. That's unbelievable. It's the B player who kills the guy on A through the smoke. Nothing can go wrong right now for P-Vision. It is just meant to be now. 11-5. This was a back and forth affair at the start of the map, but upon hitting CT side, P-Vision have not slowed down. 4 straight rounds. 2 more to send them home.
Pistols trying to make their way up the catwalk, but it feels scary. Spam's coming through.
2 missed nades on that. It would have destroyed them.
This time, though, you don't have this A setup ready to receive the short play. It is going to feel more stressful here. But the window on this is closing. James beginning his rotation. A third player arrives, and with a fresh belt, a util, they're taking all the wind out the sails of the 100 Thieves.
Hello.
Nade stack. Bound for ramp. Flit finds himself in the sight, so no problems there for the nades. Jame with a rare miss. Zwei in position to back him up. Just this bait and switch again at Goose. Okay. Only good for the 1. Don't try and chase Jame alongside, even if he was looking away. He's stealing himself in on the corner, ready for a retake.
Boosted.
As Yellow creep up quietly. They're here on a very quick timing, and no one's ready for it. Shot in the back. Rain left as the last man standing and cannot hold on. P-Vision, they've got themselves many a chance to close this out. It's the end of the line for the 100 Thieves.
That's a sick little idea to just walk up ramp so early, right? You think they're taking time setting up, maybe going cat or long, 2 rifles, just walk into that bomb site, completely catch 100 Thieves off guard. I think the eco strat is cool, the nade stack on ramp, but of course that's when Flit's playing on default. Can't catch a break. 12-5. Pure domination. This may end as easily as Anubis here for P-Vision, despite it not starting that way. See no long control this entire game. A nice off angle. Take pressure on B. That's where he's going to confirm what we already know.
Oh, Zwei, that's a lot of damage. Sure, Sira gets the trade, but at what cost? They get the long space. Very, very wounded with the bomb in tow. If you give up this long control, you're going to go looking for a bit elsewhere. They scope up on short, didn't see anything, and just... It's a retreat for 100 Thieves. Moving away from the original intention and changing this one. They feel like they've got a gap on the other side of the map.
Certainly onto something. 20 seconds, though. They've got to get a move on. Already, P-Vision are questioning. They're starting to rotate over. They know that AWP could be a middle. Flit's playing this very carefully. From the doors, Yellow needs something here, and the first kill connects. Device cuts down one rotate. Slacks is just making it across, and they're just going to charge this bomb, surely. They can win the game right now. They kill the planter after the bomb goes down, and Device is lost to the wind. I think that's it. I think 100 Thieves are getting eliminated on this stick as P-Vision just push it over the line. It is a beautiful post-plant retake. What a series from P-Vision. 2 13-5s, 2 absolute spelunkings over 100 Thieves, and despite the open qualifier run, they will end here at the bottom of the group.
Yeah, 1 week in Paris, and you know, we were happy to see Rain, Device in this 100 Thieves squad in full swing, but the moment you get into the main event, they come up against some stiff competition. P-Vision shut them down convincingly and end the 100 Thieves run at EWC.
Yeah, crush, baby, crush, because that key is donezo, especially if it's out of 100 Thieves. Not exactly the result you were hoping for, but it is what you've got in front of you on your plate. They do fall to P-Vision, get knocked out, and now we get to sing their praises, or lack thereof, rather.
Yeah, true to their name. They stole a spot in the main event, it feels like, with their performance today, but yeah, just couldn't really do much on the CT side, first and foremost, but T side, you know, not much better either in that regard, unfortunately, and they're eliminated from the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, you posed the question, Yanko, how much would they focus on the B splits, how much would they focus on the B bomb side, and the answer was quite evident in this game. Almost every round finished on the B bomb side.
There's an easy, you know, change that you can make. Just put Rain back on the A bomb side, man. He's played his whole career more or less on the A bomb side, playing that rotator role. I mean, they looked a little bit discombobulated towards that B bomb side. I mean, that's why I was saying, like, I thought it was a no-brainer for him to be there. Gizmi has that spot. It's like, listen, guy, it's fine. You're coming in. You're the IGL, but there should be some seniority in this thing.
Yeah, I agree with that. Unfortunately, there's not too much to add, to be completely honest. I feel like we got to see the difference between a team that is still tier 1, a team that is still up there, you know, a team that is still in contention to go deep in the playoff. You know, I know it's been a bit of a rocky couple of months for P-Vision, but as I said, you know, 4 or 5 months ago, they were ranked number 3 in the world, so definitely a team that has the capabilities, the know-how, and the abilities to be up there with the very best. And then you look at the Thieves, sure, it's a work in progress, but I think this is also quite a clear-cut tell, Trace, that they're far, far, far away from being ready to this level of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I was saying that there are levels to this, right? And clearly, P-Visions is that above 100 Thieves. That almost goes without saying, given the outcome there. And speaking of saving face, there will be no more of that for 100 Thieves, but we will get to hear from the Save King himself. His name is James.
It is indeed, Trace. Yes, P-Vision making light work of 100 Thieves in this one. James, congratulations. Let's just go back to Anubis. It's not a map you guys have played all too much recently, but it looked pretty easy for you today. Tell me what was so easy about that first map.
This was not so easy, like you see, but we prepared this map before this tournament, but overall we had 10 days on 6 map again. And it's hard, but I'm happy that we won.
Your individual form also looked great. Great calling, great fragging from you. What clicked in terms of your individual form today?
I don't know, maybe easy frags, maybe like a day. I'm not sure, we will see tomorrow. Tomorrow, very important match.
Yeah, it's going to be versus Mouse. What do you make of them at the moment?
I don't know, I have no expectation. I don't think about them. I'm just one for tips. Nothing special.
And in terms of the expectations for P-Vision here, what would be the goal for P-Vision?
It's playoff, and we will see tomorrow. Like I said again, very strong opponent. They won last year one championship.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time, James. Congratulations. That is P-Vision progressing onwards. Unfortunately, 100 Thieves eliminated.
Yeah, 100 Thieves out of here. Get them out of here, Yanko. Get them out. Gizmodo them out of here.
James definitely got them out. I mean, that's plus 12 round swing maps and punishing some of those aggressive moves with the AWP, and even on the CT side, he was also a nuisance, and just the 100 Thieves couldn't find an answer for him.
He died 13 times over the course of 2 maps and 36 rounds of Counter-Strike. I think that's pretty impressive if you're looking towards game, easy kills. I don't know about that. I think he played well, I think he got a game that he wanted, People came to him, the Thieves came to him, and he was just ready to punish it time after time after time.
You know who else, preferably died for this, right? BC Game. They died for this show.
Would they have done better, Trace?
That's a great question you've asked there, Jacob. I'm not entirely sure. It's kind of hard to say. Probably not.
Probably not.
But actually, I don't know. That's a good question for you guys. Aren't you the analyst or whatever?
Well, we'll never know, Trace. Luckily, there are more tournaments and they'll have more opportunities. Hopefully, and if they're good enough, we'll see them sooner or later.
Yeah, eventually. But back a little bit to the Paravision Mouse topic that was kind of brought up there.
Strike 3.
In their...
Yeah, you're out.
That's not... It is 3, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, anyway, look, the P-Vision Mouse matchup at hand. Talk to me about where they stand I guess...
Well, as James pointed out, Maus won the...
Think about that word, I'll get back to you.
Maus won Bounty, beating Spirit in the grand final, right? But today they lost to Foot in a close series 2-1. So we'll see now. Spinks obviously had a live game in that grand final. So when he doesn't pop off like that, does Maus still have enough in the tank? Like they are the favorite going up against P-Vision, but not by a lot, If they can play like they did today, P-Vision will have a game on our hands.
It's a very tough matchup, to be completely honest. Arguably two of the better teams, one of them will miss out of the playoff, which sucks for either.
Yeah, it's true. Missing out playoffs, you don't want to do that. But the 100 Thieves are going to be missing out on the rest of the Esports World Cup from the Counter-Strike side of things, and we're going to get a word from them now.
Yeah, unfortunately, no further 400 Thieves here in Paris. Glaive, considering that you had to grind to even make it to the main event, what are you taking away from this result initially?
I think we played pretty good when we played the qualifier. But of course, there's much better opponents coming here, and we did play against a lot of Tier 1 teams, like in our first month as a team, but I also felt a little bit of fatigue coming into this event because I think we have been on a very, very huge grind and maybe a little bit too much. Like, one example, this 3 best of 3s a day we had in the qualifier. It was a very long day, and I think that how we reset after this was maybe not the best. I think we could have tackled it a little bit better as a team. So this is something that we needed to look into because I do feel like people were a bit, tired.
Understandably so, as you said, so much grinding to get to this position. I just do want to touch upon this game briefly. That Anubis, the desk was noticing, CT side, you're playing quite aggressive. Was that something that you decided to bring to the table? Was that more of a gizmy call? Can you kind of talk to us about that?
I mean, I would say it's a little bit of both. It's just how we want to approach the map. Like, we don't want to have all the rounds where we're just playing like full defensive, because it can just be really hard if you are running out of utility too fast and you don't have any control over the map. It's just very hard to, you just kind of have to push in the middle of the round. So sometimes being a bit more aggressive and just trying to like get some information or just kind of end the round in the beginning of the round. That's can feel a bit more comfortable if it's like a surprise. But I do think that we kind of made a few mistakes with our water takes, but it is what it is. Like I said, there's a bit of fatigue going on, and it's also really new for us, so there's still a lot of us for us to learn.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's been great either way to see 100 Thieves make it to a Tier 1 tournament. I guess the only question remaining is what's next for 100 Thieves? Where can we catch you next?
What's next? I mean, we'll have a tournament in Stockholm, the pool speed one, and then of course some open qualifiers, trying to qualify for even more Tier 1 tournaments, because this will give us the points necessary to hopefully make the major. So it's going to be a tough grind, we know, but now it's about resetting, getting on point. We know we have what it takes, but for sure, like this main event, we didn't show it at all, and pretty sad to see how we played, but nothing to do about it now.
I wish you the best of luck moving forward. As of course, we've all got our eyes on that Singapore major at the end of the year, but either way, that is the end of the road for 100 Thieves here at EWC.
Yeah, and the word I was looking for is statures, but in terms of statures, the 100 Thieves, I don't know how I feel about that one. They're exhausted, Yanko.
Yeah, well, he'll have some time to rest from text notes, a 7-day trip to Paris.
Oh,
and granted, before that, they had a couple of online events. Maybe they were at, their office and whatnot. But guys, 3 best of 3s in a day? So what? Who cares? What are you tired from? Like, this is it. This is the grind. This is what you have to do. Like, this is in the job description with the team that you have, right? There was 3 days in between that last chance qualifier and their first game here at the main event. It's like, who's tired? That person's a problem. Like, there's no tired.
Wait.
What are we talking about here? You haven't been. You haven't been
jet
like.
lag coming all this
we're
way?
talking about a guy also that traveled 3 continents in 3 events back when he was playing for Astralis. Like, that's tired. Like, that's exhausting. Like, being on a plane every week and changing time zones for 7 or 8 hours. Like, this is just the start of the season. Like, what are you exhausted from? I get it. There's been some officials there, and sure, this qualifier thing, but like, you can't. I'm not saying that was an excuse, but how is that the thing that you're even talking about?
It's an issue.
Not a great look.
No, and it's an issue if that's a thing within the camp of the Thieves, because as you said, that's the job description. So if they want to establish themselves into getting invites into Tier 1 tournaments, then you gotta grind your way up. There's 40 teams right now fighting to get some of those invites. It's never been a more close and stronger field of teams between, I guess, top 15 to top 50, and they're just one of many teams in that department, right? So if you're tired now, then good luck.
But if you're burned out from the schedule, you're the coach. It's your job. You decide the schedule in terms of practice, how much you practice during the day, how many days, the off days. Like, if everyone is burnt out from going to one LAN, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, that doesn't quite add up, does it? Like, even if you're as an experienced player of that caliber, to now kind of look back and say that this was exhausting seems a little bit far-fetched.
Like, you don't get, this was your best opportunity. Yeah, since you put this roster together, this was the best tournament you were at. This was the best opportunity for you to get points to be at the major, right?
Sure.
Tired? What are we talking about?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I'm
Jacob,
tired.
Thoughts?
I'm tired, but for different reasons.
Let's talk about Danish representation. We were already here.
You cycled to Italy or something this morning.
Yeah, that was just this
Am I
morning.
allowed to be tired or what?
No.
No? Okay.
No, absolutely not. You are most certainly not. But the highlights can roll in across the series, but they're going to paint the same exact picture. There was a little bit of tit for tat there, but there was no life in the Thieves.
No, that was one of the most uninspiring games I've watched all tournament long. Flat game, no tension, no excitement, no nothing. And I very much agree with what Yanko is saying right here. This was the greatest opportunity that the Thieves were going to have in order to accumulate some VRS points, accumulate some potential invites to bigger tournaments. Now they have to go back to that online grind, online qualifiers, smaller LAN events all over the place. And I don't want to mitigate the fact that it's a tough task, because it is for a lot of these teams. As said, between top 15 to top 50, there's so many teams. But it's also just the reality, right? And if you're Rain, if you're Device, if you're Glaive, you're used to getting whatever you want, right? You're pointing towards the tournament and they invite you straight away. They were part of the circuit, when it was invitational only for many of these tournaments. So it's just a new world and a new day and age. They have to accept it, accept it's going to be a grind, accept it's going to be tiresome. And I guess the carrot at the end of the stick would be the sooner you start winning your games, the sooner you get out of that, let's call it Elo hell, where you have to play all these weird-ass tournaments.
It's funny because we saw on Anubis all the CT-sided aggression and whatnot, and then early on Dust 2 as well, they sent 2 guys out long tunnels to peek. Maybe it was first or the second gun round, and I'm like, all right, so you just don't care which map it is, you just have to full send it early on for whatever reason.
So it is that part, guys. 100 Thieves fans, we've already heard that they've lost. We've seen that they've lost, and now we're going to crush. Big Sway, get in there.
If only he was that excited.
Yeah, he looks like he's about to smile at least. Which, I understand. You don't necessarily want to smile given the parameters of why you're crushing this key. But yes, you did win today, so there can be a little bit of a smirk.
You know why he's not smiling? It's that Mamba mentality, Trace. Job's not finished. Job's not finished.
I figure it's because he didn't have the answer, Sway. But anyway, so let's take a look at the bracket to see. Jacob, bail us out.
Yeah, I'll bail you out. I see that it's progressing more or less as we expected it to. I think the big surprise, or 2 of the big surprises, all of the surprises, actually, in this group are coming in the upper bracket. Mouse losing to Foot. I didn't see that coming, to be completely honest, even though that we haven't forgotten how good Foot can be and probably will be with X-Flout. They were looking kind of promising. Biggest surprise of the tournament so far, at least in my book, is B8 taking down Vitality in a best of 3. To those of you at home who didn't watch it, sure, 2-1 seems like it was a close game. Third deciding map was 13-4, I believe, for B8. So easily, to me, the biggest surprise of the day.
Yeah, we were wondering how they're going to look like after the roster change, but I think I speak for everyone when I say we love a good Foot and they're already in the playoffs. Mouse against P-Vision, not out of the woods yet.
The lower bracket and the difference in quality of those 2 games as well, I'll be honest. Mouse, as you said, Janko, they just won a trophy at the Blast Bounty, and P-Vision is a team that is seemingly, crawling their way back into top 10 of Counter-Strike. One of those will miss out on a massive playoff with 16 teams, and then you have Vitality playing Linvision Gaming, who, Vitality would have to play twice as bad as they did today in order to lose that game.
Hey, be careful, bro.
I know.
You're on one today with this.
I know.
I'm telling you.
I'll take it. I'll retire if I lose that game. I'll retire straight up.
We'll get you back on camera.
I just want to know where our level is at in relation to Linvision, Jacob.
Where our level is at, I think we're on par at that point. We're not far off. I really have not been amused by Linvision. I didn't watch the game versus Tyloo, but I think they played.
But you just know.
Yeah, I just know. I've watched Linvision the last couple of months, and there's been 0 inspirational stuff coming out from them. I think Linvision, Tyloo, they played 86 maps against each other the last couple of years or something like that. It's ridiculous, Trace.
Yeah.
Send them home. Get them out.
Save them the goal for the stream, man. Just relax for a second so we can do this. You like the next group. You want to walk us into it?
Is it D? What, Yanko? Well, Group D is on your screen right now. Now, there hasn't been that many surprises in this group, and we'll see if there's going to come some surprises tomorrow. We still have the lower bracket game going on. Pain Gaming versus Wildcard. One of them will have to lose. Not really sure who's going to be in that regard. The cool game for me, at least, in this one is 9C versus Furia. I think a bit of a rematch from the quarterfinal.
Yeah, exactly. But you look at this and you have a hard time seeing anyone but the teams from the upper bracket not being in the playoffs, right? Whoever loses between Furia, 9Z, or Mongols, Navi, they should be beating, the teams that are in the lower bracket. So
3D Max 9C could potentially be a game if that were to be the case.
Oh, it'll be a game. It's right. It's clear as day going to be a game, Jacob. I think that we can also continue down this path. You guys want to look at A real quick while we're here?
If you say so, Trace, you're the boss.
Well, hold on. Don't say that too loud. Someone might actually hear you and think that's a good idea. So, GG How, after the first day, get humbled back to where they were by Gamer Legion.
Yeah, and you look at some of these matchups compared to the other groups, right? Aurora versus GG How for a playoff spot, and then you have Spirit and Big. On the other side of things, obviously Gamer Legion and G2 already securing a spot in the playoffs yesterday. So yeah, Spirit has looked shaky, but you feel like they're going to get better with each game, or at least you hope so.
I just feel for Big to some extent. GG How somehow, some way found a way to eliminate Big now that they have to play Team Spirit, so that's a rough run.
Just your favorite Danish player is on that team as well.
Who's that?
Playmath.
Oh, I thought it was Tessus.
I thought you were a fan of NPL personally, but...
A massive fan of NPL. Send him to Navi, as a matter of fact. Now, Group B, Vitality is not in this group. That's Falcons, who took down Astralis.
You're not wrong.
I am not wrong. The big surprise to me...
English, man. It's hard.
Yeah, I know. It's not my native language. FaZe Clan looking solid. You know, they're kind of confirming what we saw at Blast Bounty, you know, that they are getting better and better and better. I'm super curious to see FaZe Clan in that playoff. If they get a somewhat decent matchup in the first round, I'm not ruling out that they could make a bit of a run.
Yeah, I'm excited to see them in the playoffs too, right? A good mix of experience and youth. Twists back in that IGL role, is doing some good work early on, and yeah, just good to see FaZe back on track.
Back on track. That's what they're saying. It's like FaZe up, down, whatever. I think clearly tomorrow we have more Counter-Strike. Still so much more. Out of them best of ones, far forgotten at this point.
I think that's a banging schedule, to be completely honest. Navi versus the Mongols. Again, we at least I personally maybe have a bit of a habit of sleeping on the Mongols whenever they make these roster changes, thinking they can't replace Sensu. Then they somehow, some way find a way to do it. They can't replace Msinio, and so far they're looking, competitive. I think that could be a cool game versus Navi. 9C versus Furia, rematch from Cologne quarterfinal. I think that's a spicy one, and I think 9C have looked great ever since the player break as well. Already have a trophy to the name from the Chinese tournament, so watch out, Furia. That could be a spicy one.
Yeah, and Spirit is one of the contenders for the whole tournament yet to make the playoffs, so we'll see. We're hoping they can pick it up, right, and be a factor come playoff time.
Yeah, you can pick it up at EWC Play. That's our tournament pick'ems, which I'm asking you to go ahead and get involved with right now. You see the QR code right below me. You can just latch right in right now and pick your favorite teams to win. And of course, we're going to be doing way more of that tomorrow. So much more Counter-Strike to go, guys. You having a good time in Paris at the minimum?
Great time.
Great time. There's a heat wave outside. I don't know if you noticed. It's pretty hot.
And we're inside.
Yeah.
I've
been avoiding the outside for a couple days now, clearly. So, all right, yeah, let's go to bed, gentlemen. We'll see everybody tomorrow, and that does that. Thank you so much for watching the Esports World Cup in 2026. Counter-Strike, it's eternal. It's going to be here forever, and you better be here tomorrow, too. See you there.